Hello, Chad. We are live with the beautiful, amazing first major event of 2026 Tata Steel Chess Championship 2026. Welcome, Sahaj bhai. Day number 7, if I'm not mistaken. मेरी मैथ्स कमजोर हो सकती है.
नहीं
But
नहीं भाई,
day
डे
number 6
नंबर
actually.
6 है. भाई
6.
6 है, बट लेकिन एक रेस्ट डे था उसके बीच में, तो 7 दिन, मतलब
हाँ,
टेक्निकली यू आर नॉट रॉन्ग.
हाँ,
बट
हाँ.
एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रेस्ट डे जो सब प्लेयर्स को, मतलब बहुत जरूरी था सब प्लेयर्स के लिए, आई फील. स्पेशली लुकिंग एट हाउ राउंड 4 वेंट फॉर द इंडियन प्लेयर्स. आई थिंक एक वो कमबैक मारना जरूरी है भाई.
बिल्कुल. एंड हमें हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस बहुत हाई थी कि भाई राउंड नंबर 5 में इंडियंस विल क्रश इट. बट कैन वी हैव द स्टैंडिंग्स जस्ट टू हाईलाइट कि हाउ इट ऑल वेंट साउथ. ओनली गुकेश वाज द गाय हु वन इन द प्रीवियस राउंड. वेलकम चैट, दीज आर द स्टैंडिंग्स. हमारा सबसे अच्छा हाईएस्ट इंडियन इज इन द 6th प्लेस. ऑफ कोर्स टाइट सेकंड प्लेस भी बोल सकते हैं. बट जो बोलते ना, जो ये पूरी स्टैंडिंग्स लग रही है, ये आंखों को अच्छी नहीं लग रही. हटा दो भाई, ऐसे लग रहा है भाई साज.
हाँ भाई, Arvind on the last spot. Pragg also, like, sharing that last spot. Pragg Anish also, like, 1.5 point पे is definitely not looking attractive. And Arjun का जो loss हुआ था भाई, that was shocking, have to say, because he was completely, well, borderline winning after move 8 or 9 or something like that. But then something happened, something very bad happened there. But for Gukesh, I think it's a good silver lining there. He, made a very nice win yesterday, nice conversion there. And आज उसका match भाई, it's a very very important day, right Sahil bhai?
भाई इट्स सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज चैट ध्यान रखो, 3 out of the 4 इंडियंस हैव ब्लैक पीसेस. एंड ब्लैक से यूजली कहते हैं कि भाई ड्रॉ इज गुड एंड यू हैव टू डिफेंड फॉर अ वाइल. सो द लास्ट थिंग वी वांट इज कि भाई यू नो व्हाट. सो यहाँ पे एक गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है गुकेश, प्राग एंड अर्जुन के पास. आई वुड से इवन अर्जुन के लिए दिस इज अ गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू डिफीट द लोएस्ट सीड ऑफ द इवेंट. जो पिछले 2 राउंड हारे हैं, थोड़ा सा टिल्टेड जरूर होंगे, ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन करके आए होंगे. बट आई थिंक यहाँ पे गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है टू गेट बैक ऑन हिज विनिंग वेज. एंड साज भाई, Pragg, of course, let's not discount how important that match is. एक होता है ना, टूर्नामेंट 3 पार्ट में डिवाइडेड है. पहले आपका पहला रेस से पहले का पार्ट वो ओवर हो गया. आपको थोड़ा माइंड को फ्रेशन अप होने का टाइम मिल चुका है. इट्स द सेकंड पार्ट नाउ एंड यू कैन बेसिकली थिंक कि भाई इट्स लाइक अ न्यू लाइफ, एंड यू स्टार्ट ऑफ फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग, फ्रॉम स्क्रैच, एंड यू कैन काइंड ऑफ विन योर वे थ्रू द सेकंड हाफ एंड कैच अप विद द अदर लीडर्स.
Yeah, for sure. And but also let's not count out the fact that Pragg's opponent Fedoseev must be in amazing spirits after taking down India number 1 in round 4 with the black pieces also. So, and for him, I think it's a, almost, at least for this event, it feels like a do or die situation. Like, he either comes back here or it could actually turn out to be a very very bad event for Pragg.
एंड यू नो व्हाट, हम बात कर रहे हैं प्राग अर्जुन गुकेश की कि इवेंट कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है उनके साल के लिए. आई थिंक अरविंद के लिए ये टूर्नामेंट उनकी पूरे करियर के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एज वी नो, ही इज नाउ टू बिलो 2700 इन द लाइव रेटिंग्स एंड यू डू नॉट वांट टू स्टे देयर एज एन इंडियन प्लेयर, स्पेशली इफ यू वांट इनवाइट्स. एंड आई थिंक अरविंद के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये सेकंड हाफ अच्छे से खेलना. एंड टुडे ही प्लेज द वर्ल्ड कप विनर सिंदारोव. दैट्स अ टफ मैच, सहज.
Yeah, because Sindarov, Arvind is known for his creativity, but guess what? Sindarov is also known for his creativity, dynamic, and all of those things. And भाई यहाँ पे आग लगेगी. I wouldn't be surprised if Sindarov does something weird in the opening, tries to play for a win. So we'll keep a close eye on this match. But yeah, I think also a tough match for Arjun as well because he's playing a candidate, bhai, with the black pieces. Yeah, Bluebaum, Matthias.
Yeah. But I think Arjun ke liye I'm still hopeful actually. I think he's playing somebody who's second last field of the event, technically on paper. I think second last year, I think third last maybe. But regardless, and there are chances of Arjun beating Bluebaum. And also, like, just keep in mind, Bluebaum has something which Arjun really, 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 really wanted. Yeah. So it's also a statement. You know what? I can beat this guy and make a point for myself, at least, if not for the world, that I did deserve to win the candidates with just luck that stopped me from getting there. Imagine if you lose this match. I mean, it just kind of होता ना, एक वो खुद को realize होता है कि हाँ भाई, maybe I didn't deserve to be in the candidates. Yeah, this guy defeated me and he is there right now. So I think एक internal, एक बोलते हैं ना, एक mental state के लिए ये game बहुत बहुत important है अर्जुन की.
Right. And speaking of mental state, Bluebaum also lost his previous match to Sindarov in that Kings Indian game. जो बहुत actually it was one of the first games to finish. So maybe Bluebaum also not in the best spirits there. आप एक बार वो in one of the previous streams you were saying कि when you are a lower seed going into an event you have this motivation, but एक वो loss के बाद things can really topple. Like for example for Van, similar things are happening there. Like he's lost 2 games in a row now, because he suffered his first loss. So I think it could be a good day for Arjun there overall.
Yeah, I agree. And there we see the world champion Gukesh. It's very interesting. He gets his hoodie, puts it on the chair. I think अपने होटल से venue तक के transfer के लिए ठंड लगती होगी शायद इसलिए है. Not just superstition. And you can see him now settling down, comfortable, calm and composed as he usually is. And that win, Sahad, super important. We know this is an even year. He's going to defend his world champion title this year. And इस साल में फॉर्म में रहना बहुत जरूरी. Oh, we have Arkady Dorkovich, the FIDE president there at the venue.
Yeah. He shook hands with Arjun earlier, and now Gukesh. I think he's going through all of the players. Very nice to see the FIDE president there. There we see Fedoseev and Pragg as well.
Pragg के हाथ में
Nice,
Pragg के हाथ
nice
में पानी
camera
की
change,
bottle
bhai.
चार. That's a hilarious moment. He had so many water balls in his hand कि handshake करने का वो जगह ही नहीं थी, literally.
But actually, we caught Dvorkovich shaking hands with Arjun, Gukesh, and Pragg, like in that order. Amazing.
True. And what an important game for Pragg, yeah. Important. Of course, he will be very well prepared. I would say in terms of the team that the players have, like, I'm sure all of them are working very, very hard. चाहे Gukesh हो, Arjun हो, Pragg हो. And क्योंकि rest day था, तो extra time उनको मिला होगा prepare करने के लिए. And Fedoseev, of course, is very dangerous against Indian players. So you have to be on your guard. It's a 3-result game, yeah. It's not like Pragg is the stronger player and he's not risking anything.
No, for sure. I mean, of course, because Fedoseev also having defeated Arjun, with the black pieces, and also he defeated Vincent Keymer as well. I mean, Fedoseev ke liye, I think it has been a great event. If you discard the first round, jo matlab was basically a 1 hour miniature, जो वो हारा हांस के साथ. But it could be because of the match delays जो first round में हुए थे. Could be many of those things. But overall, I think he's playing very good. He's also gaining some rating there as well. I can see he's 2712 or something like this on the live ratings.
Yes.
So I think looking quite good for Fedoseev there. And also white से भी खेल रहा है वो. So let's not discard that.
Chat, seconds away from liftoff. Let's go full screen on the Gukesh board on that crucial clash between Nodirbek versus Gukesh, that epic rivalry, 2022 Olympiad heartbreak, then 2024 Olympiad pay. We attained the revenge there, and now it's here yet again in front of our eyes. Kya important matchup hai. This could be a future world championship match as well. Let's not forget. And let's not forget that comment, yeah? मतलब एक दूसरे पे थोड़ा हल्का फुल्का मजे मजे में टॉन्ट भी करते रहते हैं ये दोनों, yeah? FIDE को एंटी था ना एक, आई थिंक वो याद है वो क्या क्या कमेंट था मारा था नदीर ने कि आई
Gukesh
डोंट
will
थिंक.
not defend his title.
हाँ, इज दैट
Something like that.
कंट्रोवर्शियल टू से, इज दैट कंट्रोवर्शियल टू से, लाइक इट वाज वेरी वेरी स्वीट. ऋषि सर ने भी ऐसे थोड़ा सा यूएस वाला ऐसे
Yeah.
छेड़ दिया उसको, तो हिलेरियस. बट या लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन ऑन केसेस बोर्ड.
Yeah, there it is. He's getting ready. We're moments away from liftoff chat. E4 D4 chat पे दिख रहा है भाई. I'm Nodirbek. I would predict E4. That's just my take. But yeah, both are possible technically.
I think there's somebody in front of the camera, so we're keeping all 4 boards chat. 4 handshakes देखने को मिलेंगे, शायद 3. But
शायद
let's
3
keep
भाई.
in mind, today it is a very very important day. Welcome chat. कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हो चैट में बताओ. एंड एक बार अपने फेवरेट इंडियन प्लेयर का नाम चैट में लिख दो भाई. आई एम वेरी क्यूरियस बिकॉज 24 साल था अर्जुन और गुकेश का, 25 साल था प्रग का, 26 किसका साल होने वाला है? हु विल बी द वन दैट विल स्टैंड आउट द मोस्ट among these 3? Saj bhai, any guesses?
I think Gukesh again, because I think World Championship में we'll see some crazy stuff. But yeah, Gukesh looked
And
like
let's go
also
full screen.
2025. I mean, technically Arjun का भी year था भाई, because he got
Woohoo! Let's go!
2 medals there. Lift off
Handshakes.
E4. King's Pawn opening played bhai.
Ooh, very very interesting. And E5 played by Gukesh quickly. Chat board थोड़ा सा 1-2 सेकंड आगे है वीडियो से, so that's where you're seeing the moves. And now knight f3, I am expecting quickly on the board, but suddenly Nodirbek starts thinking after e5. नई मूव लग रही है साहज भाई, कभी देखी है आपने e5? वाओ.
Best by test by the most solid. I think I think Gukesh also maybe is not going to take as many risks, but we'll see. I would expect bishop c4 from Nodirbek. That's his go-to. Generally speaking, goes bishop b5. So the Spanish opening
Ooh.
on the board.
And also, I think Gukesh is not a big Petrov fan. Somehow, I don't see him playing that often. Always maintaining maximum tension. A6 on the board. Bishop piche drop hoga. As a child, I used to take on c6. I loved that structural position, to play with that double pawn. But top level play, of course, this is much more normal. Knight a6 on the board. Castle maybe.
Castle d3, he goes castle. Okay, so main line of Spanish incoming. Now the question is, does Gukesh take on e4 and go for the open Spanish? He does not. He goes bishop e7. We have classical Spanish in front of us, the most played opening in the world.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Very.
Very interesting choice there by Nodirbek. He takes the knight on c6, introducing the first imbalance in the game, and then plays d3, basically to put pressure on e5. And Sahil bhai, this kind of looks like some, Berlin mein kuch is tarah ki positions aati hain whenever white takes on c6 and, goes knight d2, knight c4, aise karke e5 ke pawn pe pressure. But yeah, will be interesting to see what he has prepared here.
And I'm kind of curious, Sahaj, like why would you, let's say अगर हम normal c6 मारना चाहते ही हैं, why not just take on c6 directly? Like bishop a4 पहले आए. It's like, it reminds me of ऐसे मतलब बोलते हैं ना, कोई imagine करो कोई war चल रही है real, and they start fighting, then they stop and go back home and then come back again, start fighting. Like why not just, finish the war in one place? Like why go back to a4 and then take on c6?
Because if you take on c6 instantly and you castle, then the bishop doesn't have to go to e7. Black doesn't have to play knight f6. Usually speaking, in this setup, black has to go bishop d6, f6, knight e7, bishop e6, c5, like this. So by introducing this one move, he provoked knight f6 and bishop e7, and maybe it's a slightly less favorable structure for black. But okay, of course, it was Nodirbek who introduced this sideline, and by no means Gukesh is worse here.
My God, Sahaj bhai, we love the world champion. Solid structure, knight d7 played quickly. That means he knows exactly what he's doing. But we have to rush to the Arjun game. What is happening? What?
Hey, why is the pawn on b6, bhai?
Why is the pawn on g4?
Let's go from the d4, d6. Okay, so yeah, Arjun ने पहले Tata Steel में खेला था Gukesh के against knight f3, knight f6. So he goes for king's Indian. Knight c3 plays bishop f5. So this is a sort of a newer variation where you don't allow white to play e4. Knight h4 की possibility होती है इधर. Knight g5 खेल के भी आप e4 खेल सकते हो technically. But it's an interesting line. So he goes for the main variation here with queen b3, putting pressure on b7. Black goes b6. This is where it happened. h3, bishop g7, g4 करके kick, and the bishop goes back to where it came from. Bishop g2 and short castle. अब ये knight ना कहीं पे e5 पे जाके रुक मार सकता है, but supposedly it's bad.
Sahaj bhai, I think first of all, maybe Arjun forced Bluebaum to reveal some of his candidates' prep because this line is so rare, you wouldn't really prepare 2 lines for it. And also, very important, chat. Look at this. So the bar says +1 for white. Sahaj, what does your bar say?
Yeah, close plus 0.9 basically. So +1 मान सकते हैं, yeah.
I went to chess.com, 20 games played. Let's go back to G4 when it was played by white, when G4 was played. From that position, 20 games may say, roughly 65% games black has won. 17 or something draw, and the remaining is a win for white. So that tells me practicality mein chess mein black has gotten amazing results in this position. So Arjun has voluntarily chosen a -1 position, chat. Matlab basically pawn down hai in objectivity to retain practical chances. Bhai, itna risk kaise le leta banda?
I think this is what makes him so dangerous, yeah, because he's willing to, take a worse position and just have a game on the board. But like in Bluebaum ke liye, this is, gonna be a nice challenge as well. How does he fare up here? And also maybe like, yeah, ये game can can be used as a metric to see कि भाई Bluebaum के against आप कितना risk ले सकते हो, because this is a huge risk.
I was thinking the same. अगर यहाँ Bluebaum collapses right, everybody's going to do the same against in the candidates. Like कुछ crazy line
Yes.
निकालेंगे जहाँ पे he has a slight edge and then they will outplay him. So he's defending his candidates literally right now. Arjun has poked a hole. होता है balloon है. उसने एक ऐसे वो होल कर दी बलून में and now no one has to stop the air from escaping out. Otherwise हर कोई होल करने लगेगा. So it's a
बिल्कुल
very
भाई.
important game for Bluebaum, I think.
Bilkul bhai. And like maybe I should have been more surprised by this, but after seeing Arjun play Scandinavian in an Olympiad match,
Oh yeah.
like I feel like कुछ भी like दुनिया में कुछ भी possible है. And he played
Wow.
e4 d6 against Gukesh also like last year, which was also crazy in Norway chess. So it's like nothing surprises me at this point from Arjun.
Yeah, it's amazing chat. So मेरे हिसाब से Bluebaum is under pressure. He's calculating 4 minutes behind, but I think वो time difference बहुत जल्दी बढ़ने वाला है. The interesting detail is he knew what to do. G4 को बहुत जल्दी आया, but now he's thinking. So also B6 there by Arjun was not commonly played. So very interesting there. The bishop likely will come to B7. And you don't allow, this structure because white can technically move the knight somewhere, attack the rook on A8. It so tactically looks
By
dangerous at
knight
first glance.
e5 wins the rook for sure. But look at this line. D takes e5. You cannot go bishop a8 because e takes d4 के बाद in बहुत ज़्यादा compensation मिल जाएगा. So you have to go pawn takes pawn. And then knight takes g4. And अभी भी bishop a8 मर रहा है, but that's not a good move because knight e5 के बाद black has enough compensation. So you have to go pawn takes g4. Black plays c6. And now can you guess white's best move here?
I saw it, Saj, bhai. Chat से पूछते हैं. Chat, what is White's best move in this position? Who can
And
find it?
second
Come
best
on,
move भी
chat.
देखो भाई. Second best move भी देखो.
भाई
भाई चैट आई थिंक ये
भाई
बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. मैं पहली मूव बता देता हूँ आपको. द बेस्ट मूव हियर इज नाइट d5. मेक सेंस ऑफ इट हाउएवर यू वांट. मतलब आई थिंक क्वीन वांट्स टू गो टू h3 एंड pawn takes d5 आप मार नहीं सकते. द सेकंड बेस्ट मूव इज rook h4 which also doesn't make any sense. I think you're
हाँ
just
and third
betting the
best है
g4
भाई.
pawn.
Third
हाँ?
best. Third
थर्ड
best is
बेस्ट इज
knight
नाइट
b5.
d1 भाई कुछ भी.
मेरे को knight b5 दिखा रहा है.
नाइट b.
भाई
अरे बाप रे. So basically,
भाई
Arjun has looked at all of this. That's my take. I mean, you
भाई.
don't go into this variation without looking at knight e5. It's the
By the
most
way,
common.
knight g5 is also possible apparently. And then you go c6. And after c6, look at this. Look at this. So knight
He goes
g5.
castle.
अरे यार Bluebaum भाई मजे नहीं करने दिए. But okay, he goes castle, so let's avoid it. उसमें भी crazy था भाई. Like after if you go back a move after knight g5 c6 castles, black had to play h5 apparently as the best move.
Oh, बाप रे.
So this is insane. And by the way, castles kiya Arjun in a second plays bishop e7. So no knight e5 knight g5 drama available anymore. And now white has decided कि भाई ये piece डलक कैसे कर रहा हूं because he doesn't have e4 right now.
Yeah, and that's why he plays queen c2 because he wants to play e4 in the next move and gain that center. I mean, looking kind of like King's Indian, but a very strange version of it because black ने double fianchetto किया जो in King's Indian positions you never do it. Like almost never you put both bishops on g7 and b7. But on the other side, white also never plays these h3 g4 lines in the bishop g2 करके.
क्या बंदा है यार. Best move was rook e8 at least according to my engine. Second best was knight c6. Arjun plays the third best knight
भाई
d7.
बादल
भाई
की
का
प्रिपरेशन भाई.
रिस्क का खत्म ही
बादल
नहीं हो रहा है
बादल
भाई का.
बता रहा हूँ भाई. It's cloud engine
Wow.
right there. But yeah, it
That
promises to be a crazy game. So भाई आंखें खुल गई भाई already.
भाई सही में. Chat, ये game I think game wise might just be the star game for today regardless of the result. यहाँ पे आतंक मचने वाला है. Pieces उड़ने वाले हैं. कोई सारे rules of chess have to be वो कहता है ना ऐसे लेवी रॉथमैन की बुक बैंड है स्पीड चेस चैंपियनशिप फाइनल्स में. वैसे सारे rules of chess have to be momentarily suspended because it just doesn't make sense what these guys are
भाई
doing.
क्या
So बड़ा
सीन है
मजा आएगा
उधर
देखने
बाय
में.
द वे. ये इस किताब का कुछ मार्केटिंग है क्या है.
भाई वही ना. इट जस्ट बिकेम अ मीम. लाइक उन्होंने
आई
मजे मजे में
थिंक
शेयर कर दिया. इट बिकेम लाइक अ
आई थिंक मजे मजे में किया. मेरे को भी लग रहा है ऐसा कुछ.
हाँ मजे में था
बट
मजे में था.
बट बढ़िया
बट
किताब है वो नहीं. लाइक आई मीन आई डिड अ ब्रीफ लाइक रीडिंग ऑफ इट.
huge of true भाई. huge of true. Meanwhile I think let's go to Ukesh's game. साथ है वापस because we'll come. या इसी पे रहना है आप बताओ.
भाई गुकेश पे चलते हैं. Let's see what's
हाँ चलो,
happening.
विल
What
कम बैक
has
देन वेरी
Nodirbek
क्विकली.
has prepared. Like knight d7
हाँ.
पे रोका था हमने. Knight c3 short castle हुआ. He goes bishop e3, so very thematic, typical. Rook e8 he goes, and then a4. Rook e8 का idea, of course, he wants to play bishop d6 or bishop d6 probably, and then this knight wants to go to f8 and e6 or f8 and g6, something like this. Probably also you can keep the knight on f8 and see कि भाई किधर knight को रखना है. And a4 के बाद Gukesh is thinking. So Nodirbek in more prep. I think उसकी prep board पे आई है. You can see from the time. He has only invested basically 2 minutes on the clock. Remember chat, no increment until move 40. बार बार रिपीट करना पड़ता है आई थिंक बिकॉज वी आर नॉट यूज टू दिस इन द क्लासिकल फॉर्मेट. हमको भी एक इंक्रीमेंट की आदत सी लग गई है. तो yeah, it's gonna be a nice match overall.
And Nodirbek standing behind Gukesh has a smile on his face while looking at some other game. I don't know which game that is. Can we go to that game? Which game is he looking at right now? Because he is smiling.
भाई चेक करते हैं एक बार. फेडोसी वर्सेस उस पे जाएं क्या, प्रग?
फेडोसिव की प्रकी गेम है क्या वो? कौन सी गेम देख रहा है वो?
एक बार
नॉट श्योर विच
फेडोसी
गेम.
प्रग पे जाते हैं जस्ट टू राउंड
हाँ.
अप ऑल द गेम्स. एंड वो गेम नहीं था. अच्छा यहीं पे था बाय द वे. नॉर्दर्बर्ग यहीं पे
नहीं
था
नहीं,
अभी.
ये नहीं था, ये नहीं था, ये नहीं था. वो यहाँ पे आया अभी दोबारा. Like it was
हाँ
on the
ओके ओके
right.
ओके.
This is on the left.
But just so you know, like this is the it's proper QGD and he plays knight BD7 here. And here Fedosiev goes A3, which is interesting. Like no, have not seen A3 being employed at the top level before. And I'm guessing the idea is that firstly you want to play B4 yourself, and secondly you don't want to allow black to play bishop B4, जो एक typical idea होता है इस setup में. I believe Gukesh played this setup in this tournament with the black pieces and got a great position. And now he takes on C4.
The surprise is उसने 5.5 मिनट A3 के लिए लिए, प्रग ने सिर्फ 1 मिनट लिया D टेक C4 के लिए. So I think this is not really remotely a big surprise for Pragg. So I think I'm pretty confident he knows what he's doing.
How is it not a big surprise भाई? A3 में पता है कितने गेम है भाई? A3 में सिर्फ 10 21 23 गेम्स टोटल. एंड जो मेन लाइन है उसमें 3200 गेम है भाई. हाउ आर यू नॉट
भाई
सरप्राइज्ड?
पर वो कैंडिडेट है ना भाई, वो तैयारी करके बैठा है. लाइक आई डोंट थिंक लाइक also Pragg has played the Queen's Gambit accepted himself quite a few times, so maybe he understands the structure quite well and he's like भाई यही खेलूंगा मैं.
Yeah, but QGA is not the same as this.
True. But I still think Pragg, I think I've seen this because 1 मिनट में खेल दिया यार. 1 मिनट में you don't play D Tech C4 unless you absolutely know what's happening.
Yeah, for sure. He has definitely looked at this. By the way, 2 games have been played in this match before. One was Le Quang Liem, जो वियतनाम के नंबर 1 प्लेयर हैं, राइट साहिल भाई? And
Yeah. Very strong player. Yeah. Big
very
fan.
very strong player. In 2024, he won a match with the black pieces. I believe it was an online game because I'm seeing a rating of 3000. But and another game which was a classical game played in 2023, which black lost. So 50-50 result overall. But Pragg looking more prepared for sure.
Yeah, so this game still on the 4th move, so we'll come back to this. Let's jump back to the Arjun game. साज भाई क्या चल रहा है, कुछ अपडेट है क्या वहां से?
Bhai, let's take a quick look. After knight bd7, he's still thinking. And by the way, we are in basically no game territory. Already नई position आ चुकी है यहाँ पे. I'm surprised इतना time लगा. But we are here finally. And chat में लोग बोल रहे हैं भाई क्लाउड की प्रेप क्या? देखो भाई जो लोग क्लाउड के बारे में पूछ रहे हैं ना यहाँ पे, you have to look at अर्जुन्स टाइम. ठीक है, अर्जुन ने अभी 1 minute and 47 seconds यहाँ पे यूज करे हैं. देयर इज नो डाउट इन माई माइंड कि अर्जुन इज फुल्ली प्रिपेयर्ड इन दिस पोजिशन. एंड जितना आप क्लाउड को रखोगे उतना ब्लैक ठीक ठीक होता जाएगा इस पोजिशन में. वॉच.
And it's very interesting to me rook d1 साज भाई, because black का plan था e5. If white had gone e4, the first move of the engine, black would instantly play e5. But Bluebaum plays rook to d1, practically maybe the best move because it kind of prevents black's liberating move e5 now.
Yeah, but and it's a nice X-ray on the queen. Great point there, Sahil bhai. But I think this also allows Arjun to play, I believe it's called the elephant structure or it's called the hippo structure. Like there are different names for it. But generally, when black plays e6 in this position, this is what we call hippo or elephant or whatever. And e6 के बाद generally the difference is कि आपका knight f6 की जगह e7 पे होता है. But okay, sometimes you also put the knight on f6 and this is typical of that setup. And इसके बाद you also not offer any trade. So बहुत सारे pieces मतलब board पे रहेंगे. You can play queen e7, maybe h6, c5, something like this, and try to break in the center. So it looks like a decent position for Arjun. I don't think
So
he's worse now.
कैन ही स्टिल एम फॉर E5? लेट्स से मैं कहूँ नहीं भाई, मेरे बचपन का सपना था E5 खेलना. मैंने अपने चाइल्डहुड इमेजिनरी फ्रेंड को बोला था कि एक दिन मैं E5 खेलूंगा टाटा स्टील में. सो कैन आई प्ले रूक E8 और क्वीन C8 एंड स्टिल ट्राई टू गो फॉर E5?
But like if I was to play this position without any prep, I would not want to play e5 here as black because मेरा bishop b7 पे जो पड़ा हुआ है ना, it becomes blockaded the moment white plays d5. तो अगर मेरा बिशप c8 पे रहता, पॉन b7 पे रहता, तो मैं e5 जरूर खेलता, फिर वो किंग्स इंडियन जैसा लगता. बट अभी आई एम नॉट सो श्योर. तो यू आर सेइंग द मूव क्वीन e8, राइट?
क्वीन C8
क्वीन
फॉर एग्जांपल.
क्वीन c8, दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग. Just getting away from this X-ray. And अगर white e4 खेलता है, then you play e5 and then d5. I'm guessing is what you should play. ठीक है, slight
And
advantage to
A5.
white.
Yeah. And then A5, knight C5. But yeah, I think in this situation, G4 लग रहा है कि white को help कर रहा है थोड़ा सा, because now I can't really play F5.
एग्जैक्टली. एंड कभी अगर आपने F5 की कोशिश करी, लाइक नाइट को हटाया, दूसरा नाइट को d7 पे लाके F5, तो दैट मोमेंट आई स्टार्ट प्लेइंग किंग h2, लाइक गेटिंग रुक, पुटिंग द रुक ऑन g1, क्योंकि F5 खेलते ही आई हैव दिस ऑप्शन ऑफ टेकिंग एंड g file completely opens up. So will be a fun game, bhai. I'm curious, Sahil bhai, and question for you: when do you think? And question for the chat as well: when do you think the first trade will be made in this game?
Good question. I think at least 5 moves away. I don't see that happening in the next 5 moves or 6 moves or so. And also, it's very interesting to me कि अर्जुन अब सोच रहे हैं. So that means he probably understands कि यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है. But Rook D1 is probably not on his radar. Maybe
Bhai,
it's a move he.
एक
हाँ,
Maggie says के no trades will happen until move 17.
वो तो मैंने भी बोला ना भाई, 5-6 मूव.
चलो move
सेम ही
18 ले
तो.
लो भाई, move 18 ले
नहीं
लो.
यार. नहीं,
20
I
नहीं
think
बोलना चाहता हूँ, बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा यार.
20 में, I mean 18 is वो तो
20
एक मूव
बहुत
ही
ज्यादा
एक्स्ट्रा
हो
है.
जाएगा यार. 18 पे मान लो ना यार, 18 पे मान लो.
नहीं यार, 17 तो मैं खुद ही कह रहा हूँ, तो एक मूव पे
चलो
रिस्क क्यों
ना
लूंगा मैं?
तेरा ना मेरा, 19. चलो, बेस्ट ऑफर.
8 मूव. ओके,
भाई
लेट मी
दैट्स अ
थिंक
लॉट
क्या
ऑफ
होगा
मूव्स
यहाँ
यार,
पे.
कम ऑन, कुछ तो मानो यार.
E5, D5. ठीक है, डन डन. एक मैगी की बेट, 8 मूव,
ये मैं
19.
हारने वाला हूँ पक्का, बट लेकिन
19 तक अगर एक भी ट्रेड हो गया तो
हाँ,
बेसिकली 19 के बाद 20th मूव वाइट खेलेगा, आई लूज.
ठीक है, डन डन डन.
डन भाई, चलो एक मैगी की बेट.
ये मैं हारने वाला हूँ पक्का, बट मजा आएगा.
मुझे लग रहा
ये
है एक
बढ़िया.
मूव से हारोगे.
ये बढ़िया.
आई थिंक एक मूव से यू विल लूज, मुझे
हाँ,
लग
मुझे
रहा
भी लग रहा है भाई, एक मूव से
है. ना?
हारूंगा. हाँ, मुझे भी लग रहा है एक मूव से
इस बार मैंने
हारूंगा.
बार्गेनिंग अच्छी करी.
हाँ, बढ़िया थी, बढ़िया थी. And Arjun, by the way,
बट या
thinking for the first time, that makes me think he's out of his prep. And now the main question is, Sahil bhai, does he want to play e5 or not? Is e5 in his, क्योंकि अगर e5, जैसे अगर मैं रुक d1 ना खेलता इस पोजीशन में, right? You mentioned कि if I played e4 myself and black plays e5, for example, if this is what Arjun has prepared, then after rook d1, he goes into that line again. He thinks of queen c8, he thinks of queen e8, he thinks of rook e8, all the lines where he can play e5 basically. But e5, if it's not in his prep, then he looks at those offbeat hippo structures with e6.
ट्रू. True. And I think ये बहुत crucial choice है साथ में कि does he want to play for not? I think as you mentioned, so Arjun, that's what he's thinking, I think. कि if he has not seen Rook
Yep.
D1 and if E5 was the plan against E4, okay, now can I execute E5 or not? If I can, is it good? I think that's a very crucial choice for Arjun. So meanwhile, as he calculates, maybe one look at the Aravindh game to see where it's going.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at Aravindh. So Aravindh has not had the best event so far. He's on 1.5 out of 5. He has lost 2 matches in a row against Nodirbek and then against Hans. Sorry, against Hans and then Vincent. Back-to-back losses. So this is his third game, but uske beech mein ek rest day tha, which I think is very much needed when you're suffering 2 losses in a row, to get your thoughts together, to get yourself to start to feel a bit more confident. Ek wo अच्छा सा एक break मिल जाता है आपको to break that entire routine. And he plays against Sindarov, of course, who is one of the tournament leaders. He's coming off of 2 wins. So this is a very important fact here, Sahil bhai. Sindarov coming off of 2 wins in a row and Aravindh coming off of 2 losses in a row. So very important match for the Indian player to try and see, bhai, can we break that streak either ways?
Yeah, well said. I think um, that's why the moment is so important, right? I think it's not just about the tournament also, as we discussed. I think it's about Arvind's career. He really wants to get his rating back up. Um, and Olympiad is just around the corner. I think that rating matters a lot. Playing the Olympiad for the winning team can be a life-changing event. And we have a very strong team again this year. So he would love to be part of the team, and that means rating up करना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है. I'm going through his live rating actually. मैं खोल रहा हूँ 27 chess, but um, I
You
think it's
know,
around 2-6 something, 2-6-8 or something.
on the chat, someone says, seeing Sindarov's form, I feel he also gonna win the candidates. And bhai, this is not the first time I'm hearing this. A lot of like people around me in my group have said something similar. So मेरा question ये आपसे chat, who is your pick for the candidate? Who is going to win the candidate according to you? अगर आपको एक ही नाम लेना है भाई, ऐसा ही नहीं कि 50 इसका इसका इतना परसेंट चांस, इसका इतना परसेंट चांस. बी ब्रूटल.
Saj bhai, while I want to say Sindarov as well, I think Sindarov would be a logical recent choice, and usually the expected guy doesn't win somehow. Like I feel like thoda twist to hoga. Like maybe it will be somebody. Yeah, I'm still not sure about Sindarov though. I think chat के पास बहुत आंसर्स हैं. Pragg, Fabi, Sindarov, Gary Kasparov भी नाम है बीच में पता नहीं. But मिखाइल ताल भी खेल रहे हैं साथ भाई कैंडिडेट्स. Wow, I didn't know.
Crazy bhai, huge if true. But I'm seeing a lot of different answers. But I think Fabi Magnus nahi hai bhai. SC Penko is a nice pick as well. But pata nahi, mere liye like Sindarov is not a favorite to win. I mean, I know he's been in great form, but I don't think he's a favorite, to win. It's his first candidate. He's not as
Hmm.
experienced, and of course, I think वो दो तीन लोगों का candidate खराब कर सकता है, which is very very likely. But I'm not sure कि if he's a favorite going into it. But I think chat more or less says Fabi bhai.
Yeah, I think
Like if I
Fabi.
had to like conclude everyone, and what are your thoughts on this,
Yeah,
Sahil
I
bhai?
think Fabi has to be the one favorite, right? I mean, he's the guy who's done it so many times, played the candidates a million times, won it also once, played the world championship, and literally drew Magnus in the classical section like into 12 games straight. कितना मुश्किल है भाई वो करना मैग्नस के लिए. And he was winning in multiple games as well. So I
In
think
game six, yeah, someone in the chat also mentioned this. Ke game six में Fabi had some study like win, which I remember. It was
अरे
some.
गेम वन मुझे याद है साज भाई क्वीन G3 देयर वाज अ मूव क्वीन G3 जहां पे इफ ही हैड प्लेड दैट आई थिंक ही वुड विन द गेम सो आई फील
Oh,
लाइक
really?
कि
I
कहीं ना
would
कहीं
have to
पे
recheck that. But yeah, game six I remember really well. That was like a dead winning it, and that position can also be studied, afterwards, just to improve
या
your end games because it is so hard to find all
या
of those moves. But yeah, Fabi is
एंड
definitely
अबीर भाई
one
यू
of
आर
the
राइट.
favorites.
एक्चुअली वो सेम फैन जिन्होंने अर्जुन की शर्ट पहनी थी आज अरविंद की पहनी है. सो आई थिंक दिस इज अ निंजा टेक्निक टू गेट ऑल ऑटोग्राफ्स आज भाई.
Arey, amazing, amazing. He's also
है
looking
ना.
at Arjun's board. Crazy, bhai.
Wow. So ठीक है. As these guys calculate, I think Sajay, we should look at the moves though. We haven't. Let's go through the moves if possible.
The opening moves, yeah. So it was
Yes.
basically knight c3, c6 के बाद. This is known as semi-Slav chat. Triangle Slav, but इसको semi-Slav कहा जाता है. You don't take on c4 basically. And white plays g3. I used to play semi-Slav a lot before, and g3 was one of my like biggest problems. I hated like playing against this because it was so annoying because you had to take the pawn on c4 and then white के पास वो compensation रहता है. But he goes knight bd7, bishop g2, and then he takes on c4. Logical move. He castles, bishop e7, simple development. A4 आया to stop any b5 plans and to put pressure on c4 in the long term. He goes castle, e4, and now Sindarov plays b5. I think some prep here. Takes, e5 he plays to open the bishop and to attack the knight on f6. Black plays knight d5, offering the pawn, which he takes. And now Sindarov goes bishop b7 after a little bit of thought. And I think a very crazy position. Pawns are equal. White has more space. He has the pawn on e5, knight on b5. But at the same time, I feel black has majority on the queen side. White has majority on the king side.
True. And कहीं ना कहीं पे both players still playing very quickly. I thought this was much more complicated. बहुत ही तेज खेल रहे हैं to be honest. Maybe they both have an idea. Sundar of course has taken more time. And so like looking at the t-shirt, I was just wondering like sometimes many big companies pay a lot of money to get their logo ऐसे like किसी ने chat में लिखा था like I mean, we could like any brand could do this. No, at a chess tournament जाके shirt पहन के चले जाओ. Like it's free branding. I think very easy to do, नहीं?
भाई आपको बिजनेसमैन होना चाहिए भाई.
भाई
You
चैट में
think
लिखा भाई
you're naturally thinking like this.
चैट में एक बंदे ने लिखा उस वो बंदा भाई बिजनेसमैन
Oh,
होगा.
भाई
बट
बिजनेसमैन हो आप चैट में जिसने लिखा है.
हाँ,
Crazy.
क्रेजी इफ ट्रू
By
भाई.
the way, Arjun has also made a move. He has gone for your idea, Sahil bhai. He plays Queen C8. So he has E5 in his mind. And we could see the first trade happen very, very soon here, bhai.
लेट्स गो भाई. 3 से कितनी 7 मैगी हो गई थी. आई थिंक अब 6 होने वाली है मुझे लग रहा है. Although I'm still not sure. I mean, E4, E5, D5 is the trade happening? I'm still not convinced.
By E4, E5 के बाद he could technically go D takes E5 immediately. Yeah, that's a trade right there.
But he won't. I think. He won't take on E5, I
Yeah,
feel.
no, I'll
Huh?
give you that. I'll give you that. Yes, I don't think he will. तो चैट यहाँ पे एक मैगी का बेट लगा है कि आई से 19 मूव्स तक कोई ट्रेड नहीं होगा, नॉट इवन अ पॉन. एंड साहिल भाई सेज होगा. तो इट विल बी फन टू सी हाउ दिस
Yeah.
गेम अनफोल्ड्स.
एक मस्त यौन ले ली भाई साहब. क्या मतलब खतरनाक यौन ले ली. जो हमने पूरी आंखें खुल गई होंगी. साज भाई, yawns basically like make you more focused. Like rather than they kind of awaken your brain. ऐसा लगता है कि बंदे को नींद आ रही है, but actually they make you more focused, I think somehow. ऐसा कुछ है
Really?
science.
That's a scientific fact or what?
Yeah. Like for example, your body yawns
Hmm.
ताकि आप और focus कर पाओ at the task in hand.
Ah,
So suddenly
मैं
it's not blue
मैं इस
balm.
बात को मान नहीं रहा हूँ, बट सुनने में अच्छा लग रहा है
नहीं,
भाई.
हाँ, it's not blue balm. It's blue balm 1 point, blue balm into 1.25x now. Like suddenly he's woken up more.
Hmm.
So आज
तो
वो
कमेंट्री
विंसेंट,
करने
लेकिन
से कि भाई चेस इंप्रूव
हाँ,
होती है क्या फिर?
कमेंट्री पता नहीं भाई, यॉन करने से जरूर होती है. So if let's say कि you find commentary boring and you do commentary and then you yawn, then your chess improves maybe.
Yeah. That's fair. And Sahaj, sir, 95 was not possible in Arjun's match. भाई वो हमने एनालाइज किया था कुछ टाइम पहले. 95 it was a possibility जहाँ पे आप मार सकते थे, but it led to some crazy positions and Arjun was not worse there. But I think Bluebaum, looking at the fact कि भाई Arjun was playing so quickly in the opening, he didn't want to go to the most let's say dynamic variation, because वहाँ पर कंप्यूटर की हेल्प, मतलब जो आपने प्रेप करी है घर पे, that starts to show more. Then you're not really playing against a human, you're playing against a machine. So you don't want to go into the most critical line there. So kind of made sense.
भाई E4 played. So E5 एक सेकंड में आएगा.
भाई E5 पे D5 मत मारियो बस. ऑल्सो भाई अगर E5 पे अगर ब्लू बॉम ने बिशप E3 खेल दिया तो 8x D4 तो भाई आ ही जाएगा.
भाई बिशप
फिर
E3
तो
is the best
13
move
मूव पे
साज
हार गए
भाई.
भाई.
हाँ, बिशप E3, B3, D5, 3 options actually. So my odds look nice right now.
या वेरी नाइस. आई थिंक ये आप जीतने वाले हो भाई, मुझे भी लग रहा है आप जीत जाओगे.
Come on chat. टिकू ओपी इन द चैट होना चाहिए जैसे ही वो कैप्चर होगा. एक मैगी तो मिलेगी. कभी तो खाना खा के मैं सो पाऊंगा यार. भूखा सोच के थक चुका हूँ.
Gukesh will be the undefeatable champion for next 50 years. भाई let's see भाई, let's see what
So you
happens. अभी
mean
तो
गुकेश
एक
एट द
वर्ल्ड
एज ऑफ
चैंपियनशिप जीता है वो.
79? 79 पे गुकेश खेल रहा होगा भाई चेस और डोमिनेट कर रहा होगा 79 की एज में.
Huge if true.
या हम तो 100 के हो चुके होंगे भाई. तो भाई सदमा ही दे दिया बंदे ने
तब
यार.
भी कमेंट्री कर रहे होंगे भाई.
भाई सदमा ही दे दिया बंदे ने यार. इतना इतना एक्सिस्टेंशियल क्राइसिस में ले गया बंदा भाई. ऐसे कमेंट्स मत लिखो चैट में यार.
Well,
मीनवाइल
let's see.
साज
अभी
भाई.
वो both players, by the way,
हाँ.
it's a great angle, yeah.
लेट्स सी क्या होता है. पीछे एरविन ने अभी भी मूव चल रहे हैं. अब इवांचुक भी दिख रहे हैं, करिसा ये भी दिख रही है. बट we're going to focus on Arjun right now. Crucial moment. Queen Steel का idea था E5. Salve, can you play E5 on the board for a second? Just to see how my Maggies look. And like, what would one play though? Like, would he play D5? Would he allow black to take on D4? Which is practically better?
Sorry भाई, I think my internet went away for a second there.
हाँ.
And E4 के बाद E5 you are asking, right?
हाँ, like after E5, what would be practically better for white? Like to allow the capture or to play D5?
I think d5 makes more sense to me because your bishop on b7 is bad. And I think this is a typical King's Indian plan. Okay, आप bishop b7 पे रखते तो d5 खेल के I can completely put a blockade here. I think he will know d5 is a good move. But and also ed4 allow karna perhaps is not the best because like the bishop on b7 starts to target the e4 pawn, then rook e8 aa sakta hai, knight c5 aa sakta hai, and those tactical possibilities become more and more possible.
Agreed. And then e4 is like you're wondering कि rook d1 पे क्यों है? Rook should be on e1 to defend the e4 pawn maybe also. So
Exactly. So e5
interesting
के
है.
बाद d5 is makes the most sense to me, but I think we'll see.
Yeah, and also chat, by the way, I think e5 should be played. If you hang around for a while, I think it might get a bit scary. White could himself have the right to play e5 and or you would just develop bishop f4, bishop e3, gain more space. So black should not wait any longer, I think. If he wants to play e5, let's do it right now. Queen c8 otherwise makes no sense otherwise. He has to push that pawn, 2 squares.
Yeah, I think very, very important there. But let's see how he plays. By the way, some updates in the Nodirbek versus Gukesh match. Let's jump there and see what has happened. So after a4, a5, a4 पे छोड़ा था हमने. Gukesh goes a5, not allowing him to gain any space on the queen side. White plays king h1. I'm guessing he wants to go g4 at some point, or maybe just plan something on the king side. Is a rook g1 g4 करके. Black plays bishop d6, knight e2, okay, knight f8 and knight g3. By the way, first thing, of course, like looks like a pretty solid position for both players. Maybe slightly more comfortable for Nodirbek right now, but look at the time difference, Sahil bhai. It is 21 minutes in favor of Nodirbek. That is, I think, maybe slightly worrying.
Slightly, yes. I think overall Gukesh has not taken that much time. 13 move ke liye he's taken like 27 minutes, which is not too scary. But relatively, yes. I think Nodirbek still feels like he's in prep. And now I don't like the pawn structure in general. थोड़ा सा bishop d6 एक बड़ा सा प्यादा लग रहा है मुझे देखने में. But also it's not easy for white to break through. Like the typical plan जो मुझे याद है साज भाई is like put the knight on c4, find the right one to play f4 if possible. And Ukesh would know these structures, would know what to do, and I think he should be still okay. Although I agree, I think 20 minutes is a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot. Chat me asking, was Ivanchuk ever a world champion? No, bhai, he played the world championship finals to Ponomarev, who's the youngest. Well, technically, when we talk about the world champion, he's the only one who was younger than Gukesh in that sense. And yeah, I think in that match also maybe Ivanchuk was a slight favorite, but he lost that match, so he never got that world championship title.
By the way, e5 played, I think, in the Arjun game.
Oh, moment of truth. What does Bluebaum go for? Let's switch there. E4, E5. What does he go for? He plays D5. Let's go, bhai. No trades.
No!
अब तो भाई गए आपके chances. अब मुश्किल लग
भाई
रहा है.
बहुत
Unless Arjun goes for some C6 and pawn takes D5, that would be a trade. But we have how many moves now? 5 more moves, yeah? 6 for Arjun.
But 19 move tak hai na. I still have 7 more moves remaining, I think. So I still have faith, Saj. I still have faith because D5 तो आ गया. And I think Arjun की अगली move में तो capture नहीं हो रहा. So I think A5 is pretty normal. And A5 के बाद I'm guessing bishop E3 will be normal. कुछ तो हो रहा है पीछे, हम देख रहे हैं. And उसके बाद क्या दो? It's not clear exactly what do these sides like. Knight C5 from black, for example. Okay, already हम 15 मूव हो 14-15 मूव होने वाले हैं यार. I'm not sure where the
But
capture is
19
coming
पे
from.
भाई आप जीत जाओगे. 17-18 होता तो बहुत क्लोज होता, but I think 19 पे आप जीत जाओगे शायद.
But still, I'm trying to figure out what is Arjun's plan. Like the plan is not easy. For example, if you have the moves on the board, let's say D5, A5, Bishop E3, Knight C5, Black का best move यहाँ, for example, like Knight C5. Let's say White plays B3. This would defend everything. Like H5 a best move. For
या
example.
उसके बाद भी
Now
G5 is
G5,
possible.
Knight H7,
Knight H.
and now like
No
you could.
trade still. Move
Yeah, no
16 पे हो
trades.
आप. अरे भाई
17th move पे आ
लेकिन वो
गए.
F6 खेल के ट्रेड कर देगा भाई.
हाँ, but वही like it's getting. I'm also worried about the position itself. Like black का plan थोड़ा f6 maybe is the move. Yeah, that's the move you have to play, and maybe you get some counter play. But then the queen will
मेरे
be
को
better
लग
on
रहा है
d8.
कुछ odds लेने चाहिए थे मुझे इसमें.
भाई
Like
आपने
1-1
बेट
नहीं
गलत
होना
लगा
चाहिए
ली
था.
भाई, ये तो है,
But I
बेट
think आप
गलत
जीत
लगाई है.
जाओगे भाई. अब तो
बट यू विल लुक
हाँ,
वेरी
अब
कूल.
तो मैं पीछे नहीं हट रहा भाई मैं.
नहीं,
But I'm
यू
just
विल लुक
saying.
वेरी कूल इफ यू विन दिस बेट दो, तो इट्स वर्थ द रिस्क मे बी.
Yeah, could be. Let's see. But अभी D5 के बाद अर्जुन थिंकिंग एंड ब्लू बॉम बोर्ड पे ही नहीं है भाई. फेडोसीव भी घूम रहा है भाई. फेडोसीव घूम क्यों रहा है भाई, वो भी चेक करते हैं एक बार. ही इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट प्रग. ओ ओके. यहाँ पे बी फाइव का पॉन मरा. सो आई थिंक वी लेफ्ट इट एट A3 डी टेक C4, जहाँ पे ही प्लेज E4. B5 played by Pragg. He takes the pawn on B5, black takes the pawn on E4, and he takes the pawn on C4. So pawn ekdam barabar. And here Pragg plays one of the best moves, C6, to attack the B5 knight. So Fedoseev की चाल है भाई, उसमें घूम क्यों रहा है वो?
यू नो, घूम क्यों रहा है ये तो मुझे तो भगवान पता होगा. बट इन जनरल आई एम वेरी क्यूरियस अबाउट हाउ मच चेस प्लेयर्स लव चेस. फॉर एग्जांपल चैट सोचो, ये जो प्लेयर्स खड़े, सिंदारोव खड़ा है वहां पे, वो वर्ल्ड का हीरो बन के, ही कुड बी थिंकिंग अबाउट हिज गेम. This is time that either is running on his clock or on his opponent's clock. He could be using that time to calculate moves at his own board. That's obviously going to help him. But chess players बाकी गेम देखने चलते हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि इतने क्यूरियस होते हैं चेस के बारे में. दे लव चेस सो मच कि भाई उसकी गेम में क्या चल रहा है, भाई उसकी गेम में. इट्स लाइक, इमेजिन करो टेनिस खेल रहे हो, फेडरर नाडाल का मैच चल रहा है, फेडरर गया, हाँ भाई एक से मैं जरा जोकोविच की गेम देख के आया, भाई वो कैसे शॉट मार रहा है. लाइक इट्स क्रेजी एज अ कंसेप्ट कि देखो उठ गया फिर से भाई गेम देखने के लिए दूसरों की. लाइक इट्स इनसेन. या यू कुड बी यूजिंग दिस टाइम टू थिंक ऑन योर ओन गेम, बट नो, बाकी गेम भी देखनी है.
आई डोंट नो. आई फील कि अगर आप एक गेम के बारे में बहुत टाइम सोचते हो ना, तो आपका दिमाग थोड़ा मतलब आई डोंट नो रगेड सा हो जाता है. तो आई थिंक एक व्हेन यू लुक एट अनदर चेस मैच, इट योर ब्रेन गेट्स सम रेस्ट. अगर आप ऑल्सो जब आप किसी और का गेम देख रहे हो, तो यू लुक एट इट वेरी डिफरेंटली. यू नॉट लुकिंग एट इट भाई मुझे ये खेलना है ये खेलना है. यू डोंट थिंक लॉन्ग टर्म देयर. यू आर जस्ट ट्राइंग टू गिव योर ब्रेन सम टाइम टू रिलैक्स. And I think it's a good exercise, I think, especially during matches. Maybe that's what these players are doing.
अग्रीड, अग्रीड. पर तभी क्यूरियस तो होते हैं. आई रिमेंबर मैग्नस वंस चेकिंग आउट अ गेम ऐसे करके, ऐसे डेप्थ में, मतलब ऐसे घुस जाते हैं गेम के अंदर भी, क्या खेला है, स्कोर शीट इसी सी और राइट. चेक आउट द स्कोर शीट्स प्रॉपर कि क्या क्या हुआ कि दे केम अप टू दिस पोजीशन, राइट. एंड
Hmm.
इनफैक्ट एनीबडी हु प्ले चेस टूर्नामेंट कैन अटेस्ट टू दिस. अगर आप चेस टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हो, नॉर्मल ओपन टूर्नामेंट भी, अगर आपकी आखिरी गेम चल रही है उस हॉल में, like last game चल रही है, you will have like 100 people, 200 people surrounding you and just looking at your game because chess players are so curious about the game itself. कुछ नहीं
Hmm.
मिलना भाई देख के, बट कुछ सीखने को मिल सकता है, कुछ फन ड्रामा मिल सकता है. तो चेस प्लेयर्स आर वेरी वेरी पैशनेट पीपल इन जनरल.
मतलब ऑल्सो लाइक कुछ अगर कोई ड्रामा किसी बोर्ड पे हो रहा होता तो क्या एकदम भीड़ लग जाती है. एवरी प्लेयर वांट्स
हाँ,
टू नो क्या हुआ
एग्जैक्टली,
क्या हुआ.
एग्जैक्टली. So yeah, I think it's very interesting. And meanwhile, Pragg calculating, no
He's
moves in
an
the Pragg
only move
game, no
territory
moves.
here, by the way. He has to take on C3,
Hmm.
otherwise he is going to be a little worse. I think Pragg सोचेगा यहाँ पे थोड़ा.
Hmm. So maybe we go to the game of, okay, no moves in Arjun. Maybe Gukesh, do we have moves? No, no moves there as well. So थोड़ा सा काम
Arvind
चल रहा है अभी.
perhaps.
हाँ, let's go Arvind. Let's go Arvind.
So Arvind के मैच में we were here somewhere. Bishop B7 knight D2 पे छोड़ा था हमने, right? Pawn C4 का attack. He goes A6. Now bunch of trades happen. Knight C3 takes, and knight B6 to defend the C4 pawn. And okay, position more or less has simplified. And bar seems to favor white. And I think this is because I think compensation here you have this beautiful D5 outpost. Now, whether you put your queen there, whether you put your knight there, that remains to be seen. But this is a beautiful square. This is a nice compensation there. I mean, if we could just change one thing about the position, like if we could put this pawn on b5, for example, this would be a great position for black.
Agreed. And in fact, C4 pawn को उठा के B5 पे भी रख दो. I might even like that because in C3 pawn
Oh,
को I can heavily pressure.
that's even better. This will be great
So
for black, I think.
yeah, rooks, queen D5, knight C4, rook F C8, like it will be like a dream position. But yeah, I think it's very interesting, and I'm happy that Arvind is on the white side of things. At least there's a chance. And also, let's not keep in mind he E5 a pawn है. So there could be, I don't know if there's a potential queen side king side attack brewing for white, but Queen g4 is a move. Knight e4, bishop h6 are definitely something he can consider as well. And black ideally does not want to go f5 because मारने के बाद वो e6 pawn can be weak. So काफी interesting position है. Bar prefers white. That makes me happy. And of course, as you mentioned, Raj, a6 pawn कल को could be a big. होता ना ऐसे आप मूवीज में देखते हो लाइक यू आर वो हाइकिंग पे लोग अटक जाते हैं एंड देन किसी के पैर पे लग जाती है उसको फिर उठा के लेके जाना पड़ता है लाइक द प्रॉब्लम इज नॉट जस्ट कि यू आर स्टक इन विल्डरनेस विद नो फूड एंड वाटर अब एक बंदे को कंधे पे उठा के लेके जाना है भाई दैट्स इज टू मच एफर्ट या ये वही बंदा है जो अटक चुका है
especially
तो
in
एट दिस
in middle games it's very difficult.
या एंड रुक 8 बैठा रहेगा वहां पे पॉन को बचाने के लिए कांट बी एक्टिवेटेड सो एज ऑफ नाउ आई वुड प्रेफर टू बी वाइट हियर इफ आई हैड टू चूज द कलर
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And Yash bhai chat में पूछ रहे हैं in QGD when black plays bishop d6, white plays c5, then where to keep the bishop c7 or e7? भाई ये firstly देखो QGD में usually white c5 खेलता नहीं है और usually black का bishop भी d6 पे आता नहीं है. तो it's a question that is that depends on the situation. But in most cases अगर आपके पास दोनों की option है c7 और e7 की, I probably would choose c7 if I can make the e5 break. And I would choose e7 if I can make the b6 break.
Saj
So
bhai,
it's like
Arjun,
both are good.
Arjun came. So he played h5 instead of e5. Sorry, after d5, he played h5
भाई आ
instantly.
गया
Knight f7.
capture.
Let's go f6.
15th पे ही आ रहा है यार.
f6. f6. Let's go f6.
Crazy.
But question, won't the queen be better placed on d8 now, like when you were going for f6?
हाँ आराम से वेट करो. मैं तो कह रहा हूँ अभी खेलने का जरूरत ही नहीं है f6 भाई. पूरा
अच्छा.
19 चाल जब तक खत्म नहीं होती तब तक कोई ट्रेड करने का जरूरत नहीं है इस पोजीशन में. बट ब्लैक
So
की
maybe
बेटर है
queen
भाई.
d8.
हाँ
Then
बिशप
queen
c8 भी लाओ उसके
e7.
बाद.
Queen e7.
Queen
You will bring close.
एंड देन
पास
बिशप
से डिफेंड
c8
करेगी.
नाइट c5
हाँ.
f ऐसे करके प्लान करो फिर f6 आराम से खेलो. लाइक इतना जल्दी खेलने की जरूरत नहीं है.
फेयर आई थिंक अर्जुन को भी अगर हारना होगा तो जरूर करेगा वो बट आई थिंक आज हारने के मूड में नहीं है वो बट या f6 incoming I don't think black has any other plan now you wouldn't play h5 if you didn't want to play f6
yeah for sure but okay f6 is something he can play at any point so and my question is कि अगर black अगर f6 नहीं खेलता यहाँ पे right let's say black कुछ मतलब black बोलते मैं अब कुछ भी कर रहा हूँ मैं f6 खेलूंगा ही नहीं then what does white do
let's say bishop e3 a5 खेला black ने
हाँ
what does white do that's a
there
good
कुछ a3 b4 yeah perhaps
a3 maybe and let's say
a3
black
b4 yeah perhaps to create some counterplay on the queen side
yeah and I think white के पास ही plan है और के e3 b4 के बाद क्या like are you playing c5 I think next yeah I think
yeah
that's
c5 at some point that's typical in KID positions.
So white has a plan. That's the question. So if white has a plan, then black has to counter attack. He can't sit tight, and that means f6 is the only way. Chat instructions में usually black plays on the king side, white plays on the queen side. For example, e5 pawn है black का center में, so it supports the king side initiative. जो d5 pawn है, it supports the queen side initiative. तो काफी interesting position. Queen हाथ में लेके खेल रहे हैं Bluebaum भाई because उनके पास कोई piece नहीं है हाथ में. सहज भाई, we need to give Bluebaum a piece. बेचारा क्वीन से खेल रहा है इतने भारी पीस से यार दिल दुख रहा है मेरा उसके लिए
No, किसी ने भी बोला चैट में कि if Gukesh gets anyone except Fabi or Hikaru, he has 80 to 90% chance to win. तो मतलब अगर Pragg कैंडिडेट जीत जाए तो in a world championship match, do you think Gukesh has 80 to 90% chance to win against Pragg? सोचो भाई, no chance.
भाई 80-90 तो किसी के साथ भी नहीं है नॉट इवन लाइक
किसी के साथ नहीं है भाई तो वैस टू मच
By the way, I'm not playing still. He took out like a handkerchief from his pocket and then
f6 की वो सोच रहा है उसको कैसे टारगेट करें f6 को maybe Arjun also goes f5 you never know maybe knight h4 is possible like after something like f6 and तो उस पे मेरे पास हमेशा queen e8 रहेगा to defend the g6 pawn
apparently f5 is a big mistake because whenever you do it I think आपका एक g6 मूव आएगा वाइट से पॉन से मारने के बाद and that's extremely deadly for black so f5 is not an option सहज भाई मैगी नहीं बच रही
f5 is never happening
yeah मुश्किल है and chat like the stream let's get to 500 likes भाई Chesscom membership देनी है हमें याद ला करो एक तो 490 likes पे रख जाती है हमेशा लाइक करो मेंबरशिप घर लेके जाओ एंड स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर बनो ताकि होपफुली आप भी कुछ तगड़ी गेम्स खेल पाओ भाई. चेस खेलने में ब्यूटी है. वंस यू प्ले, कितने लोग हैं चैट में जिन्होंने कभी लाइफ में क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस खेला है? आई टॉकिंग रियल क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस, थोड़ा क्वीन ब्लंडर, लाइक क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस खेला है एंड इट वर्कड आउट ब्यूटीफुली. ऐसा कुछ कोई है चैट में? कितने लोग हैं?
बहुत कम
साथ
लोग
व्हेन
होंगे
वाज
भाई.
द, हाँ एग्जैक्टली, लाइक इट जस्ट मेक्स यू फील लाइक ओ माय गॉड, लाइक असली असली बोलते हैं ना भाई, तो अपन ही है भाई इस गेम का.
राइट भाई, राइट. For me, this queen sacrifice happened like very, very recently, like 2023, I believe, or 2024, something like this. It was one of those 6 days event where I think I had the best queen sacrifice I've ever had in my life. So for me, it's
वाह
more or less new, but yeah, queen sacrifice करने में मजा कुछ और ही आता है भाई. And he plays bishop e3, develops the bishop, and maybe he's also targeting the c5 square, that b4 c5 plan that we were looking at. Makes a lot of sense. And now f6 is a possibility for Arjun.
भाई इज गोना प्ले इट इन 1 मिनट एंड चैट कह रही है मी बहुत लोगों ने क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस किया है. एंड ऑफ कोर्स मॉडर्न मेट इज अ ब्यूटी, या व्हेन यू डू इट इट्स ब्यूटीफुल. ऑफ कोर्स बैक रैंक मेट इज आल्सो फन एंड दे मेक यू फील गुड अबाउट योरसेल्फ. आई थिंक बहुत अच्छा लगता है अगर क्वीन सैक करके जीतो ना. लाइक इफ यू प्लेइंग इवन एन ओवर द बोर्ड गेम, ऑनलाइन गेम, यू हैव टू पाथ्स टू विन द गेम. एक है पॉन प्लस खेल के खेलूं, एक क्वीन सैक करके खेलूं. भाई ऑफ कोर्स यू विल बी टेम्प्टेड बाय द क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस. या लाइक देयर इज नो वे. मुझे याद है विशी वर्सेस मैग्नस गेम, याद है क्वीन सैक किया था एंड ही वन. ही हैड अ किंग नाइट एंड पॉन एंड इट वाज स्ट्रॉन्गर देन द क्वीन, समथिंग लाइक दैट. किंग नाइट बिशप एंड पॉन था आई थिंक इन दैट एंड गेम ब्लैक से मैग्नस वन, याद है?
कौन सा टूर्नामेंट था?
I don't know, some world, I think it was rapid chess, I think, somewhere.
Hmm.
And Vishy had a queen and Magnus had bishop, knight, and pawn. And he won that end game. Like, it was insane, like how
Crazy,
he
man.
understood.
We'll check it
So,
out for
वही
sure. I
है.
mean, if I see the game, maybe I'll remember, yeah?
Yeah, we commented it on it. मुझे याद है. But yeah, anyways, I think regardless,
Okay.
queen से करने में अलग ही मजा है भाई. टेक
Correct.
महिंद्रा, yes, GCL, yes. I think commentary नहीं करी होगी हमने शायद फिर. GCL ही था लेकिन, not this one though. Previous one.
Okay. Maybe like the one of the previous seasons, yeah? Chat को
Yeah,
याद भी
yeah.
है भाई. GCL लिख भी दिया किसी ने.
भाई
Crazy.
चैट तुम्हें कैसे याद है यार? तुम तो खतरनाक हो भाई. भाई एक बार चैट होप ही हो जाए भाई, चैट में कहो भाई क्या क्रेजी यार, कैसे
Crazy भाई.
जीएन को
आपको
याद नहीं है,
याद है?
एलियन को
That's
याद नहीं है.
that's insane भाई.
वाओ.
एकदम insane memory.
भाई चैट होपी भाई बनता है भाई, चैट होपी रील्स में आ जाता है भाई, बट स्टिल यार याद है तुम लोगों को. दैट्स इनसेन.
भाई रील्स तो मेरे भी आते हैं, बट मुझे नहीं याद रहती ये चीजें ऐसे. बट that's very impressive that you're able to remember these things. But question अभी अर्जुन के ऊपर, डज ही गो f6 और नॉट? एंड यश भाई बार बार पूछ रहे हैं कि f6 पे नाइट h4 अगर आप खेलते हो and black plays queen e8, don't you have knight b5? And I think you do, but I can technically go pawn takes g5 here. And if you go knight takes pawn, I go queen c8 and some mess in the position. Yeah, you can take on a8, I can take on h4. So very, very messy position incoming agar aisa hota hai to. But it is possible, yes. But I think
आई
this
थिंक,
mess maybe is not necessary for white.
या आई थिंक इट डिपेंड्स ऑन हाउ कॉन्फिडेंट अबासोव इज, सॉरी ब्लूबसम इज, सॉरी सॉरी
बेचारे को यार.
सॉरी भाई. कैंडिडेट लास्ट सीट से अबासोव ही दिमाग में आता है यार भाई. इट वाज एक्सीडेंटल भाई, टोटली एक्सीडेंटल.
अबे तो
बट
ऐसे पेन को होगा ना लास्ट सीट तो.
ऐसे बैंक को है क्या? ओ फिर तो आई एम इवन मोर सॉरी. बट एनीवेज, द पॉइंट इज ब्लूबाम, आई थिंक if he feels कि Arjun might still be not in prep, but he understands the position well, then he might not go into these tactics then, because this is very, very sharp. And Arjun को चाहिए ही भाई ये sharp जीतने का मौका. So he would prefer something solid, जहां पे दो रिजल्ट के लिए खेल रहे हो. But it's not easy to get that position now, because F6 के बाद you're breaking on the king side, and I think रिजल्ट तो आएगा इस गेम में साहब भाई. I find very hard to believe कि ये ड्रॉ में खत्म होगा.
Yeah, agreed bhai. And actually nahi, Bluebaum is still lower rated bhai. He's 2687 right now.
Oh, so I was correct. Thank God, भाई. Thank. चलो अब
हाँ
थोड़ा कम
मतलब
बुरा लग रहा है,
he's
बुरा लग रहा है.
below by like 11 points. But if he
हाँ, got
gets a
it.
couple of wins, then in this tournament only he will
Hmm,
um,
hmm, hmm.
make it even.
So
Yeah.
very important tournament for Blue Bum. Let's see what he does. Meanwhile, Arjun is still calculating whether he wants to keep us on our toes or whether I will get the Maggie instantly. Um, as he thinks, maybe one look at the Pragg game, because I see a bunch of exchanges there, Sahaj bhai. Let's go there.
Yeah, we left it at knight c3 marna tha, which was the only move. takes and queen a5 he plays to attack the c3 pawn. White plays bishop d2, simply defending. Bishop a6, another pawn trade. Takes, and now queen e2. एकदम end game की तरफ बढ़ गए. Either this match finishes, very quickly with a draw, or Fedoseev finds that 1% juice in the position and tries to squeeze it out. I think two results basically more or less possible.
I agree with that. I think although जो juice निकालने के chances है बहुत कम है, I feel like endgame है, you have the option of playing c5 at the right moment for black, so gets rid of that weak pawn on c6. Also, I think bishop d6 के बाद you can even put the king maybe somewhere in the center and if you want. And overall, I think rook b1, rook b7 का एक ही idea मुझे white का दिख रहा है. If you counter that, also a3 pawn hanging है, so it's not easy to do that actually. So
yeah, but maybe you'll take on e2, I'll take with the king, and then I'll put my other rook on b1 and then play rook b7, something like
yeah,
this.
True. I think वही एक idea है. अगर वो idea black ने counter कर लिया, I think it's pretty much a draw at the top level. So I think Pragg should be very happy कि comfortable position है. Of course, he has to still calculate everything. And apparently queen e2 here is the best move indeed. So queen e2, king e2, white king center में रहेगा. And now Pragg needs to decide how do I counter rook h b1, rook b7.
Yeah, that's the update there, and let's see how Pragg plays. And while Pragg thinks, maybe we should take a look at Nodirbek versus Gukesh as well.
Bhai. Arjun did not play f6.
अरे crazy. Let's go
भाई
back.
ये क्या हो गया?
He goes queen d8. 4 चालें और चाहिए भाई.
ये है रियल चेस की गेम जिसमें 4 चाल भाई. हाँ
नेक्स्ट मूव में f6 आ जाएगा.
हाँ तो रहा है, but queen d8 he actually went queen c8 and queen d8 back.
Yeah, because e5 आ गया ना.
That's crazy. Just to push, इतना important था e5 कि he wasted 2 moves, queen c8 and queen d8 back. Wow, brute force method से अपना task achieve करना है, कुछ भी हो जाए. e5 खेला था, खेल दिया भाई.
भाई f6 तो अब आ रहा है, ये तो पक्का है, बट कब आएगा we are not sure. And also does white take on f6 immediately, or he keeps the position as it is? That also remains to be seen. But yeah, captures incoming, trades incoming.
Bluebaum now thinking what to do. I think, for example, Indian keh raha hai king h1 as the best move. Now I am not convinced he'll play that move. So maybe queen d2 makes
king
sense.
h2 maybe, also looks logical, na? King h2 rook g1, nahi?
Yeah, but king h1 is a bit. I thought he had ajeeb hai, but I don't know. Could be played. I like that idea of rook g1 actually. Now that I look at it, because g6 pawn weak hoga whenever you play f6. You're preparing for it, so it makes a lot of sense. But then white is also playing on the king side Sahaj, rather than the queen side, very typically plays. तो कितना आसान है वो transition shift करना कि मैं queen side छोड़ के मैं king side पे खेलूंगा.
Yeah. So let's see what he goes for. I think it's a very complicated position for both players here, क्योंकि एक भी trade अभी तक नहीं हुआ है. 15 चालें हो चुकी हैं. And black is going for this break, which could weaken white's king. It can weaken black's king. And that g6 pawn also could be a point of target as well, जो chat में भी काफी लोगों ने लिखा. सहज भाई, नॉदिरबेक और गुकी, चूज वन. भाई पैसा सवाल कर रहे हो तो भाई जाते हैं उस मैच पे भी, see what is going on. After knight g3 he plays c5, and then knight d2 के बाद he goes knight e6 to stop white from playing f4 essentially. Choose one player. Let me see the follow-up. Knight c4, knight d6 is possible. There is knight f5 perhaps with some, I don't know, some g4 ideas. कभी f4 white का आ सकता है. No, draw भाई, draw. That's my take. Draw भाई. What do you think, Sahil भाई?
I kind of agree. I think draw looks very logical. White ने e6 पे knight ले आया, बहुत ही solid knight है. White does have knight f5 though, so there is some potential. Knight c4 भी आ रहा है. I think knowing Nodirbek and Gukesh, draw दोनों के दिमाग में नहीं है. If you give them a choice of going all in, they will. So I think game लंबी चलेगी. Now I agree. I think last में draw के chances high हैं, but game लंबी जरूर चलेगी. This could be the longest game of the day. I would not be surprised.
हाँ भाई, ऑफ कोर्स नो, एक तो गुकेश है जो हमेशा सबसे लंबा गेम चलता है, फिर दूसरा नोदिरबेक है।
हाँ,
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, नो
लेट्स नॉट
चांस ये
फॉरगेट,
गेम।
फ्री स्टाइल चेस में नोदरबेक गुकेश के साथ किंग टू नाइट वर्सेस किंग खेला था। लेट
ओह
मी
यस, आई रिमेम्बर।
रिमाइंड एवरीबॉडी ऑफ दैट कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियन के साथ बंदा किंग दो नाइट वर्सेस किंग खेला था, विच इज लाइक अ ड्रॉ ऑब्जेक्टिवली, लाइक इट वुड, लाइक मैं भी चेकमेट ना उसमें. सो दीज गाइज क्लियरली लव प्लेइंग चेस लॉन्ग गेम्स. एंड मीन वाइल एज यू गाइज थिंक, Sahaj bhai, we have a move from Matthias Bluebaum. It is not king h1, not a3, not king h2, it is b4.
Oh, so launching an attack on the queen side already, and somehow I'm seeing f6 is not one of the best moves here.
Sahaj
What is
bhai,
wrong
he's
with
fighting for your
f6? Oh,
Maggie.
bhai, f6 पे c5 is like very good for white, yeah?
Oof.
Like almost winning for blue bomb. So f6 he cannot play now.
Wow.
By the
मतलब,
way, the only move here for black is so difficult. Bishop c8.
and a5, a3 is also possible, but it doesn't solve the problem, right? Because a5, a3 के
अरे
बाद I'm
भाई,
still threatening c5.
Bishop c8 played already, भाई.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah,
भाई एक बार अर्जुन ओपी भाई, प्लीज 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 भाई, बनता है भाई. क्या भाई, सहज भाई, दैट वाज नॉट इजी, एंड टू प्ले इट
for
इन
sure.
46 seconds.
For sure. This is very, very difficult move to play over the board. Because by queen d8, c8 से d8 गई, bishop b7 से c8 गया. It's like you're losing two tempos, but to judge this correctly is very, very difficult.
भाई अर्जुन जीत रहा है आज भाई. दिस इज इनसेन. एंड चैट, लेट्स कीप इन माइंड, इट वाज, अगर वहां पे कोई भी और मूव खेलते, इट वाज +1 +1.5 फॉर वाइट. नाउ even after the best move h4, which is not easy because you're giving the g4 square away, it's only +0.5. And now black's move is indeed f6 or f5, whichever he wants to play. So
अब
I
तो f6
think,
और f5 के अलावा कुछ बचा ही नहीं है ना भाई खेलने के लिए.
huh. And I think white का plan is much tougher now than black's. I think c5 तो है, but what after c5?
Hmm.
I think Arjun के chances मुझे थोड़े better लग रहे हैं भाई. He found that in 46 seconds. That's insane. It's like hearing कि, साहब, do you know यहाँ पे मैराथन हुई थी कुछ अभी मुंबई में?
No, not really.
So there was a crazy Tata marathon, and वहां पे एक बंदा 42 किलोमीटर्स कुछ 2 घंटा 19 मिनट में दौड़ लिया.
Wow. Crazy.
Can you calculate the kmph of that run? Like that's like 21 kilometers an hour. I'm like, भाई गाड़ी की जरूरत ही नहीं है बंदे को.
Crazy भाई. Crazy.
So it's like hearing that, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. कैसे खेला बिशप सीट उसने भाई, दो दो ऐसे 40 सेकंड में.
I'm guessing he looked at c5 and c5 के बाद takes, pawn takes, and कुछ line में यहाँ पे bishop b7 पे is not properly placed. That's my understanding. So let's say अगर आपने f6 खेला होता, c5 takes takes. If you go knight c5 in this position, there is bishop takes, pawn takes, and yeah, look at this. There is queen b3. This is the move that attacks the bishop and threatens this discovered check with d6. And इसको stop करने के लिए Arjun has gone bishop c8 immediately. And this is again a nice prophylactic move हो गई है तो फिर से.
In chat, I know Udbin game. Let's go to Gukesh's Nodirbek. It's not a blunder. I think knight f5 जो move उसने खेली, it's the most natural move in the position, but it's maybe not the best because after Gukesh's response, जो बहुत जल्दी खेला उन्होंने, he can kick that knight away back with g6. So at the end, maybe जो purpose था knight f5 का, it might just be a waste of move after coming back to g3,
Or
unless
maybe
he
no,
goes
नहीं.
to
Why? He's
h6.
gonna go g3 and knight h4 ना to play f4. No?
Or do you think so? He'll go knight h4 now.
I think g3 probably is key place.
Oh,
Like
that's it.
g6, knight h4. Or knight h6 check also possible, but knight h4 is what I was thinking. Knight h6 actually is even better.
Yeah, that looks more tempting, no?
Yeah. And then f4 at some point.
Oof, still interesting. I don't think this is a mistake from Nodirbek. Knight f5. I think this is very logical. Maybe not the best idea, but this, I mean, knight on f5. Yeah, Kasparov would kill for this knight, I think, and this is overall a great concept.
Yeah, I think not a bad move whatsoever. But yeah, usually ऐसा रहता ही है इस position में, like so if initially white is better, then एक गलती होती है तो then black is better, but very, very complicated. कुछ अभी clear नहीं है यहाँ पे.
Yep. And Gukesh played it quickly. So now Nodirbek again in deep think. And just to point out, why is the bad move? Literally, second best move for white is just dropping the knight back to g3, which makes no sense whatsoever. So
Draw
I
for white.
don't think, yeah. So I don't think Nodirbek is gonna agree with the engine and the evaluation right now. He's thinking, why queen, attack करने का मौका है. Let me kind of bring more pieces into the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That makes sense. So I think यहाँ पे Nodirbek सोचेगा. For sure he saw bishop f8. And for sure he's not going to go f4 immediately क्योंकि उससे आपका double bishop चला जाएगा. He plays knight c4, okay, to attack the e5 pawn there. f6 खेलना is forced now maybe for black. Maybe he's planning g4 plans, Sahil bhai.
Oh, bhai,
Maybe he wants to go g4, yeah.
That is not, too fancy for my eyes, Sahaj, because rook g1, g4, g5 at some point, it's kind of normal. We've seen this before.
Yeah, also king h1's का idea clear हो जाता है ना? Why he played king h1. We were looking at some g4 plans, but now it makes sense. That's what he wants.
Yeah, so Nodirbek, as expected, is going for the kill, chat. Gukesh will have to stay on guard. The engine might say black is better, but I can tell you one wrong move and suddenly it could be plus 0.5. So you can see his body language. He's confident. Gukesh still calculating. पीछे से देख रहे हैं अभी वहां पे भाई. Trying to get the perspective of his opponent.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. I think f6 is pretty natural here though.
Yes.
f6 तो very
Agreed.
natural. But let's see what happens. साहिल भाई मैं 1 minute में आया. Be right back.
हाँ. So Gukesh still thinking and chat. बहुत important साल है. Kinsho, how are you? Bibisara game. We'll go to that game. I'm curious. ऐसा क्या crazy चल रहा है यार? ऐसा कि chat ने ऐसे request करी. Nothing super insane though. I mean, it's a decent game. We'll come to it soon, chat. Let's Sahaj come back. He has control of the board. Yeah, what a year for Gukesh. Tata Steel. It's an important event. Finished second last time, tied first in the classical. Would love to win this event. It would be an impressive start to the World Champions year. I think he was supposed to play Tata Steel India, but had to withdraw because of personal reasons. So this is the first major event he's playing. And he's not playing many events. चैट कितने tournaments तुम्हें पता है गुकेश के जो इस साल खेलने हैं उसको? I'm thinking out loud. There is no candidates he's playing. There is no Pragg Masters he's playing. I think that's one event he's playing. उसके अलावा Olympiad 2, World Championship 3, and I'm thinking which other events he's playing. I think EWC तो खेलेगा ही, but that's not really, you have to qualify for it, or I don't know if he plays. He didn't play it last time, but he might do it this time. So it's not still confirmed कि कितने events Gukesh खेल रहा है. I think Pragg Masters will be the next one though, which starts in the last week of February. Because Norway Chess, it's not confirmed, chat, because this time we already know Pragg is playing. We know Magnus is playing, or 6 players in total hai. So we already have one Indian in 6 players. तो एक पे ऐड होगा. Could be Norway Chess, could not be Norway Chess. We still don't have confirmation on that one yet. Tape when Magnus is playing doesn't mean Gukesh will. Again, we don't know, chat. We just don't know yet. So Gukesh, because मुझे इतना याद है last time जब World Championship थी, he didn't play many events. He refrained from playing them. So would he continue the same path in this year 2026 as well? Is very important.
Yeah, I'm
because
back.
He will get a lot of invites. Your Sajbhai, we were discussing like Gukesh 24 में कम events खेला था, right? Because preparing for the World Championship. Now 26 में he will get a lot more invites, right? Because on paper this is like could be the last year of his World Championship. So he could try to capitalize on it the maximum, right? Play maximum events, maximum exposure.
I think you
maximum
focus on World Championship, bhai.
So you think he should play less events this year?
I mean, technically, I think you should prepare for the World Championship. I think Olympiad to khelega wo. But yeah.
So
maybe before candidates, he can play a couple of events and then uske baad he takes a break.
So Norway Chess is an important one. Does he play that or not? I think I'm still wondering what is the final players list, because last time Norway में world के top 5 में से top 5 players थे. It was an incredible event. I think top 6 थे क्या? I think it was like top 5 and number 7, something like that. Wei was number 7.
I think was the one player. Yeah, 7th, I think. I can't remember.
Yeah, so they're gonna try to stick that rating list, but Pragg is there. Pragg is not in the world top 10 right now. I think world number 10 maybe he might be, but it's gonna be interesting to see how many events Gukesh plays in this year, because jitna khelenge, utna opportunities, but also he might get tired or might not have time to prepare for the world championship. But yeah, I agree with you, Saj. I think maybe once he knows who the candidate is it Fabi? Is it Hikaru? भाई लिटरली 2-2.5 महीने में 3 महीने पता होगा भाई कौन चैलेंज करने वाला है मुकेश को वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए. सडनली दैट राइवलरी बिकम्स सो क्रूशियल.
Absolutely, bhai. Agreed. Will be very, very exciting. And by the way, look at this. Arjun has finally played f6 so on move 17, Sahil
लेट्स
bhai.
गो भाई, लेट्स गो. अब H4 मत खेलना मेरे भाई.
भाई
लेट्स जस्ट
H4 के बाद आपको चाल दिख रही है? Are you seeing this?
A5.
Because it's crazy, bhai. H4 के बाद there is f takes g5,
हाँ
knight takes g5,
हाँ
knight takes g5, I guess. And then
हाँ.
supposedly you are supposed to capture back with the pawn. Bishop से मारोगे तो bishop f6 के बाद black is better because h4 is hanging. So after h takes g5, black can play technically rook f4.
Oh, that is so good. That is so good, chat. That is so good. That's a typical Petrosian kind of exchange sacrifice. Yeah. If Saraj, let's take on that F4 rook now and show how bad it is.
Take bishop f4, then ef4, and black is basically winning already. Knight e5 incoming, queen g5 incoming. Like dark squares
Wow.
पर you're just dominating.
Wow.
तो
So
भाई दो
that,
चाल में तो कैप्चर तो हो रहा है भाई, तो you're winning it.
by unless he plays H5, because H4, sorry. अगर white ने H4 खेला, then black की best move apparently is A5.
बट a3 के
Then it
बाद भी तो
is
फिर आप खेलोगे ही ना, कुछ तो मारोगे
A3.
आप उधर.
And then yeah, FG5 is the best, but second best
बेसिकली
is
19th मूव पे कैप्चर होगा भाई, ये तो गलत हो गया.
हाँ, like it is. वही मैंने कहा था. Actually, that was our agreement also ना. I think 19th पे ही होगा. Like you might lose by one move. Wow. But yeah, still no guarantee on how Bluebaum
Also,
plays
we
this. But
should talk about his last move. It was rook a
hmm,
c1, which was an inaccuracy apparently because it allows black to play f6 freely. And I guess his plan is to play c5 here. That's why you would go rook a c1, right?
but
Why
yeah,
else
I
would you
mean
play rook a
C5.
c1?
Yeah, but why was Rook C1 so necessary? Couldn't he have done C5 without Rook A C1? I don't see the importance. Did he feel like Black will not play F6? Because after F6, you're kind of distracted on the king side, right? You have to force
Hmm.
a decision because Black could just take on G5 himself.
Look,
So if you want to
देख
play
लो
C,
भाई, आ गया कैप्चर. You won.
hey, let's go! Let's go, brother! One Maggie in the back, ching, and it's 5 - 5 now for me, bhai. So आज भाई एक Maggie गई.
6 हो गई ना भाई, 6 हो गई. 7 से 6.
हाँ 6 हो गए. Sorry. My maths थोड़ा कमजोर भाई.
No worries. And by the way, like in this position, black can capture back with 5 different pieces. Yeah, queen, rook, knight,
Sahaj भाई.
bishop, and the other knight.
Black
But
तो capture कर रहा है, but Arjun has solved all his problems even better now from a +1 position for white. That's what he does. Takes with the bishop. But look
best
at
move.
Pragg. Pragg did not trade queens. He plays queen A4 and is now objectively worse.
Oh, that's actually bad. I don't know why he didn't capture the queen. Did he want to continue the game or? So strange decision actually to play queen f4 here. Yeah, very strange decision. Fedoseev much better now.
And look at the
भाई
time Pragg
एक और
took.
मिनिएचर ना आ जाए भाई.
भाई सही में look at the time Pragg took. Yeah, he took almost 17 minutes to play this move. And Fedoseev 1.5 minute में ही best move 95.
Yeah, this looks bad, I think, for Pragg. Yeah, very bad actually. If you take on e5, I'll capture back with my queen, of course. And the queen looks at the g7 pawn ताकि black ऐसे castle ना कर पाए easily. And if you
And
cannot
Saad
castle,
bhai,
then this is bad, bhai. This is very bad.
did you see the force variation like forward? So now black's best move is queen c2. So basically preventing white from castling. And white, chat, white to play. Best move. What is white's best move in the position, chat? Come on, let's go.
Yeah, very
भाई
difficult.
भाई ये क्या चल रहा है इस गेम में?
Very, very difficult to find this over the board. But yeah,
Any
okay,
guesses?
maybe not as difficult, yeah? Rook
Hey, but
c1,
also,
okay. Rook c1, not the move, not the best move.
yes, chat, you are correct. Not castling. Castling में bishop हार जाओगे d2 वाला free का hanging है. It's king to e2. By the way, bishop h6 किसने suggest किया भाई? I mean, that was
Oh,
impressive, but unfortunately c3 pawn hanging है.
yeah. And
So
then you
that
lose the a1 rook. But it's a nice tactic though. Nice,
nice tactic,
it's
nice.
sharp eye.
But yeah, it's king e2 actually. And now supposedly after king e2, black has to play bishop e7. Look at this way, bishop e7, queen g7, and now king d7. भाई ये क्या वेरिएशन है भाई?
दोनों का किंग बाहर है एकदम सेंटर में, बट व्हाइट के पास एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है बेसिकली.
It's
Yeah, I
insane.
don't
It's
think this is
insane.
good for Pragg. He missed something.
Yeah. And Fedoseev को body language से कितना confident लग रहा है ना? Like he looks like okay, I think he got something in. होता है ना like you're ऐसे
Hmm.
बहुत टाइम से कुछ ट्राई कर रहे होते हो लाने के लिए something in your life and you get it finally you feel like yes, I got it. Yes. Admission हो गया भाई Harvard में. Yes. ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है.
Yeah, it looks like he thinks at least he got it in the bag.
Hmm.
But Bluebaum already worse. That's good. Arvind still better with the white pieces against Sindarov. But yeah, Pragg not looking the best.
And Pragg ही हमारा candidate है. So and he's feeling the pressure also. You can see how from his body language he's a bit nervous. Chat. I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm projecting, but he does look a bit nervous about the move knight to e5 played.
And
And
Fedoseev
all,
एकदम board से उठ गए. He looks super confident.
and also like just to show you like knight e5, queen e5 का castle नहीं हो रहा है. Let's say black plays knight f6 and says कि भाई I'm gonna play bishop e7 and castle next. So white will castle. Let's say bishop e7 and now apparently just rook a b1. And when you castle, there is rook b7, and it is really, really uncomfortable
Why bishop
for
d6
black.
पे knight takes f7 is coming. Queen e6.
देख लो भाई, देख लो भाई, क्या खतरनाक पोजीशन है.
Yeah. So Pragg, I think already in very, very, very troubling position, I would say. फेडोसिव का कुछ है यार इंडियन प्लेयर्स के साथ.
Yeah, ये trend है भाई. I think
Does
earlier it was Mamedyarov,
except for
then it was
Gukesh, I think Gukesh always does well against him.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
अगर फेडोसिव ये मैच जीत जाता तो ही विल बी वन ऑफ द लीडर्स. आई थिंक वन ऑफ द लीडर्स इफ नॉट द लीडर. 3.5 पे हैं दो प्लेयर्स. देयर इज हांस एंड सिंडारोव एंड नोदिरबेक एज वेल. तो 3 प्लेयर्स. सो बट ही विल बी क्लोज. आई थिंक उनका अगर ड्रॉ होता तो he'll be one of the leaders. And remember chat के फेडोसिव lost his first match against Hans very quickly, like 16 moves or something. And उसके बाद to deliver like this is very impressive.
Yes, Nodirbek looks like okay. I don't know who that is. He will defend. Of course, he will defend. Chat. He will not make it easy. But I think this was something which is avoidable. I think होता है ना like for example you have a wife, don't forget the anniversary, just remember it, life remains easy. क्यों साज भाई?
Yeah, for sure भाई. And like chat में आप भाई 1.5 out of 7 की बोल रहे हो भाई. छठा राउंड है. अगला मैच उसका ब्लू बॉम्ब से है भाई व्हाइट के साथ. तो होपफुली ही कैन
तो साथ में
डिलीवर.
कह रहे हैं 1.5 out of 6 बोलो क्या?
नहीं नहीं भाई 1.5 अभी तो टू अर्ली टू से भाई. बट या इट लुक्स बैड. आई एग्री विद यू देयर.
हाँ, so ठीक है. So Pragg hopefully will fight back. Meanwhile, one look at the Arvind game because he's brought the knight to e4, he's brought the queen to g4, bishop is on a3, and I like the piece placement for Arvind. Like if I was first glance, it looks like white is the one creating chances.
Oh, 100%. No questions there. I mean, he's with bishop a3, he's going to take away one of the, key defenders in black's position. And this is a very comfortable advantage because this pawn, this is an outside pawn, but a4 के बाद आप उसको push नहीं कर सकते anymore. And remember कि knight c5 खेल के I can always put pressure on this pawn as well. King side पे I have a nice hold with maybe some h4, h5 incoming as well. Arvind looking very comfortable.
So Arvind looking comfortable, creating chances against the World Cup winner. This win could completely change the trajectory of Arvind's tournament. So hoping for the best for him. Meanwhile, chat informing us that Bluebaum ने खेल दिया है. And Sahaj bhai, it is, I mean, the second best move in the position, but it does allow black to execute an insane idea. And chat, what do you think is Black's best move in this position? What can Arjun do to take over the initiative?
आग ही लग जाएगी भाई बोर्ड पे अगर उसने वो खेल दिया तो.
भाई आग लग चुकी है भाई, ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे आग ऑलरेडी लग चुकी है, बस पता नहीं है किसी को भाई, ऐसी फीलिंग
And
आ
I
रही है
think Arjun is
दरअसल.
looking on that side of the board also. I think he's going to play it.
He is going to play it. And Chad, you're correct. किसी ने G4 लिखा, रोहन भाई, you are 2 steps ahead of everybody else. G4 is the idea indeed, but start करना पड़ेगा G5, so little tiny steps, baby steps. G5 and the idea is G4 and suddenly जो Queen D8 पे है वो गेम में आएगी, Bishop C8 गेम में आएगा, knight will come to G5, maybe King G7, Rook H8 at some point, and it feels like Sahaj भाई attack बन रहा है King side पे, but black का.
Yeah, G4 also Bishop G5 I really like to do. If we could just exchange two pieces from this position. By the way, he goes Rook F7. He doesn't play G5. He's
Ooh.
preparing for G5 I think because Rook F7 से आप Rook G7 ला सकते हो.
Apparently that's not the best because अब knight e2 खेल सकते हैं, and if g5 then there is knight g3 coming to f5 potentially, and knight h5 pawn is hanging, so that makes it a bit difficult. That's a slight miss from Arjun, but not necessarily कि knight e2 खेलेंगे Bluebaum because it's not traditional to play knight e2.
Yeah, I think you only play it when you see this G5 plan and you don't like your chances there. Something like C5 can also be logical for white, yeah, because that's why he played Rook C1.
Yeah, he might just play c5, continue on that queenside plan. That is very, very likely. Meanwhile, Sajbhai Gukeshi game mein f6 has been played, and I think after a 7.5 minute thing by Gukesh, the time has now equalized. Very interesting. In fact, Nodirbek is 2 minutes behind. Is he considering Rook G1, G4, and just going crazy?
That would not be the best, at least according to the engine. He goes Queen G4, okay?
Oof.
So no G4 incoming. What does Gukesh play here? Can he play G6?
I think he can, but knight is check के बाद क्या करोगे?
I was thinking take and play knight D4, but you can bring the queen back to D1, I guess, and that's going to be nothing. Yeah, you shouldn't capture an H6, yeah? That's actually very bad. You should play King G7. And ye check diya to King H8, so no repetition.
Yeah, G6 feels a bit risky at first glance to me. तो देखते हैं क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे वो.
Hi, there is a very crazy draw in this position. If black plays
Okay.
knight D4, like white can go knight H6 check, King H8, knight F7 check, and look at this draw.
भाई ऐसे क्यों? नाइट D6 चेक भी है क्या कुछ? नहीं, सॉरी.
Knight
नाइट
D8 पे
D6.
बिशप भी मर रहा है.
Wow. Wow.
And remember, white
Wow.
idea is clear, yeah. Knight H6 and Knight F7, you're losing a queen, so you cannot play something like B6, for example, in this position.
Wow. Apparently, after let's say knight D4, Sahaj bhai, let's say knight D4 खेला, white can first show off with knight CD6. And black can even take with the queen.
Crazy. भाई फिर तो ऐसे शो ऑफ करो ना, नाइट एच सिक्स चेक दो, किंग एच एट के बाद नाइट सी डी सिक्स खेलो. इज दैट और नाइट ई फाइव पॉसिबल हियर?
I don't
Right,
know.
that's a
I don't know.
checkmate.
It's possible. Wow.
That's a
Wow.
checkmate on f7.
And if you take the queen on G4, then knight F7 mate, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that will be so pretty actually. I'm not want to see that. Oh, दोनों साथ में पानी पी रहे हैं भाई, बढ़िया. अच्छा, वो कोक पी रहा है. Oh. Why first time I saw a chess player drink anything apart from water? Actually, I don't remember the last time I
Orange
saw
juice,
like a
no?
top chess player. No, but when?
Magnus drinks orange juice, I think.
No, but we have not seen somebody drink anything apart from water in the last, like, for the foreseeable past. I don't remember anything like.
But पीछे I
दूसरे
think
कुछ पिया
रहता
हो.
है आपके. I think पीछे refreshments वगैरह रहते हैं, so you can choose what you want. And okay.
हाँ. I mean, रोनाल्डो था तो उसने तो कोटा के नीचे रख दी थी भाई. तो नोदरबेक थोड़े से उल्टे हैं. Meanwhile, still important moment. Gukesh calculating.
Yeah, so G6 was one move, which is good, and the second one is King H8 basically.
चैट, आई थिंक अब सब प्लेयर्स सोच रहे हैं नो मूव्स इन अर्जुन, अरविंद, प्रग और गुकेश गेम. आई थिंक ऑल द फोर इंडियंस थिंकिंग राइट नाउ. क्रूशियल मोमेंट एक्चुअली इन ऑल ऑफ दोज गेम्स. अर्जुन का वो क्या वो 92 खेलेंगे उनके ओपोनेंट, यहाँ पे क्या वो यहाँ पे G6 या कुछ खेलेंगे. ऑफ कोर्स Pragg is struggling. He has to find a defense to that 95 idea of Fedoseev. So crucial moment in today's play.
Oh, by the way, Arvind having a pretty sizable advantage now in his game against Sindarov. Remember, we were looking at this move, bishop a3, and bishop takes a3 was a bad move by, at least according to the engine, it's a bad move. Takes in queen c7, and now he has a pretty comfortable advantage because he can capture that a pawn somehow. Maybe with something like rook f a1, knight c5 to put pressure on the a4. a5 से a4 पे आएगा. And yeah, definitely he's in the driver's seat, yeah.
But whenever you capture Sahaj Bhai, ध्यान रखना है कि there is queen c6 check at the end. I'm
Oh yeah,
picking up the
but queen
stuff on
f3 या
a4.
something. कुछ
हाँ
queen
पहले
f3
queen.
करके आप block कर दो.
हाँ तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना है. But yeah, I think a4 pawn could be weak. Knight c5 is a great idea actually. And अगर a pawn मुझे मिल जाए, then I'm playing for two results basically. I have no stress whatsoever.
Yeah, two result position basically for Arvind. तो प्रेप तो आज काम कर गई अरविंद की.
या मोदी जी क्या पीते हैं, क्या चल रहा है चैट में भाई? कम ऑन यार, लेट्स बी फोकस्ड. मीनवाइल चेस प्लेयर्स में आई थिंक पहले मुझे याद है बहुत लोग बहुत चीज़ें पीते थे. मैग्नस यूज्ड टू ड्रिंक ऑरेंज जूस, बट recent times में आई थिंक आई हैव ओनली सीन लाइक पीपल ड्रिंक वाटर. इट्स वेरी रेयर that somebody else drinks something else. I think there was some drink, याद है विदित ला रहा था लास्ट. विदित था कि कौन था जहाँ पे वो डिफरेंट कलर की ड्रिंक्स आ रही थी हर दिन, याद है साज भाई?
फ्रीस्टाइल में.
नहीं फ्रीस्टाइल में नहीं था. आई डोंट नो व्हिच टूर्नामेंट इट वाज जहाँ विदित एवरी डे यूज्ड टू गेट अ डिफरेंट ड्रिंक. आई डोंट नो व्हिच टूर्नामेंट इट वाज दो. बट हाँ इट वाज आई थिंक टाटा स्टील ओनली इन फैक्ट. नहीं आई डोंट नो व्हिच वन इट वाज. कभी कुछ कलर का जूस, कभी कुछ कलर का जूस. बट या
जैसे इन कैंडिडेट्स में था ये.
कैंडिडेट्स था क्या? आई डोंट रिमेंबर.
Don't remember it in candidates, but yeah, could be.
बट इट वाज इन सम इवेंट 100% आई रिमेंबर. तो उसके अलावा आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट बीन वाटर. सिंदारोव कंप्लीटिंग हिज 30,000 स्टेप्स पर डे. जिस हिसाब से वॉक करते हैं उतने तो होते ही होंगे.
भाई
एंड
Pragg is
अरविंद
still
स्टिल.
thinking यार, आधे घंटे का फर्क आ गया वहां पे.
भाई आई मीन लेट्स गो टू Pragg then. I mean it's just I think he missed 95. That's the logical
और
explanation.
underestimated 95, I think.
Yeah. And it's
Maybe
sad because
maybe he thought कि भाई bishop d6 खेल सकता हूँ, but maybe he thought कि knight d7 king d7, okay, this is not as bad. But I think the more he's looking at the position, the more he's realizing, okay, maybe it's very good for white, yeah. वो check c4 d5 करके break आ गया तो king पूरा एकदम खुल जाएगा.
I mean it's just too risky भाई. I mean it's just चैट ध्यान रखो किंग का गेम का ऑब्जेक्टिव है किंग को चेकमेट करना. यू कैन हैव एन एक्स्ट्रा कपल ऑफ पॉन्स बट किंग सेफ नहीं है तो व्हाट्स द पॉइंट? द किंग ऑन d7 इज सो ओपन. लाइक आप रुक h8 जब भी डेवलप करोगे, आई एम गोना प्ले क्वीन h5 अटैकिंग f7 एंड h7, खत्म गेम वहीं पे खत्म. यू कांट इवन डेवलप द रुक ऑन h8. तो एसेंशियली यू प्लेइंग अ रुक डाउन. व्हाइट विल कैसल आराम से घर पे चिल करके बैठेगा. इट्स लाइक फाइटिंग अ वॉर जहां पे एक तरफ का राजा महल में बैठा है और एक बेचारा बारिश में ठंड में बैठा है. भाई वो तो बीमार हो जाएगा ना भाई. कैसे फाइट करेगा वो एक्चुअल बैटल में? इट्स नॉट अ फेयर फाइट. सो आई थिंक Pragg now struggling in this position and he needs to come up with that crazy idea 95 queen e5 queen c2, and even that doesn't promise complete
भाई
equality.
उसमें तो pawn मर रहा है ना सीधा.
हाँ उसमें दोनों
Oh, he
किंग्स थोड़े
takes.
खराब होंगे.
Why
ओ
he
वाओ ही
takes on
टेक्स क्या?
e5? ये ना queen takes तो forced ही है. फेडोसी फटाफट ही खेलेगा ये तो.
फेडोसी
Surely you're
जी
not
पॉन
taking
से
with the
मार
pawn.
देते. पॉन से मार देते थोड़ा सा अच्छा रहता बट नहीं.
Of course not. Maybe he can play something like queen c4. But then rook b1, rook b8, yeah? That also looks scary.
Oof. That tells you how difficult it is. Queen c4 के बाद it's plus 1.3 for Fedoseev.
Hmm.
But wait, what about queen a6? Wait, I won't let you castle. No, I'm trying to get the same position, Sarve. Queen a6?
Rook b1, no? Same thing. Rook b8 check का threat.
Oh, that is so scary actually. Okay, bishop e7, but queen g7, yeah?
Yeah, queen g7 मर रहा था तो.
भाई ये तो बहुत डेंजरस है यार.
ऑल्सो अगर आप सोच रहे हो कि किंग ऐसे कासल नहीं कर रहा तो रुक ऐसे बंदा नहीं हुआ है, वाइट कैन प्ले h4 रुक h3 करके, एंड यू कैन ऑल्सो एक्टिवेट लाइक दैट एंड कीप द किंग ऑन e1.
फेयर पॉइंट. एंड मेरा तो बिशप और रुक दोनों गेम में नहीं है भाई. दैट इज जस्ट वर्स. आई एम प्लेइंग
Hmm.
एसेंशियली विद वन क्वीन ऑन द बोर्ड. He finds queen c2. Wow, great find by
Nice.
Pragg. And now, chat, white needs to find king e2 if he wants to put real pressure, I think. I'm quite
I
curious
also
if he
31
does.
minutes का difference is too much भाई.
Yeah, it is. It is. And for example, chat, let's look at the concept. First of all, bishop cannot move because the pawn on c3 hangs. So, khatam ho jayegi game. Pragg will win. If the bishop cannot move, then the king cannot castle because bishop hanging hai. Now, if you defend the bishop with queen e3, then g7 is not hanging. So, bishop aram se develop ho jayega. And Pragg is now even better. So the only option I see is rook d1 Sahaj, जहां पे apart from king e2, जहां पे you defend everything. So rook d1 या फिर king e2, two options. And rook d1 पे there's queen d3, which again makes life living hell for white for the time being at least. So
Yeah.
king e2, tough move to find.
Maybe he sees कि rook d1 queen d3 and okay you're not allowing me to castle and all of that, and he plays h4 immediately. कि अगर आप queen d3 कभी खेलते हो तो I have rook h3 and I can kick your queen
Hmm.
away. That's also
Possible.
possible. But king e2 is
Definitely
the
a possibility.
best move here. So critical moment I think for Fedoseev. He finds this. He finds king e2. I think Pragg is in huge trouble.
Oof. Fedoseev, knowing him, I think he will find it. Depends on how much time he takes though. Um, because you feel like white की advantage यही king safety है, तो king e2 पहले दिमाग में आता नहीं है. You want to
Hmm.
castle at all cost. You like कि यही मेरा advantage है, अगर मैं भी king e2 खेल दूंगा तो फायदा क्या हो भाई, क्या इतना advantage का. So yeah, it's going to be insane chat. Fedoseev calculating well. I think we have a move from
Blue
Bluebaum,
bomb, yeah.
who didn't find knight e2, king h1, and maybe another opportunity for Arjun to launch the same plan with g5 at the right moment.
g5 अभी तो नहीं आ रहा for some reason because there's knight h2 and you don't allow g4 whatsoever.
Hmm.
I wouldn't really say कि Arjun is that much better here right now. Like yeah, because बहुत crazy position है, and I'm not sure who is going to come out on top. Like Arjun could overpress here as well.
No, definitely. I think king h1 is a step in the right direction, right? Because rook g1 is now an idea. कल को rook
Hmm.
g1 आ गया, then g6 is soft, g5 plan becomes less likely, and apparently the best plan for black is a5. Challenging this, let's say white plays a3, and now you play g5 apparently, and that's somehow stronger. I
So
don't know how
a5
that is.
a3 करके g5, not immediate. That's not easy to see. Bhai. And
Huh.
if I go knight
That's
h2 now, same plan.
yeah. If knight h2, then apparently king h8, and then you have
Rook
g4
g1.
incoming at the right moment. Rook g1 and g4 anyways. Hi.
Bhai, I don't know about this. Takes. I
And
cannot
then
take here apparently.
yeah, if you take knight g5 and black is winning.
Oh, rook h7, yeah. Because king के पास कोई घर नहीं है. Yeah, I think, but it still looks very, very complicated right now.
Yeah, it's very complicated actually, and I think अर्जुन से बेटर है नहीं. बट द बेस्ट पार्ट इज चैट दोनों के लिए कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. सो ब्लूआर्म को भी यही सब कैलकुलेट करना है. सो आई थिंक आई वुड ट्रस्ट अर्जुन हियर साज भाई स्टिल टू फिगर आउट द कॉम्प्लिकेशंस
ब्लू बॉम्ब
बेटर.
तो कैलकुलेट कर चुका है भाई. That's why he played king h1. He's not even on the board right now.
हाँ बट
I
स्टिल
don't
आई थिंक
know.
ही कैन मिस समथिंग. ही
Yeah,
कैन
for
मिस
me, I
समथिंग.
think it's easier to come up with White's moves right now. Like if I say see g5, I can okay knight h2 करके g4 नहीं allow करना, rook g1 लाना है, knight e2 खेलना है, वो सब it feels natural all of it. For Arjun, it doesn't feel natural. Like he doesn't have to play g5, right? He can play go king h8 for example, थोड़ा preparation, knight f8, bishop d7. I don't know. He can take it slow as well.
फेयर इनफ. आई थिंक डेफिनेटली अ स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट, एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन को ही यहाँ पे सोच के बेस्ट चाल निकालनी है, बिकॉज देर इज पोटेंशियल फॉर अर्जुन टू विन दिस गेम आउटराइट. सो if you can find the critical ideas, his hand is shaking, by the way. I just noticed for a second his hand was shaking heavily. He does. I mean,
Yeah.
he does feel a bit nervous. I don't know if that was just me, chat. Do check and let me know. But yeah, Arjun calculating as usual, not even looking at the board. भाई हटा दो board. क्या क्यों रखा है वहां पे भाई? काहे
Crazy.
का board भाई?
Crazy. Huge of true.
भाई huge ही है ना
How's
भाई? देखो ना.
Ivanchuk? Ivanchuk is playing against Elaine Roberts, and it's a French position, slightly better.
Hmm. And he also lost the first 4 games of the event, then won the fifth one. So comeback possible at chat at any point in this event. It's a 13-round event, which I think is like a candidates level length. Yeah, मतलब it's not normal. I think usually 11 round का होता है या something like that, 10 round, 9 round. This is a very long event and it gives you more opportunities to strike back. And last time के winner का, Sajbhai, if I'm not mistaken, was 8.5 was the winning score, right? I think
या 8.5 इज यूजुअली द विनिंग स्कोर.
eight
एंड
and a
चैट बड़े
half.
अच्छे तरीके से पूछ रही है कि भाई कब से आप गुकेश का गेम नहीं देखा. भाई लेट्स टेक अ लुक देयर. इतने अच्छे वे में
Okay.
चैट ने पूछा तो आई फील लाइक हमें जाना चाहिए.
हाँ, अभी देख रहा हूँ अच्छा तरीका कौन सा है. अच्छा, ओ ओ दैट्स सो स्वीट यार सूर्या भाई, दैट्स सो स्वीट.
सो स्वीट ना सूर्य भाई, क्रेजी.
अरे मेरे
आंसू आ
मदर
गया
के
भाई देख के.
दोस्तों. हाँ, मॉम के दोस्त कैसे हो? मुकेश का गेम नहीं दिखा रहे हैं, हम दिखा रहे हैं भाई, दिखा रहे हैं किंग एच एट.
मॉम के
सो बाय द
दोस्त.
वे, किंग एच एट प्लेड by the way by Gukesh ji, and now Nodirbek has decided, yeah, what to do, because there is no check anymore. So
या
now your
नन
entire
ऑफ दैट
plan of
रेपिटेशन.
knight f5 queen g4 is in the question कि भाई किस लिए आए थे अब यहाँ पे.
इज ही थिंकिंग F4 मे बी.
Oof, f4, but bishop देना, not sure, Saj bhai, because knight takes f4 and suddenly that knight is pinned on f5.
तो G6 करके कभी कुछ फ्यूचर में प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है.
फ्यूचर क्या भाई, प्रेजेंट में करेंगे यार, कल किसने देखा है, आज ही
हाँ.
करेंगे साज भाई.
एंड अगर G3 कुछ खेला तो अगेन G6 या कुछ नाइट D4, आई डोंट नो लेटर ऑन.
हाँ, knight d4 looks very tempting by the way. c2 attacked and then g6 incoming. I would not be surprised if this is like very very bad, because आप c2 कैसे डिफेंड करोगे? If you play rook c1, g6 खत्म, bye bye knight.
हम्म.
तो Nodirbek has to be careful. Somehow I feel he has overstretched himself a bit. I think Queen G4 was over ambitious. And now the best move is Queen D1. And don't tell me that's easy. Queen G4, King H, Queen G1. That's not going to happen.
No, of course not. I think maybe Queen E2 can happen.
Huh. But
Queen
even then,
D1 तो
Knight
नहीं होगा
D4
भाई.
comes with a tempo, yeah, whenever
He
it happens.
plays
So,
Queen G3.
ooh,
Okay. तो gets away from that diagonal. वो knight अब pinned नहीं है basically. And supposedly G6 is still bad because I have knight H6. So, and F4 का plan maybe in the future.
like, kya crazy position hai, by the way. Like the first move that comes to mind is G6, but apparently Knight H6 is decent for white. But the engine line here, Sahaj Bhai, is so ridiculous that I'm not even gonna show it. Have you ever heard that from my mouth?
क्या
कि
है
भाई
भाई
इतना
G6 के
ridiculous
बाद?
है. It's C6 now for black.
हाँ.
ठीक है. Bishop D2 from white.
Only move.
Now Rook A6 is one of the moves from black. And now B3 के बाद now Rook A7.
Okay, like.
So yeah, I think
But we should
world
also
men.
break this down for someone like why the engine says things like this. It's because engine को अभी वो direct plan नहीं मिल रहा है to break through on the
हाँ,
queen side or the king side. That's why he's waiting rook a7 के साथ. And maybe after rook a7 he wants to play b5 at some point. But yeah, rook a6 का point क्या था फिर? So these are not human moves.
yeah. These are not moves by. These are just something. I don't know how to classify them. But yeah, I think Queen's Digat, Gukesh is definitely slightly better chat. I think that's the good news कि Gukesh has chances है. The bar is in his favor. Time पे भी पीछे नहीं है अब. That was very important. Accuracy देख लो 98.8. That's pretty good so far. So Gukesh looking pretty comfortable. No moves by Fedoseev in the Pragg game yet. He's still thinking. Arjun game में भी I think Arjun is still thinking. Arvind game में भी I don't think we have many updates. He did play Rook B1, which
Yeah.
was not the
So
best. And now Queen C6.
that was I think best from black to put to pin the knight. And knight d5 पे कभी बैठ सकता है. But yeah, this looks good. Overall, I think this looks pretty good so far. Pawn मर जाएगा I think a5 का.
We now unpinning the knight somehow. Queen f3 or king g1 somehow.
King G1.
Yeah, ताकि knight G5, queen H5, I don't know, something I want to play,
Knight
to
D5,
attack.
Knight D6 is good. King G1 के बाद.
Also possible. Because knight
Yeah,
D7, you can't move the rook on F8 now suddenly. So F7 is hanging.
exactly. You can play rook A B8 though. You can give the F7 pawn like this, but
Oh,
but
come
it's not
on.
good
I
for
mean,
white to take it.
really?
Yeah, it is. Takes.
Wow.
Knight. Actually, you will not play rook A B8 because it offers a repetition. Yeah, knight F7, king G8, knight H6 is a repetition.
I think black will be okay
Similar
with
to,
repetition, I think.
yeah, maybe.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Chat, 700 लोग देख रहे हैं. Do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes, ठीक है? Because एक बंदे को मिलेगी गर्मा गर्म Chesscom membership भाई. इतनी ठंड दिल्ली में पड़ रही है. And उसमें गर्मा गर्म membership का taste ही अलग होता है. So जल्दी से like कर दो भाई stream. And if you're here for the first time, do subscribe. And Gukesh has played. Chat हमें inform कर रही है. Let's check out. He played B6.
Oh, so the
Solid
best
choice.
move, yeah?
Yeah.
One of the best moves in the position, B6. C6 was better, but B6 is also pretty good. And now this is the moment where things become very, very crazy. Like it's on the verge of it. Look at the follow-up here. White can technically go F4, G6, F takes E5 to sack this knight. Black has to take. Pawn takes F5, attacking the knight. You have to put the knight somewhere. Knight D4, I guess, makes a lot of sense, centralizing the knight. You take on F6. Black has to capture Queen F6. Queen D5 also is possible, but Queen F6 पे देखते हैं थोड़ा. Bishop G5 only move for white. Queen G7 only move for black. Queen H4 only move for white, attacking Bishop F6. Queen F7 and something here, and the position goes into, actually it's going into a forced repetition here, Sahil. Look at this. Knight E5 only move. Takes, check. King G7, Bishop G7 only move. Takes on G7, not on E5. Black captures back and check.
Wow.
पूरा घर sack करके draw.
Bhai, it's just, and also if you go back, I think after F4, G6, F takes C5, G takes F5. I think we took on F5 here or F6?
F5.
F5, I think what was knight G7 is one more move. EF6,
EF6.
Queen F6, Bishop
EF6
G5.
Queen F3 is better, yeah? Just putting it out there. But EF6, yeah, sure.
Okay. Bishop G5, Queen F7. Again, knight E5, Rook E5, Queen E5, and Bishop B7. And black is, it's like minus 0.2 for black, and you're just a piece up. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. ये वेरिएशन हो गई तो.
Wait, यहाँ पे तो बढ़िया chances हैं गुकेश के जीतने के, I think, this position.
भाई यार F4 खेलना, अगर F4 नहीं खेला white ने, then black is even better. तो Nodirbek का choice
Then you're
कम है यहाँ
done.
पे.
Then you are in big trouble. Because पूरे queen, knight and bishop are just, I mean, if you don't play F4 here, then all of your previous moves don't make sense.
एंड मयंक भाई ने पोजीशन को समराइज करने के लिए बहुत बढ़िया समरी का हेडिंग दिया है. ये क्या है? ग्रेट मयंक भाई, समरी इट अप वेरी वेल.
Great
एंड आई
point
थिंक
there,
यही प्लेयर्स ही सोच रहे हैं. सो गुकेश Nodirbek in a crazy position. Meanwhile, Fedoseev still has not played. Arjun has still not played. So players in their deep things right now. Oh wait, what? Can we go to Erwin? Wait, what just happened? He put his king on H3?
Huh.
I mean, I am also a Nigel Shot fan, at least of his chess, but ये क्या है भाई?
He didn't want king G1 because of back rank problems, I'm assuming. And with this mistake, now Sindarov is back in the driver's seat.
I mean, King H3 looks great, कि भाई दूर, far away from the trouble, but if black were to ever, I mean, switch gears somehow, and I can see the engine suggesting F5 now in all of the variations. Knight D5, F5 at some point, and then the king on H3 is really misplaced because then you can't even come back in some cases because queen वहां पे G2 control कर रही होगी.
तो knight D6, F5, अच्छा EF6 भी तो नहीं मर रहा ना अभी. Yeah, this looks bad actually. King H3 is a very bad move, I think.
Oof. Can we have the board in the
King
center?
G1.
साईं भाई प्लीज थोड़ा बड़ा बोर्ड जितना हो सके, कोने में थोड़ा छोटा लग रहा है एक्चुअली, दैट बी वेरी हेल्पफुल, बट to be honest, Sahaj bhai, I think this looks extremely scary for Arvind now because it's a path, right? King h3 खेलने का मतलब your plan already looks a bit shaky. जो भी हमने सोचा है in the future moves.
Yeah, and knight d5 forced भी नहीं है भाई. I can just play something like a4 as well, which is quite good.
Wow. So Arvind spoiling his edge, I think, and as we know, Sindarov is gonna push back now. We are back in the forest, Sahaj bhai, जहाँ पे 2 + 2 = 99.
Yeah, by the way, Nodirbek has made a move and it is not f4. He plays h4 instead, and now Gukesh has a good chance to take control of the game.
I mean, the engine is screaming G6 star, but H4 on the board. I'm thinking, let's just not touch the G pawn. Let's play knight D4.
Knight d4, bishop d4, and f4, yeah? Perhaps.
I'll take with this. Okay,
Oh,
that
no,
one. But
no.
I'm
I
going to take on
cannot
F5,
capture
no?
with the bishop. I cannot capture back with the bishop because knight f5 पे फिर trap हो जाएगा भाई g6 खेल के बाद में. So knight d4 I must take with the knight. And then bring the bishop back to d2 and play
We
f4
can
or
take with the
something.
knight and play H5, no? I think we'll get the H4 square. I think. Let's say bishop takes, C takes, then H5. And square मिल
Ah,
जाएगा.
okay, like this, yeah. That's also good.
But, I, but I'll take on F5 regardless. Like that was the plan, just to take on F5. Pawn takes, and I don't know who's better here.
I like white's position more though.
Ooh.
Good knight, bad bishop, no? Typical.
That's true. That's true. The bishop on f8 does feel like it's blocked by its own pawns. d4, e5, f6, g7, a5, b6, c7, सात pawn dark squares पे हैं. So looks a bit scary, but if not knight d4, then what?
Yeah, g6. You have to go
Please make the
g6, I think.
size of the board bigger. Can we make it bigger, Samay bhai, थोड़ा board के नीचे clock के ऊपर तक, if possible, if that makes sense. Minus C6 is much stronger than G6. C6 का idea I'm not sure, sir. What is C6? Because Rook A7 समझ में आ रहा है. I get the point, but it also weakens your B6 point, D6 point. It just feels too committal for me.
Also, b6 के बाद आप c6 नहीं खेलोगे. Like you could have gone
हाँ,
c6, b5 immediately. So c6 doesn't make much sense.
agreed. I think you engine could do it. Humans के लिए it's very difficult. Not the move Gukesh will play either. So although you never know, Gukesh could do anything. So some people are saying Oro is winning. I don't think he's winning. He's much better, but not winning just yet. And Arvind, of course, with that King H3 move. Saj bhai, can we have all the boards on the screen for once? क्या लगता है कितने रिजल्ट आज आने वाले हैं? Any guesses? 7 games in the Masters.
एक
और कहाँ पे भी यही बताना प्लीज.
तीन games, I think.
Which are the ones?
Bluebaum, Arjun, Arvind Sindarov, and Fedoseev Pragg, I think.
So Arjun की गेम में you are saying Arjun wins या क्या?
Not sure yet, but यहाँ पे result आएगा पक्का.
So Arjun result, Arvind result, and तीसरा?
Fedoseev Pragg.
So तीनों इंडियंस की गेम्स में है.
Yeah, I think so.
So अच्छा रिजल्ट की बुराई बताइए दो साज भाई.
वो नहीं पता भाई.
बता दो ना यार.
वो नहीं पता भाई. वो
खत्म
थोड़ा
करो ड्रामा.
मुश्किल है बोलना. फेडोसिव प्राग में तो मेरे को फेडोसिव के बहुत अच्छे चांसेस लग रहे हैं भाई.
एंड सिंदारो वाली गेम में
I don't know भाई. Let's see how the
बता दो
next
ना
few
भाई यार.
moves
बोल दो ना, खुल
unfold.
के बात कर लो ना भाई आज.
Let's see how. भाई मैं I don't have a problem saying कि कौन जीतेगा कौन हारेगा, but I mean I'm not sure myself.
अच्छा, cool. And I think तीनों इंडियंस की गेम्स है, so that's very interesting. And I think it's fair because Erdogmus की गेम भी थोड़ी इक्वल है, although maybe there are chances there. Hans Niemann की
I
गेम भी
mean, I
इक्वल है.
think रिजल्ट आ सकता है उधर भी एडोगस के मैच में, बट गिरी वर्सेस वैन तो इट लुक्स लाइक मतलब अभी एग्री कर लो.
And also to be honest, if you look at the top four games likely of a result, all four feel like they're Indians. Like Gukesh game में भी यार result is very likely. Like the game kind
Hmm.
of building up very sharp. So I think आज चारों Indian के result आ सकते हैं chat.
Yeah, maybe not the best news, but we'll see कैसा होता है.
Hopefully, hopefully साल में क्या, क्योंकि पिछली बार हमें लगा था चारों जीतेंगे, बाद में कुल मिला के 1.5 बना, क्या पता इस बार हम थोड़े स्ट्रेस्ड है और उल्टा हो जाए भाई, क्योंकि उल्टा ही चल रहा है सब.
Crazy, huge if true.
Huge if true भाई. And huge से ज्यादा chat huge likes कर दो हमारे भाई. Let's go 500 likes भाई. Let's get one diamond membership to you. 500 likes पे जल्दी से पहुंचते हैं आगे. Let's get more people in because tournament heat up हो रहा है.
वहां सिंडारोव जीतेगा, वहां ब्लू बॉम जीतेगा. नहीं भाई, शुभ शुभ बोलो. सिंडारोव के तो
Can we?
चांसेस लग रहे हैं मुझे एक्चुअली.
हाँ सिंदारोव यार, वही मुझे डर लग रहा है थोड़ा सा. But okay, I mean for now
बाय द वे,
Gukesh.
फेडोसीव प्लेड अपेरेंटली. ही हैज
हाँ.
गॉन किंग E2 भाई.
And Sahaj bhai, Arjun also didn't find the best move. He played knight df8. And now Rook g1 के
अरे,
बाद Matthias Bluebaum is absolutely fine actually.
still early
Wow.
days there, but let's look at this game. By
हाँ
King E2 was a very impressive move by Fedoseev, because he's voluntarily just saying कि मुझे castling नहीं मतलब चाहिए anymore, and the plan is to go Rook H b1 and Rook b8 or Rook b7, and Pragg is in deep trouble. Basically, he has to give up a pawn like Bishop e7 करके just sacrifice the pawn, and you are more or less safe, but you're still a pawn down.
भाई, this is
Why
tricky.
Fedoseev is 99% accuracy मेरे भाई.
Wow. Sahaj bhai, I have a question. I have a variation. ठीक है, maybe this might get Pragg out of trouble. ठीक है, and that is
Yeah.
Queen g6 now. So the idea is कि भाई इकलौती queen ही है, but she is very passionate about her king, so she will fight till the very end.
Rook
And now
H b1.
you have to find Rook H b1. So first of all, if you try to save the pawn on g2 somehow, let's say आपने g3 खेला एक चाल के लिए, then suddenly Bishop e7 is now possible, right? Because I defend g7, and
You're
Black is
castling also,
absolutely
bhai.
fine.
Yeah. You cannot
हाँ, so
allow me
Black
to
is,
castle.
yeah. Then White might be even worse, yeah, because King e2 भी बड़ा है.
Hmm.
So you have to play Rook H b1 now, and look at the variation. So first option, the best move is actually Rook d8, and somehow White has to now play Queen g5. Doesn't that help Black a bit?
No, why does it help black?
Because Queen exchange हो रही है ना भाई.
But okay, मेरा king center में है, मेरे rooks ज़्यादा developed है. I mean, you
Hmm.
haven't castled yet, so
Also, there is,
can I
let's say,
play
Rook
rook
B1.
b8 though? Ah, bishop e7 only move. Okay, you're fine
Like
here.
Queen G6 feels like a way to complicate matters, and Rook H b1 के बाद, if you take on G2, by the way, that's one more variation. Rook D8 के बदले, you just grab the pawn on G2. White has to now find Rook B7. Seventh rank F7 is collapsing. And one wrong move here, for example, Bishop E7 Kela trying to castle Queen C7. Khatam, resigns, I think.
Yeah, you just lose a piece there by force.
So Queen G6 feels like the practical try here somehow. जहाँ पे you
And
get this Rook D8
I think after
idea.
rook b1, rook d8, it is very important for Fedoseev to find queen g5 or queen g3. It's
Hmm.
counterintuitive, but it's very important that he finds this because he's going to go into the end game again with the extra pawn. And yeah, very important for him to find all of this, especially this move.
Yeah, yeah. So the good news is, chat, Pragg is still fighting. Like it's not a lost position, not even close. But the bad news is it's still, I think, in Fedoseev's hands. Like if he plays the best moves, he's gonna put a lot of pressure on Pragg. So Pragg को defend करना है for the next hour or so. And if he does it well, I think he will be out of the woods. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah, tough situation. And let's switch to Arjun quickly because he played knight df8 after 21 minutes of thought. And I think his plan is clear. He still wants to play g5, still wants to go knight g6, play g4, and launch an attack on the king side. But why this is getting a bit too dangerous for my taste. Like I don't know if I like Arjun's position anymore.
Even I think I have to agree with you. I think थोड़ा सा he's playing it a bit cautiously, like slowly building up that g5 attack. But that's also giving White time to prepare for it. Like Rook g1 now. Putting the rook opposite black's king
Can't I play
looks
knight
very
e2 bhai
logical.
with the idea of c5?
Knight e2. Maybe knight g3 is not so scary for me because I control f5 now. So I'm less worried about that. But c5 definitely looks tempting.
So you'll play g5 then?
Yeah, I think g5. Yeah, I have to continue.
Knight h2, this is what we were playing always. Knight g6, I guess. And up knight g3.
Knight g6,
Yeah,
knight
maybe,
g3.
yes. Knight f4, I guess. Looks good.
Oh, knight f4 is nice actually. I love that square.
Okay,
Still,
yeah, very complicated. Not sure who's better here.
yeah, but I think result is very likely, Chad, because यहाँ पे दोनों side दोनों players एक ही side पे attack कर रहे हैं. So it's both kings not safe right now because also the h3 point is soft. For example, after knight e2, there is one move that is bishop e7. Just with the idea of bishop takes h3 and rook takes f3. Not that is a great idea because bishop h3 is active, but there's also a pattern here to think about. So something
Maybe white
bothering
can
the
still
players
play
there.
knight h2, you know?
Yeah, true.
And the critical move here is c5, I guess, because you're launching the attack before black launches the attack, and you still can play g5. यहाँ पे रेस हो जाएगी.
Yeah, और हमें पता ही है कि रेस कितनी बढ़िया मूवी थी, तो it's gonna be fun, Saj bhai. Meanwhile, Pragg की game में rook d8 played. So he's essentially found the correct move in a different move order. And now rook fb1 only move for Fedoseev to put pressure if he can have his camera.
So rook h b1 basically forced the a. That's why you played king e2. And after queen g6, we will see that line unfold essentially. And rook d8 का plan bishop d6 नहीं है necessarily. It's also to stop rook b1 and rook b8 coming in with a check.
And also have rook d7 for any rook b7 in the endgame. Queen straight होने के बाद potentially that can be helpful, and white needs to be very proactive here. Not a single move to waste. Otherwise, black will be absolutely fine. Let's not forget, black can still castle. White cannot. There's pressure on the a3 pawn. That rook cannot move. White's king is on e2. Not comfortable. Queen move ki to queen e4 comes with check. So it's still very, very difficult for Fedoseev. Like, he's played the best move, but Pragg can also counterattack here if he goes wrong.
Rook d5 maybe. Okay, but that's too much. Castle होने दो, फिर उसके बाद देखेंगे सब. Also like h4 as an idea. Like h4, h5, h6. और rook h3 से कभी develop हो सकता है, I guess. But उसमें queen g6 apparently is very strong for black.
That move again, now with the idea of bishop e7, and somehow it just solves everything for black. So, and Pragg has seen this, of course. That's why queen c2 was so strong, because it comes to g6 and also keeps queen e4 check in the air. So king on e2 never feels comfortable. Has Gukesh played? Not yet, Chad. Gukesh is still thinking. Has less than an hour now. Gukesh is thinking. Pragg's
Tough
opponent is
situation for
thinking.
Gukesh, have to say. Like, I think for him, next few moves are highly critical, so he has to take his time.
Sindarov is also thinking. Look at Fedoseev, yeah? He realizes the gravity of the position. He knows कि इसमें best चाल निकालना compulsory है. Do you guys see Magnus versus Hikaru blindfold? Yes, we saw that one, I think. It was a very interesting matchup. Last में Magnus was worse, but they kind of repeated moves.
भाई जीएम मैग्नस अब तब से कैप्स लॉक के साथ बड़ा शॉक हो गया आपको. पहले आप कैप्स लॉक के साथ नहीं करते थे कमेंट, मतलब चैट्स. Why is Arjun failing to find A5 every time from starting engine screaming A5? Because इसके पास engine नहीं है भाई. And it's 19-20 का फर्क, not really a very huge thing. And sometimes you just don't want to touch the queen side. You just want to focus on the king side. Much easier to do that. So it makes
Sometimes,
sense.
always. I think it doesn't make sense to open the A file unless you want to use the queen side. And A file concept कुछ अलग ही है. The concept is like you first of all play on the king side. Then the white king side पे आएगा, then the right will take on b4 and distract some of the rooks. But it's very subtle. Humans don't think like that. I think they think in patterns rather than brute force calculation of every variation possible. So a5 I don't think makes sense because battle king side पे चल रही है. So queen side पे खेलना to weaken yourself on the queen side
एक्चुअली
doesn't
उस
make
गेम पे
sense.
जाते ही है ना, तब से A5 बोल रहा हूँ.
हाँ चलो चलो चलते
A5
चलते.
A5 यहाँ पे इस पोजीशन में लाइक इट डजंट मेक, आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स लाइक बार को देख के हम कह सकते हैं, बट बिकॉज ब्लैक इज प्लेइंग ऑन द किंग साइड, व्हाइट इज प्लेइंग ऑन द क्वीन साइड, doesn't feel right to open up the queen side with a5, like
Yeah.
optically. So maybe it's a move he has considered, but he doesn't believe that it's a good one.
Yeah, you don't play on the side you're weaker, basically, because it only helps the opponent. And that's the principle Arjun is following. And I think let's have faith in him. I think the game, regardless, is complicated. दोनों players के लिए बहुत मुश्किल है. And Bluebaum, is coming off a draw against Van Foreest, but he lost against Sindarov previously with the white pieces. So white pieces से हारना is definitely an option. It's not impossible. And
Happened
अर्जुन
to
के साथ
Arjun?
खेलना क्या क्या
Happened to Arjun also, no?
या मतलब अर्जुन के साथ खेलना basically is tough. Yeah, मतलब it's not easy to play Arjun because you know कि he's coming after you and he's
By
always very tricky.
speaking of Fedoseev, he just played Rook HB1 by, and we see a blue arrow on the board. Queen G6 only move here.
Wow. Crucial moment, chat. Super crucial moment. Queen G6. Otherwise, you're dead busted. And the game, well, it must well be over.
Yeah, has to play. But okay, a logical move as well, because you want to play bishop D6 and you want to defend this pawn. So I think optically makes sense. Let's see what he goes for. Does he find Queen G6?
I
Only
think he
move,
will.
bhai.
He will. He will. Interstellar mode. I think he will start by, and also Gukesh has played G6, the best move in the position. And Sindarov, Nodirbek has played the best move in the position, knight to H6. And that game is also progressing very rapidly now. 35 सेकंड लिए सिर्फ नाइट को वहां डालने के लिए because option ही नहीं था. And now the question is, how do you pressure that knight a bit more?
You surely should not take on H6.
Yes.
Because उससे double bishop advantage चला जाएगा and your dark squares become weak. And after, for example, takes and takes, I have these options of f4 at the right moment. जिसमें f6 का pawn will be a huge target. Even knight takes e5 could be a move that
अरे बाप रे.
black has to be careful about. तो कभी भी bishop h6 मारना यहाँ पे सही नहीं होगा. The question then becomes, white is threatening knight f7 check, right? So you have to defend, you have to develop the queen. E7 पे रखे queen को या D7 पे. And from what I can see, queen D7 is a much better move, but it doesn't feel natural at all. I mean, I think queen E7 is way more natural to me.
Agreed. And also at Gukesh, he double black थे. He won with Thai Dai Van with black and now is better against Nodirbek. भाई double black का इस्तेमाल करना वो गुकेश ही सीखे. लाल के लिए बढ़िया लग रहा है.
और पहला मैच भी सिंडारोव के साथ he was winning only with the black pieces. So
True. So I think black से बहुत बढ़िया चेस खेल रहे हैं मुकेश यहाँ पे. His opponents are pushing and he's capitalizing on those extra advances. And यहाँ पे is a great opportunity. Queen E7 for example, as you mentioned, Saj, I think very logical. And क्या white करेगा क्या? Because I think F4 you can't play anymore because the knight is hanging on H6. So इसका मतलब कि you have even limited your choices further. Are you going to play knight G4 now maybe?
and then f4, yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's the only thing I see. Yeah, there's no other plan essentially. Because very important, if you play H5 instead of knight G4, I think there's a very
That-
nice idea here.
Oh, I
So I
see
think
it.
for white, instead of knight G4,
Uh-huh.
H5 from white, and black can do something very nice here. He can take on H6 now, take on H6 and play G5.
Oh, bishop
And
गया.
basically the bishop is trapped.
Knight D8, knight f7 करके you can take it.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
trapped on H6. That's a nice trap. So you have to be careful. I think knight G4 and F4 is the only plan for white.
Correct. So knight h6, queen d7, by the way, best move by Gukesh. Wow. That
Wow.
didn't look natural at all, but it's on the board.
Bhai, Gukesh is like, bhai, touch wood, yeah,
Beast.
but 2026 mode, 2024 mode, back in 2026, even years में कुछ हो जाता है भाई को.
Huge if true. तो अभी भी h5 नहीं आ रहा भाई, because bishop h6 and g5 your plan to keep the bishop. तो h5 आप खेल नहीं सकते, f4 आप खेल नहीं सकते. So what do you do? Knight g4 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, knight g4 and f4 is the only plan for white. And that helps Mukesh कि white के पास एक ही ढंग का plan है. So he can focus all his attention on that plan. And yes, Chad Pragg has played queen to g6, the only move as well.
Okay.
And now white has to find queen g5 or queen g3, trade off queens, and head off into an endgame जहां rook b7 आ रहा है. Even that is like not winning. And let's go deeper. So let's say queen g3 मैंने खेला Sahaj bhai. What is black's best plan here?
Perhaps like bishop d6 looks good to me. I don't know if this is good, but takes. And h2 का pawn मर रहा है आपका, but white is supposed to ignore this and go rook b7, which is not easy. What's by the way? If I take on h2 क्या और then you just take on a7 and you also give up g2. भाई ये क्यों मर रहा है? g2 मारने के बाद क्या हो रहा है? Just a भाई, this is not easy.
a4, I guess. Yeah.
No ways you play this
But maybe there's
that
rook d7
comfortably.
instead of that, yeah? Like rook d7 after rook b7.
Huh. I mean, of course, but rook h2, like, I don't know, just to see rook h2, rook g2 hanging and you going
Hmm.
for this pawn and pushing this is not easy. But yeah, rook
Hmm.
d7 is what he should play. Rook a b1. And again, takes. Bishop a3 पे क्या हो रहा है? Bishop a3 पे you'll give a check and then you'll take there, you'll give another check and you'll take the h8 rook. Very nice tactic there.
Hmm.
So you lose the a pawn essentially. Again, rook h2 खेलोगे आप, takes, gives a check. King c8 apparently, not king. भाई इतना रिस्क है इस pawn का. क्या वो king c8 खेल के f7 भी दे रहे हो आप? इतना रिस्क नहीं सोचा था मैंने भाई.
इस pawn का इतना वो है भाई, टशन है भाई.
So takes rook g2. Okay, this king c8 move is very hard for Pragg as well. Rook f7 and okay, you basically go into an equal position very soon. Okay, white will push for a bit, but okay, it should be holdable.
Yeah, but tricky, yeah, for Prague, I think.
Yeah, very tricky.
Chat, so Prague is
And by
still,
the way,
yeah,
Arjun
huh.
has launched the attack with g5. So we have c5 and
Let's
g5 already played.
go भाई. c5 आया and अर्जुन ने 30 सेकंड में g5 खेल दिया. And it's a crucial moment, chat. For example, you could technically play c6 as white and say कि भाई bishop on c8 has no squares. There are no squares. Essentially, bishop a6, b5 literally. But doesn't matter, yeah. g4, आपने queen side close कर दी completely. You have no attack, and now play only exists on the king side, and black is just winning, I think.
Yeah, of course. So c6, basically black playing on the king side, white playing on the queen side. c6 completely takes away your chances of having any counter play. It's like अगर black से आपने h4 खेल दिया या तो that would take away your chances because I can go knight h2 and I can put a forever hold on the g4 break. अगर आप black से g4 नहीं खेलोगे तो there is no point in doing all of this because the position is still closed. I think pawn takes pawn looks logical to me. C takes d6.
Yeah, you want to open the c file. Very important. ताकि c takes d6, c takes d6, कुछ knight b5, कुछ तो हो सकता है. You want to open the c file ताकि white के pieces अंदर घुस पाए and इतना time ना मिले black को attack करने का. But yeah, knight h2 played by white instead. Best move. One of the best moves. And apparently
And
you're supposed to go g4 anyways.
so g4 के बाद I cannot capture this, right? I shouldn't capture on g4. Also, a very
I think
looking like a very logical move.
yeah, we saw this. अगर मारा तो it's already close to lost.
Yeah, because rook g1 आप खेलोगे and black will go knight g5. Rook can go to h7, pinning this king. So don't take the pawn on g4, basically. The question is, but does he play g4 though?
Oof, that's a tough one. I think he'll play king h8. That's my guess because ज़्यादा human लग रहा है. Before I burn down the forest, let me just get some wood for myself. Otherwise, आज जाने के लिए खाना खाने के लिए wood नहीं बचेगी साज भाई.
Nice, nice. c6 is harakiri. Yeah, kind of.
Still no. Okay, he's gotten up, so maybe there's some time. Meanwhile, no moves in the Pragg game. Oh, Queen G3 played. Actually, Fedoseev. Wow. Why this guy is brutal?
Hmm.
Why Queen G3 played?
And now we were looking at this bishop d6 and Fedoseev having to figure out that a7 ka pawn is so like good for him to take. Tough moment for Pragg here. He can also play c5 apparently, which doesn't make any sense to me because आपके bishop और rook अभी भी घर पे ही हैं. उनको बाहर निकालो पहले.
सही में. And Pragg is thinking, and I want to show a very interesting tactic in the Arvind game. And then we jump to Gukesh.
Arvind game.
Yeah, because I think he just played knight d5 black and then knight d6. And here, one of the best moves is actually for black just to play rook a7, right? Because double up rooks, push the a pawn, and chat white to play and find the best move for white. What is
White to
white's
play and
best
draw
move?
ही बोल दो ना simple.
हाँ, white to play and draw, and then we rush to Gukesh's game. जल्दी से white to play. क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे? Insane move, by the way, like beautiful move. Tactics, puzzle rush moment. Let's go. Knight sack. थोड़ा सा
Close. Very close.
deeper, थोड़ा सा deeper जाना पड़ेगा आपको.
Move
And he's
order
playing that. I
बदलो
think
भाई
that
अपना.
he's playing that. He played that. Oh, he plays that. He played that. We might see it on the board. Sahaj, bhai, we're gonna
Oh,
see it on the board.
bhai, you should do it, yeah? I think as white, you should definitely do it.
Yeah, with the king on h3, just do it. Just take the draw. And the move chat is yes. I can see some correct answers. It is rook takes a5, a beautiful rook sacrifice. Black, I mean, has to take. I mean, otherwise, what was rook a7? I'll just pawn up. So marna padega. And now knight takes f7 check. Beautiful.
Yeah.
पहले rook sack, फिर knight sack. अगर आप knight मारते हो तो सहज भाई कर दो
That's a
खत्म.
checkmate. So king
And
g8
हाँ,
first, and then you just give check, 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 and that's a draw. Basically, this is a soft draw offer from Sindarov. भाई रुके फाइ खेल के draw करना है या फिर अभी और continue करना है आपके ऊपर.
exactly. And Levy को thumbnail मिल चुका है. He sacked the rook, he sacked the knight. मिल गया भाई उसको thumbnail. And this would be a nice finish. And I think Arvind should take it, as we both agree, because otherwise, the position could go in a direction which he will not like. Yeah. In fact, the engine says rook a5 is the best move. Anything else, and black is planning f5. So you might as well take that draw. He should take that draw, I think.
I think he's considering it, that's for sure. But we'll know in just a few minutes. But I think like with his last move, King H3, even though it was not the best move, this was a move you play when you believe in your position, when you're
Huh.
ambitious about your chances. And also Arvind having what half an hour more than his opponent is also, I think, insane.
Hmm. So yeah, I hope he's pragmatic. So he's calculating. Let's go to Gukesh's game Sahaj Bhai and see क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे, because he did not find knight g4. He played the second best move f3, which is kind of okay. But the problem is कि आपका long term plan तो f4 था ना भाई. Then
हाँ,
f3
अब
doesn't
लेकिन
fit
h4
that
खेल
plan.
के बदल दिया ना अपने h4 h5 खेलोगे अब आप.
But h4.
और
नहीं,
चैट
oh
में
wait, he did
काफी
play.
लोग लिख रहे हैं 0.6 0.7 चैट यहाँ पर मतलब आई वुड टेक दीज इवैल्यूएशंस विद अ ग्रेन ऑफ सॉल्ट. या आई वुड नॉट कंप्लीटली ट्रस्ट what the bar is telling you because position is very 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 complicated and very easy to go wrong for either side here.
By the way, Keymer looks like Ross Geller from Friends, yeah, and those turtleneck sweaters. So आज थोड़ा उनका ड्रेसिंग हमने कल ही पूछा था ना परसों कि हु इज द वेल मोस्ट ड्रेस वेल ड्रेस्ड समथिंग, एंड यू सेड केमर, तो केमर सेड लाइक आई टुक दैट पर्सनली. आज मैं सूट पहन के नहीं आऊंगा.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, chat f3 के बाद Mukesh is thinking, and now I think knight d4 again feels like a logical move. Just putting the knight in the center. Anything else apart from knight d4, Sahaj, you might consider for Mukesh?
Bishop a6, I guess.
Bishop a6. Do you want
f5
to
तो
take
नहीं आ
on
रहा.
a c4? I don't think he'll take on
F5.
c4, right?
Maybe, we never know.
Hmm. f5
Knight
to
d4
e5
के बाद
has.
यार, लेकिन bishop d4, I don't know. Like you have to evaluate this as, correctly.
Hmm.
Maybe यहाँ पे भी draw हो सकता है भाई. You never know.
So Gukesh has a crucial choice to make. Bishop a6, as I mentioned, also interesting, is connecting the rooks and kind of asking the question, keeping this option of taking on c4 or knight c4 काफी strong piece तो है.
Hmm.
And black does have the bishop pair chat. Let's not black has bishop pair hai, but his pawns also doubled. So still I think ये बार जो evaluation दिखा रहा है, maybe it's a bit optimistic. And कुछ भीड़ जम रही है भाई वहां पे. नोदिरबेक केमर सब एक ही गेम देख रहे हैं. कौन सी गेम है वो? I think
Uh,
that's Pragg.
yeah, let's go to Prague.
Oh, he played
नहीं, ये
bishop
तो नहीं है.
d6. नहीं
ये
ये
तो
तो
नहीं
नहीं
है
है
भाई.
उसके. अच्छा ये कि उधर उधर ही है, राइट में है वो, देखो वो रहा टर्टल नेक.
हाँ, राइट राइट राइट, बट लोग यहाँ नहीं देख रहे भाई. He takes on g6,
भाई एक
takes, and
सेकंड
now
में आती मार दिया उसने यार.
does he
अलग ही
take? Does he
बंदा
play
है.
rook b7 though? That's the difficult move, right?
He will भाई. He will play b7. I'm pretty
The
sure
rook
Fedoseev
b7 is
भाई.
very impressive.
एक
Like
बार
to
impressive
judge rook
काम कर.
a7, आप दो पॉन टेक्निकली दे रहे हो, आपका एक ही पॉन मिल रहा है, and to judge that कि ये करेक्ट है, you have to do some very deep calculation there.
भाई फेदोसीव भाई ऐसे काम करते हैं यार. डीप कैलकुलेशन वाले काम करते हैं वो. सो ही इज गोना फाइंड इट. एंड चैट, आई डोंट वांट टू स्केयर एनीबॉडी, बट Pragg is worse. Arjun is apparently tiny bit worse, and Arvind has still not taken the draw. So only Ukesh is better so far.
But Gukesh का बहुत complicated है. I wouldn't really say that's a stable
हाँ
edge.
हाँ, true. Arjun blunder. I don't think that's a blunder. Let's have a look. So after I think knight h2, he did not go for g4. He went for knight g6. And chat, that is very logical because knight f4 pe aa raha hai. So I don't think that's a blunder as such.
Hmm. And actually, like you also have to evaluate this correctly from the white side. Like if you play rook g1, black can technically go knight f4, and you have to play bishop f4 here. Like allowing e takes f4 is so hard in this position, no?
Wait, I would never consider bishop f4 actually.
Bishop e5 पे बैठ रहा है. It's actually very good for white. You're supposed to take on f4.
Wow, e5 stack है क्या यहाँ पे? Because otherwise it
नहीं
doesn't
नहीं,
make any
कुछ
sense
bishop
to me.
f3 and you take h5 and you play on the
Ah,
play on the light squares.
but that's so hard, yeah. h3 pawn दे रहे हो. Like it's not easy for white to play like this. Like it will be very hard to come up with this as a defense.
Exactly.
So I think good chances here, chat, for Arjun still. I wouldn't say that's a blunder at all. बिल्कुल भी नहीं. And time situation में भी 5 मिनट आ गए, so also looking great there. By the way, Fedoseev did not find it. He did not
Oh.
find it, chat, and Pragg is absolutely fine. Sahaj, you were on point. Rook b7, not easy. He plays h3, and after rook d7, a4, Black has a very nice move here, chat. Endgame strategic move. What is, there are two good moves. Two good moves here. ठीक है, दो बढ़िया मूव है, आपको दोनों निकालनी है. कम ऑन चैट, कौन निकालेगा भाई? कौन निकालेगा वो? There are two excellent moves, but okay, I think I like the other one, जो मेरी पहली ऑप्शन थी. That was
I don't
beautiful.
even know आपकी पहली कौन सी दूसरी कौन सी है, but yeah, I think there is.
So
It looks
c5 is
like he's
decent.
close to equalizing, yeah.
हाँ, c5 is good. c5 is good. That's the normal move जो खेलोगे. उससे भी एक इनोवेटिव और क्रिएटिव और एक सुंदर सी चाल है यहाँ पे यार, which
Just
just
king
impressed
e7
me
is
so
very
much.
simple also, I think.
King e7 भी,
आपका king
but
e2
there's a
पे,
better
मेरा
one.
king e7 पे. I don't know.
There's a better
This
one,
looks
Saad
very
bhai.
okay.
Rook
Like
h5. Yes, rook h5. Beautiful move, bhai. I love it.
I don't think
पूरा
this is
गेम में आ गए.
beautiful, भाई. I think this is bad. Rook h5.
नहीं, I love it, भाई. I love it.
भाई उसका follow up के बाद आपको e5 खेलना है. Like nobody's playing that. Like
अरे
it
खेल देंगे.
completely
Idea rook
disrupts your
d5 का,
entire flow
right?
of the game.
Idea rook d5. So let's say if you take, of course my rook comes with check, and if you don't take, I will take on d4, play rook d5 next.
I don't know why. I don't like rook h5. I would
अरे
like to cover the eighth rank completely, yeah.
साद भाई, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, भाई. So I am the beholder.
I think king e7, rook c8, c5 looks very logical. I don't know.
हाँ,
e5 just
also
feels
logical.
illogical to me.
चलो, also fair, also fair. But I like rook h5.
rook
मेरे
h5
को
नहीं
तो
होगा
अच्छा
भाई.
लगा.
एक एक मैगी लगा लो आप. I'm ready.
नहीं 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 यार, यार नहीं नहीं नहीं, इतना मैं बेट नहीं लगाता भाई. इतना भी वो नहीं हुआ है. इतना भी लाइफ में रिस्क नहीं है. बट आई लव रुकेश भाई. आई लाइक रुकेश भाई एक्चुअली. देखने में इतना सुंदर है. But okay, I
Chalo,
think
let's see
Fedoseev missed
what.
the moment, yeah?
Yeah, I think he missed the golden moment. And golden moment abhi Gukesh ke paas hai, but still he's thinking, what? How many moves have been played? Just taking a very quick look at that game. So he has 19 moves to be played in 46 minutes with no increment for Gukesh.
Hmm. I think it's yeah, time will be a factor here because the game itself is so complicated. So I think दोनों प्लेयर्स को थोड़ा फेस करना पड़ेगा और 12 मिनट पीछे है गुकेश, सो मोस्ट तो गुकेश के लिए प्रेशर। एंड एक नजर मारी क्लॉक पे अभी उन्होंने हल्की सी देख के कि भाई यार थोड़ा
Hmm.
क्लॉक इज बिकमिंग अ
Oh,
फैक्टर ऑलरेडी।
by the way, if Gukesh plays h5, it's a problem, yeah? I think. Because his knight takes f6, I think. No, no, it's not
अरे
working. Knight
बाप रे।
f2 is very good. Knight f6 looks very tempting. Yeah? Queen g6, queen h5, you get 3 pawns. But
ट्रू
नहीं काम कर
ट्रू।
रहा, sadly.
हाँ आई थिंक वाइट के पीसेस थोड़े से सेटअप नहीं है टू फिनिश ऑफ दैट अटैक। एंड अनीश का बाय द वे वी हैव नॉट सीन एट ऑल। आई थिंक ही इज गोना
No,
ड्रॉ
we
अगेंस्ट
did.
थाई दाई।
We did like that equalish position. Abhi he has
अच्छा
some
हाँ
advantage,
राइट
no?
राइट 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 या
He has managed to create some play here. Could
बट
be
ओके
Anish's
ब्लैक
first win
पीसेस
of
आर
the event.
but black pieces are also very active, yeah. I mean it's not gonna be easy, not gonna be easy. So this is okay. Arjun, by the way, ये देखो भाई अर्जुन देखो Bluebaum didn't find it. No rook g1, no c6, but he c6, but c takes d6, भाई tongue twister है. But he plays bishop f3 instead. And now bishop s3 and g4 both give Arjun a decent position again.
So g4 I think is the more critical one, yeah? G4 and knight g5.
Hmm.
पर ये कैलकुलेट करना पड़ेगा पूरा. Let's say g4 में if I don't take on g4, if I go bishop e2, then what's your plan? Bishop g5. Ah, okay, that's very nice actually.
Oh, that, I mean it's क्वीन
So
गेम
you
में आ रही
have
है
to
साज भाई।
capture forced है.
हाँ knight g5 apparently is the only move now.
You take on h5.
Knight, but suddenly it prefers this for white, yeah.
Yeah, takes. Rook h7 पे oh bishop g4 also is very tricky भाई. What is bishop g4? Look at this भाई. H g6, bishop f3 check, king h2. एक bishop ना होता mate हो जाती है यहाँ पे. Queen
हाँ
h4.
actually
Fly chess होती है भाई. Queen h4 check. Mate.
actually, and I think maybe it's overestimating g4 instantly. The more you look into it, it's worse. So apparently knight f4 and bishop
Bhai, he
s.
just
Oh, he
played
plays
g4.
g4.
Okay, only move territory for Bluebaum, but he is better if he takes the pawn on g4. If he has calculated all of this. भाई बोलो थोड़ा overpress कर रहा है अर्जुन, I think.
I think I'm still backing Arjun here. I think he should be okay. But yeah, I mean, objectively, maybe this is a chance for Bluebaum here to defeat the world number 4.
Like pawn takes g4 तो forced ही है. I mean, the question is what has
Hmm.
he missed? या फिर आप कुछ ये बोल रहे हो कि h4 के बाद I'll just go h4 or something. I don't know. Okay, then bishop g5 next. But g5 is winning for white. Wow.
अरे
Bhai,
बाप
this
रे।
is scary. This is risky for Arjun. Very risky.
Chat, let's just stay on this game. But meanwhile, Gukesh did play bishop a6. So it's still slightly better for him. And Pragg did play king e7. So he's also fighting for equality. So
बोला
both
आपको
games
रुक
looking
h5 नहीं
okay.
खेलेगा वो.
हाँ मन था
No
बहुत
chance,
यार।
bhai. Come on. King e7 is so natural.
But yeah, so now sticking to this game, Arjun, crucial moment in this game for Bluebaum.
Takes.
Oh, played by. Now, blue arrow Sahaj bhai, only move knight g5. Only move.
Not a big difference though between knight g5 and bishop g5, but yeah, knight g5 is looking good. But I don't like that follow up, bhai. I don't like that follow up at all for Arjun.
Bhai, bishop g5 is plus 1.2 for white. So knight g5 is
But
literally the
gh5,
only
knight
move.
f4, there is something, no?
You mean bishop g5 के बाद?
Huh.
Bishop g5, gh5, knight f4, rook g1 is very strong apparently. If you play bishop g5 first, apparently that's the Indian valuation, and knight g5 has to be played. But once you go deeper, you realize कि भाई ये भी उतना बढ़िया नहीं है. So I think chances तो है
Plays
Bluebaum
knight
के पास.
g5.
Oh, wow.
And now pawn takes h5, only move for Bluebaum.
भाई क्या tactics है यार. You have to admire यार. They are playing Indians first preference in these crazy ideas. And देखो भीड़ जमा हो रही है वहां पे भाई.
हम्म.
केमर, सिंधारो, वर्ल्ड
अच्छा,
कप
अब मेरे
विनर.
को दिख रहा है विंसेंट का. वो जो लेदर पैंट्स वाला एपिसोड कह रहे हो क्या?
हाँ, he looks like Ross, no?
आई
Like, और
रिमेम्बर.
स्वेटर भी था उसका लाल था, but it looks very similar.
वो लेदर पैंट्स वाला एपिसोड याद आ गया मुझे. क्रेजी. चैट में किसी को याद है वो? That was insane.
भाई क्रेजी था भाई. ऐसी डेट भगवान दुश्मनों को भी ना दे.
Vedant की equalistic position, I think. Last time I checked. Vedant, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
slightly worse against Aydin Suleymanli. So he's playing the tournament leader. Slightly worse, but holdable territory अभी भी.
I think Vedant ka game we'll check later, but yeah, we know ki he's lost like 4 games in a row. So this round is super crucial for him. Yeah, I think otherwise the tilt will never stop. And for now, Arjun ki game agar hum dekheं, this is also crucial moment. Sabe, let's go deeper into that line. So GH5 we discussed is the main way to play. Knight F3
Why
and
you
now
don't? You never
Knight
even
F.
know what he's gonna play. Rook h7 is also possible here, for example. That looks very nice actually.
अरे बाप रे, Rook H7.
Rook h7, edge g6, knight f, rook h2, king h2, knight f3, and okay, GG. Goodbye.
Wow.
So gh5, rook h7 possible hai, but okay, I won't take on g6. I'll play like bishop e2 or something, and white is doing fine there. 2 pawns up
Hmm.
already. So, but after gh5, knight f3 is the like the best move. Takes, and then rook h7. By the way, here we were looking at bishop g4, yeah. जहाँ पे
And
h6 के बाद white is better.
हाँ, apparently Rook H7 के बाद I think H6 is the move, and maybe this is what Arjun missed.
No. I think if I understand this well, I think it's bishop g4, h6, bishop f3, and I think you have a tendency to not look at chess here. यहाँ पे किसकी बार आप छोड़ देते हो पोजीशन. ओके, ठीक है, bishop f3 पे पड़ा हुआ है,
Hmm.
queen h4 पे आ रही है next move में or something like this, and you just say, okay, I'm winning here.
Hmm. Definitely possible. Like, this is still tricky, still very tricky. I mean, if, for example, you go back, I think जब Rook H7 था, um, instead of Bishop G on move number 26, Knight F3, Rook H7, let's say. H6, best move, Bishop G4. Apparently, King G2 here is the best move. Now, King H8, and you're supposed to play Rook G1,
Yeah,
Queen
but
D7.
like
Just going through. I mean, this is C6 only move, and now Queen F7, and this is how White actually gets his edge. And now he has to find Knight H2 only move,
but
allowing
these
Knight
moves don't
H4
make
check.
sense. I mean, even me and you can't make sense of it. I
No,
mean, chat will not
exactly,
be able to make sense of this. So
exactly. The point is कि जो better मिल रहा है White को, it's so absurd कि maybe practically this is a great try from Arjun. I don't think he's gonna find these moves Sahaj like as White.
you never know. I mean, they are only moves, I think, for white. So you never know. And people are getting asking me कि भाई वो थोड़ा cloud से बताओ. रुको एक second. I'll tell you what the truth is. But I think if I understand this, I think the more deeper you go, the more equal it becomes.
Hmm. But regardless, it's crazy chat because both kings are under fire right now. ब्लूबम ऐसे दिख रहा था.
Hmm.
And he looks at Pragg, भाई तू ही बता दे भाई क्या कर रहा है इसमें भाई, कंफ्यूजिंग लग रहा है. बहुत सही लुक दिया उसने यार प्रग को. My 1600 brain is not able to process. Trust me भाई, यहाँ पे even 2500 brains, 2700 brains might not be able to process this because that's so difficult. And that's the only way white gets the edge. Of course, black can also go wrong in that variation and just collapse. But it tells you how difficult that narrow path is for both players. तो गलती करने के chances बहुत high.
Yeah, as predicted. Yeah, depth like 18, 19 pe white has a very good advantage, like 0.6, 0.7.
Hmm.
But depth 34 पे OP में, and it's 0.17.
Yeah. Hmm.
0.16 now. It's like it's going down. The deeper you go, the I think the bar equalizes.
Hmm. And also, कुछ क्या था? Body language says anything. Arjun looks confident. Yeah, he does look confident. उसमें कोई doubt नहीं. समय सब में सागर, सब में साले वो देख के आज तक हंसी आती है। ए कम ऑन भाई, गेम हारना पॉसिबल है भाई, समय के लिए खेलना इज अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर।
आई डोंट नो, क्या कौन सा कमेंट पढ़ा आपने?
नहीं इग्नोर भाई इग्नोर, ऐसी चीजें इग्नोर कर देनी चाहिए।
यहाँ पे इंसर्ट एक्स जोक भाई।
नहीं नहीं भाई, शादी के बाद हम
या डेप्थ 38 पे भी 0.12 हो गया भाई अब तो। या मैं छोड़ रहा हूँ, बंद कर रहा हूँ उसको मैं। So yeah, it's basically equal. Arjun is not worse whatsoever. He's fine.
Bluebaum shook his head slightly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not easy to figure out for anybody. And knight g5 is a beautiful move. And bishop f3 is your defender of the king. Yeah, you don't want to ideally give that bishop up. The first thought process is, can I save that bishop somehow? So gh5 marna bhi is a thought process. Ki, should I take on h5 or no?
Hmm. So you have to take on h5, by the way, only move in the position.
Yeah.
But yeah, 41 minutes, 16 moves to play. I think so far he's fine.
Tikku is greatest NM. Bhai, when you are the only NM in the country, the greatest one hai. That's one way to become the greatest.
You know, technically, I'm also an NM, right?
But do you have a USCF rating of 2200?
I have USCF rating of 2600 actually.
अरे बाप रे भाई, बट ठीक है भाई, मतलब a billionaire is
So
also a millionaire,
technically, I'm
but
also NM, bhai. So
हाँ
there are
but
two.
नहीं नहीं, but ऐसे तो बहुत होंगे ना, and also like a billionaire will not count as a millionaire, like it's,
साहिल
I
भाई
mean if
सोच
I
रहे हैं
put,
भाई, डोंट स्टील माय थंडर नाउ.
नहीं नहीं exactly भाई, I'm gonna turn into वो क्या नाम है उसका, मोनिका now, but I think like Elon Musk को list of millionaires में डालना doesn't make sense, no, like the hot shot millionaire of the year Elon Musk, like wouldn't make sense.
क्रेजी, ह्यूज इफ
है
ट्रू
ना?
भाई. CBI for Gukesh, S20 for India for Arjun, which is for other players. भाई ऐसा नहीं है कि हम एक प्लेयर को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं भाई.
भाई
इट्स
अभी
अबाउट
अभी 15 मिनट पहले एक बंदा कहता दिस इज ओनली गुकेश प्रमोशन चैनल। अभी 15 मिनट
हाँ.
पड़ा मैंने मेरे
नहीं
कमेंट।
भाई.
तो इट्स ऑल अ
Really?
मैटर ऑफ टाइम चढ़ी। तुम कब ज्वाइन कर रहे हो, उस टाइम पे कौन सी गेम हम दिखा रहे हैं, वो वही लगेगा भाई, हम उसी प्लेयर के फेवर में भाई, हम तो सबके फेवर में भाई, सबके हम बायस्ड सबके साथ है भाई, इंडियन एक के साथ नहीं
टेक्स
है
ऑन
बाय द वे।
H5 भाई.
ओनली मूव नाइट टेक्स f3। Important moment for the India number one. Can he? Of course, he has seen knight f3. इसमें तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं है। Wow, takes in a second.
Okay, takes, and now what?
Bishop g4 या
Oh, plays bishop g4. Bar says it's an inaccuracy, but I
Ooh.
don't think it's an inaccuracy, right?
It's not.
I'm telling you, bhai, this is where he stopped calculating. I'm telling you, this is what happened. He's seeing HG6, bishop f3. भाई समझ रहा हूँ मैं अर्जुन को यहाँ पे. उसको ये दिख रहा है, and he thinks he's better here. That's it.
Saj bhai, look at this. Bishop g4, hg6, ठीक है?
Hmm.
Now bishop f3 check. King g1 is lost, by the way. Queen d7 आ रहा
Yeah.
है. So you have to play king h2. Now rook to g7, threatening some takes and so on. Rook g1 only move for white. Ikloti chal. Now queen e8, threatening to capture again. So you have to play bishop h6 now, with the idea कि rook g6 के बाद you're gonna play queen e3 only move.
Why can't I go rook g6, and rook g1, bhai? What is this?
हाँ, rook g6, queen g6, rook g1, bishop g4, black is winning.
Queen h5. Okay,
Queen
yeah.
h5.
Very easy to go wrong.
So वो bishop ऐसे queen e3 देखना, to be honest, is not easy at all.
So
Like
queen
not
e3
even
is, come on,
remotely
bhai.
easy.
Queen e3 is so simple.
नहीं, but यहाँ से देखना भाई, इस पोजीशन से।
Yeah. But okay, you technically don't have to play rook g1 here, yeah? Or I mean, okay, queen e8 ke baad you don't have to play bishop h6. Like, I mean, I think the bishop h6, queen e3 ka plan is not that difficult, personally.
चलो
Rook
भाई,
g3 directly क्यों नहीं खेल सकता मैं?
I wait, rook g3, rook
हाँ,
g6,
bishop h4 खेलेगा यहाँ पे अर्जुन. Like, this is easy. Think about
rook
this,
f,
भाई. It's also
Rook
very
f3,
hard for
queen
Arjun.
g6, yeah? Okay, but it's possible, yeah? Rook f3, queen g6.
Why? You can play rook cg1 here also, and it's equal somehow. Takes, bishop h5 only move. This is equal. But okay, I don't like this for Arjun.
Yeah, this I don't like. This I agree with you. Rook cg1 is a bit irritating.
Ricks. Big Ricks.
Arey baap re bhai.
I think the only thing that's good right now Arjun के लिए is इसके Bluebaum के पास 38 मिनट है to play 14 moves.
I think that definitely was a factor in his calculations to go for this. Like time would definitely have been a factor कि भाई time पे आ गए हो, we can use this. मुझे याद है Olympiad में भाई round 1 like he just sacked a piece for a pawn and it was +3 for his opponent. Opponent लिया ही नहीं. तो
Oh, I remember he was losing, na?
हाँ
It was like the
+3 था
only
भाई,
chance
simple
Arjun gave.
free piece था भाई, and opponent लिया ही नहीं because he got scared, and that's how much risk Arjun is ready to take. That too in the Olympiad, imagine.
Okay, but he has to take on g6. By the way, he doesn't. This is not the only move. Yeah, knight h2 also is fine, but that's not as good. Honestly, practically, I like knight h2 more for Arjun. उसके बाद उसके chances बहुत बढ़ जाएंगे जीतने के. अभी आई एम
because
नॉट
h5
श्योर.
pawn
बाय द वे
गया.
जो पिछली जो एनालिसिस करी थी क्लाउड के साथ, वहां पे 0-0-0 ये पोजीशन में नहीं था. ही शुडंट प्ले बिशप g4 देयर. इट वाज rook h7 जहां पे इक्वल थे.
हाँ, got it.
तो अब आई थिंक अर्जुन इज दिस गुड चांस अर्जुन इज एक्चुअली वर्स हियर.
Chess 24 Tak or Chess 24 Republic, which is better? Nice one, brother. Nice one. साहिल भाई गोल्फ कब खेल रहे हो? ये गोल्फ तो नहीं, गोल्फ क्यों खेलना है भाई?
जीएम मैग्नस भाई, अब जब तक आप एक कैप्स लॉक से हटोगे नहीं, मैं आपको जवाब ही नहीं दे रहा भाई. जीएम मैग्नस, पता नहीं आप क्यों एकदम कैप्स लॉक पे आ गए वापस.
भाई गोल्फ तो अमीरों का स्पोर्ट है भाई, हम लोग नहीं खेलते. The position engine wise, white is good, but practically black has less risky moves, and white needs to be super accurate to convert. I mean, for sure, both sides need to be accurate actually. If black makes a single mistake, he's done. You guys take 50 minutes Arjun's game. I think it's just the game that is super crazy actually. Because, for example, if let's do a roundup of all the Indian games, Saj bhai. Let's do a roundup, okay? So
Okay,
first of all, let's
गुकेश.
go to Arvind. Arvind did
अरविंद
not
भाई
play Rook
ऊपर से जाओ ना
A5.
भाई, टॉप से नीचे से आ रहे हो.
Top
अच्छा
se
ठीक है,
chalo,
it's
top se
fine.
chalo. So Gukesh, I think Bishop A6, B3 we saw, and now he played Rook A D8. And it still feels like he's tiny bit better, but nothing super crazy, yeah?
Oh, he plays h5 in accuracy, by the way. Gukesh can take on h5, and that's very good for him.
Oh, that's interesting.
Gukesh can win this, yeah, now, for sure.
But will he take on H5 though?
He has to, only move.
And by the way, G5 pe H6 wins for white, so let's not under that. Okay, so H5, slight mistake. Gukesh, I would say slightly better at least, if not more. Then let's go to Fedoseev versus Pragg. जहाँ पे I think the game is simplifying more and more. I think एक target है white के पास A7 pawn, but it feels like Pragg has good chances to equalize. Would you agree or would you say अभी थोड़ा ध्यान से खेलना है?
भाई Russian endgame technique loading in this match. Fedoseev is not gonna make it easy, that's for sure. Jaise, I mean, to explain the chat, like, Indian chess school is largely on calculation and, finding those difficult moves in the middle game, playing attacking chess and so on. Russian chess school is more about like technical play. And like end games में अगर आप अपने opponent को एक slight सा advantage दे रहे हो, तो they become very dangerous. So this is one of those positions जहाँ पे Fedoseev is not gonna make it easy for Pragg.
Yeah, true. So Pragg को defend करना अभी है, time भी थोड़ा सा could be a reason of worry. Meanwhile, wow, I cannot believe it, Sahaj bhai. Arvind did not take the draw and now is losing.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
Bhai, that is heartbreaking. Yeah, let's go to Rook A7 where we left it. This is where Rook A5 was the forced instant draw. He plays Rook B5, wants to win the pawn for free. Black challenges with F5 and now Queen G5 was the only move, but he plays Queen H5 and suddenly A4 apparently is Much better for Sindarov.
भाई ऑलमोस्ट विनिंग या A4 के बाद, ऑलमोस्ट विनिंग,
अरे
वो
यार.
नॉट एन अंडरस्टेटमेंट व्हाटसोएवर.
And there's no way he did not see the draw, Sahaj. Of course he saw the draw.
Of course, yes.
So this is gonna pinch so much now.
By the way, Gukesh took that pawn on H5 and Nodirbek went knight H6. So Gukesh again, I think, having very good winning chances. Arvind worse, Pragg slightly worse, but okay, long game there. And Arjun also worse right now. And ये
भाई क्या
मैग्नस
चल
ने
रहा
लिख
है
दिया
साज भाई?
भाई लोअर कैप्स में, तो मैं एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ बिशप G4 के बाद क्या हो रहा है. किसी गेम पे रुकना है आपको कहाँ पे रुकना है आपको?
I think Gukesh because he took on H5.
ओके, लेट्स गो टू गुकेश बोर्ड. मैं आपको बताता हूँ उसकी इवैल्यूएशन चार्ट अर्जुन की.
By the way, now 96 played, and apparently you're supposed to take this knight, which is not an easy decision. Like bishop h6, and then rook g8. I wouldn't say this is easy, chat. मेरे हिसाब से, because queen h4, f6 is attacked, h5 is attacked. It still feels a bit
एक
double-edged.
ऑप्टिकली बढ़िया लग रही है व्हाइट की, नहीं? अभी आई वुड चूज
हाँ,
व्हाइट हियर,
exactly.
बट इट्स एक्चुअली
I mean,
बैड
bishop
फॉर
h,
व्हाइट.
yeah, bishop h6 के बाद it feels like यार black का king थोड़ा कटका हुआ है, कोने में है, it's stuck. Rook g8, queen h4, like I'm threatening to capture f6. How is this so bad?
I don't think it's
I
that
think,
bad. Like queen h4 के बाद you're supposed to take on c4, you're supposed to take on h6, and then you're going to play rook g8 and rook g6. Okay, you have slight pull in this position. That's it. By the way, Arjun
yeah.
is plus 1.3 by the way on depth 33. So he is in deep problems. Agar his opponent finds all of this. So it's a deep problem there.
By the way, he has taken on g6. So now Arjun will take bishop takes f3. I think we're going to have moves quickly there. We
So
can
let's go to
switch
Arjun.
maybe. And Bluebaum is actually better right now against the world number 4. He is not happy though about something. I don't know. It's the same reaction he had against Sindarov. सुन रहा है
यार
क्या
ये
मेरे को?
ऐसे ना, आई थिंक यू आर
वो
ऑलवेज
अच्छा वो नहीं हुआ
थिंकिंग
क्या
मैंने
हुआ
कोई
फिर भाई?
एक चाल का ब्लंडर ना कर दिया हो. लाइक कहीं कुछ एक चाल की ब्लंडर हो गई तो पोजीशन एकदम से लॉस हो जाएगी मेरी. बिकॉज लाइक लुक एट दिस नो, किंग H2 एंड लाइक इफ द बिशप डिडंट एग्जिस्ट, क्वीन H4, क्वीन H1 इज मेट इन 2.
Yeah, but of course he saw all of this when he took on g6. I don't know, like he's angry about something. He thinks he missed something, but he didn't miss anything. See, he has that look. Okay, मैंने क्या miss किया? And he's calculating this new line which he missed.
समय भाई एक बार आप वो वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम में देख लेना. पीपल आर सेइंग होल चेस बोर्ड इज नॉट अवेलेबल इन द वीडियो. मुझे दिख रहा है बट एक बार आप चेक कर लेना रिगार्डलेस.
थोड़ा छोटा कर दो if possible chess board. बड़े हमेशा अच्छे नहीं होते. हाँ ऊपर के हाँ. It's not perfectly visible. But yeah, by the way, check played by Arjun and crucial moment now. King H2
किंग
only move
H2
played.
भाई इज वर्स. 2 pawn down and like if there is not an immediate mate here, then Arjun is in trouble.
Bluebaum will beat Hikaru in the candidates. Mark my words. That is definitely a possibility, bhai, because he's somebody people might underestimate, and he might prove them wrong, which is potentially gonna be the case here unless Arjun comes up with some idea quickly. Because as Sahav mentioned, because if White can stabilize somehow, this is over, yeah. Because Black's king is also weak. Pawn g6 पे है
Yeah.
भाई.
So Rook
Fly
G7 तो force
chess.
दिया भाई. What else do you play?
भाई बिशप गिफ्ट कर दो ऐसे. बोलो बोलो. वो ब्लू बम भाई, दिवाली है बिशप तुम्हारे लिए गिफ्ट, एंड देन यू मूव द बिशप, या दैट्स व्हाट वी कैन डू.
भाई एक बात बताओ, can I go bishop H4 here?
बिशप
You
h4.
take, king takes.
भाई रुक हैंगिंग f7 पे.
हाँ takes G7 king F7. Rook G1 only move here, yeah.
But I mean,
And I was thinking something like queen H8, but मैं भूल गया आपके पास bishop H6 है भाई. ये तो और बहुत scary है.
और रुक g7 आ रहा है भाई, खत्म.
Bishop H6 only move by the way, yeah? Again.
बट पॉसिबल टू फाइंड.
या ऑफ कोर्स. बिशप H8 कुछ गया तो खराब ही होगा. किंग G3 मैं ही खेल दूंगा उधर तो, राइट. या टेक्स किंग G3. या दिस इज एक्चुअली लुकिंग, कुछ मिस किया है यहाँ पे अर्जुन ने फॉर श्योर. I think.
भाई 2 गेम लगातार ना हार जाए यार. And he's gonna fall down to like 2765 or 2764 or something. That's gonna be his lowest rating in a long while, actually, if he loses this one.
So rook g7, one move. Rook f8. Okay, looks makes no sense.
भाई एक
Yeah,
ही मूव है,
maybe
वन
that
मूव नहीं,
gamble
only
did
move.
not. Bhai, gamble didn't work, yeah?
हाँ, gamble didn't work. True. And now, chat, just to update, Gukesh is slightly better. Pragg is slightly worse. Arjun is much worse. And Aravindh is much, much worse. And now, by the way, Aravindh gave a core update. A4, खेल दिया है opponent ने, and now he has the only move, and that is rook to b1. Otherwise, he's dead lost.
Rook b1 क्यों, by the way?
ये राज भी इंडियन वैल्यूएशन के साथ चला गया साज भाई.
Oh, huge, if true. ये किंग h3 पे कितना घटिया लग रहा है यार एक्चुअली. किंग g1 पे होता तो बेटर था.
भाई अच्छा G2 नहीं बोला.
ये g1 भाई.
हाँ, G1 would have been better for sure. Apparently, this is crazy. So if you play rook c5, black's idea is just queen a8, and now next he is gonna play f4.
कहाँ पे? Like in this position,
So
if you play
yeah, rook
rook.
c5,
Okay.
queen a8, and now next black will play f4 and just kind of break through on the king side. For
बाप रे.
example, I mean this is tough, yeah. For example, let's say rook b5, random move. You can even just go apparently g5 now is the best move. What?
बाप
What?
रे. g5 g4
What?
check. भाई g4 check. No.
Queen g5, rook g7. Oh my god, this is over. Bhai,
Queen
this
h5
is.
f4 I guess. Oh भाई knight f4. gf4 queen g2 checkmate.
Oh! Bhai sahab.
किंग ही प्रॉब्लम है भाई इधर.
But how is rook b1 helping in all of this?
It's not. It's just not helping भाई. Don't go for the pawns. तो अगर आप रुक बी वन जाते हो, मैं जी फाइव अब नहीं खेल सकता अपेरेंटली, या बट क्यों नहीं? बिकॉज यू टेक अपेरेंटली इट्स स्टिल गुड फॉर ब्लैक. क्वीन जी फाइव, रुक जी सेवन है, क्वीन एच सिक्स है आपके पास, ऐसे करके आप खेल सकते हो.
तो पहले क्वीन एस क्यों नहीं था?
पहले क्योंकि क्वीन एच फाइव मैंने वो स्टाइल मारने के लिए खेला था. अच्छा, क्वीन एच सिक्स अगर आप यहाँ पे आते हो तो रुक जी सिक्स खेल के आई कैन किक यू अगेन. क्वीन एट पे रिमेंबर इट डिफेंड्स एफ एट.
Oh, that's the difference. Oh my god, that is impossible to see. Wow. That is beautiful actually. Wow. So easy to miss.
सहज भाई, कैन स्टॉकफिश कन्वर्ट प्लस वन एडवांटेज अगेंस्ट सेम स्ट्रेंथ स्टॉकफिश? ऑब्जेक्टिवली तो नहीं होना चाहिए, प्लस वन से ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स इट शुड बी एबल टू डू इट. और डिपेंड करता है कैसी पोजीशन है भाई बोर्ड पे. इस तरह की
By the
पोजीशन माइनस वन कर लेगा, मतलब कन्वर्ट आई थिंक.
yeah, by the occasion bishop takes c4 has been played. So
मुकेश के बोर्ड पे लेट्स टेक अ लुक.
he has found one of the best moves. Now b takes c4 is the better option. D takes c4 is a big mistake.
भाई मेरे पास अभी तक आया नहीं है. ओके, इट टेक्स बिशप
Uh,
c4, आ गया. रिफ्रेश करना.
and that is not so. Is that such an easy choice, Sahaj? Because b takes के बाद your a4 pawn is perpetually hanging. So it's not an
हाँ
easy
रुका है ना
choice.
लेकिन मेरा.
But it's the fact that he's thinking also tells me it's not a super easy choice.
But Gukesh is
He
pushing for
plays.
sure now.
He plays, and now I think knight d4. Oh, by the way, knight d4 or bishop h6 are only two moves, or it's lost.
Yeah, because
What?
white gets knight f5, then you're cooked basically.
हाँ.
This is done. Bishop h6 is important. वो तो मारेगा ही, I think for sure.
बिल्कुल. Cook से आ रहा है साज भाई. I'm gonna have dinner and come back. I'll check if it's ready. So I'll be back in 2-3 minutes.
Go ahead, bhai. Go ahead.
हाँ.
Enjoy, bhai. What's up, chat? Huge if true is the go-to line of Sahaj bhai. बिल्कुल भाई. प्रग ब्लंडर नहीं भाई, अभी ब्लंडर नहीं, मैंने आपको बताया था ना कि वो रशियन एंड गेम टेक्निक, सो इट विल बी डिफिकल्ट आई थिंक फॉर प्रग टू होल्ड, बिकॉज फेडोसिव इज गोना लाइक मेक दिस अ लॉन्ग एंड गेम एंड थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट रहता है ऐसे बचाना आई थिंक प्रग के साइड से, बिकॉज एक साइड पे तो आप डिफेंड कर रहे हो, दूसरा आपका कुछ जीतने का कोई चांस नहीं है आपके पास, तो बेसिकली एक ड्रॉ के लिए आप थोड़ा, इट्स नॉट लाइक इट्स नॉट प्लेजेंट, इजी टू मेक मिस्टेक्स देयर, तो छोटी छोटी मिस्टेक्स हो सकती हैं प्रग से, एंड Fedoshev is not going to make it easy. This is like where Russian players are one of the strongest, squeezing out their advantage at last bit of, yeah. But let's see, bhai, how Pragg plays here. Arjun, for example, right now is in also very, very deep problems. But he has more counterplay. Pragg के पास कोई counterplay नहीं है. That's the problem. ये एकदम रेस्ट डे से जो पहले वाला दिन था ना, बिल्कुल वैसा लग रहा है मुझे. Only Gukesh is having a good position. Pragg is worse. Arjun is worse. And Arvind is also worse. Like much worse. But yeah, Gukesh must press. Exactly, right. Bishop h6 is the move, and knight d4 is the other move. Between these two, I think he will choose one. I think maybe he goes bishop h6, rook g8, and okay, knight versus bishop का आपके पास imbalance आ गया. Queen पे attack. You have to go queen h4, attacking the f6 pawn. Maybe I go rook g6, you take the pawn. And ठीक है यहाँ पे थोड़ा थोड़ा आप टेक्निक दिखाओगे, रुक को आप g8.
साज भाई, are you there? साज भाई, साज भाई, मैं डिनर अभी रेडी नहीं हुआ तो मैं आया तो साज भाई भाग गए. चलो अच्छा, वापस आ गया फिर मैं. और अभी खाली स्ट्रीम चल रही होती. सूखी
नहीं नहीं
स्ट्रीम
भाई, आई
एज
एम
साज
बैक.
भाई
मेरा
would
पता
say.
नहीं 2 सेकंड के लिए इंटरनेट क्यों जाता है. आई हैव नो क्लू.
भाई
लाइक आई एम
सूखी
बैक
स्ट्रीम
नाउ
चलती
राइट.
फिर भाई, अगर आप भी नहीं होते मैं भी, सूखी स्ट्रीम जाती भाई फिर.
और
सो
फिर मैं पूछता भाई गीली स्ट्रीम क्या होती है.
I don't even want to comment on that one, भाई. But meanwhile, Saad bhai, Gukesh is
भाई यू
thinking.
बिन सेइंग इट, मैं बोलता हूँ सूखा रुक मर गया तो
भाई
यू
सूखा
यू
रुक
आस्क द
और
सेम क्वेश्चन भाई.
भाई
बट
पर
आपने
इट्स
मेरे
नॉट.
इंटरनेट जाने का प्रिडिक्शन ऐसे कैसे कर लिया.
भाई मैं तो खाना रेडी नहीं था, तो मैं तो बस आ गया, इंटरनेट अपने आप ही गया.
ओह अच्छा अच्छा,
Unless
हैप्पी
I hacked
एक्सीडेंट
it.
हाँ.
हाँ, unless I hacked it. हैकर टिकू भी एक नया पर्सोना है जो मैं बिल्ड करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, खौफ फैला के. बट या,
हम्म.
खौफ से बेटर याद आया अर्जुन की गेम. साथ भाई डर लग रहा है.
फॉर श्योर. गुकेश इज बेटर. भाई मैं राउंड अप ही कर रहा था. गुकेश इज बेटर, बाकी सब प्लेयर्स थोड़ा डिफेंड करते हुए. टेक्स ऑन h6 and now rook g8, yeah. And also let's remind everyone, Gukesh is the only player who has not lost a match yet.
भाई नो,
क्या हुआ.
it's exactly the same position in Arvind's game that we saw. Rook c5, queen a8. It's over.
अरे भाई वो G5
g5
वाली
might
लाइन
be.
आ गई है तो.
भाई ये तो कलयुग हो गया यार.
क्रेजी.
But
क्या
we
लाइन क्या देखी
discussed
थी
this,
हमने यहाँ
Saj.
पे. वी
I think
लुक्ड
it
एट
was,
रुक
we
बी
saw
फाइव
rook b5. हाँ, rook
कि रुक बी
b5
फाइव क्यों खेलेगा
g5.
लेकिन वाइट, अभी तो रुक C5 खेला आपने.
तो क्या खेलोगे साज भाई, लेकिन that's a good question. What else? You can't play king g2, king
आई
h4
टेक
you
द
can't
पॉन
play.
ऑन C4 भाई, लेट्स गो.
Oof, rook c4. Apparently h6 is winning. What is h6?
भाई एक
With
और
the idea of
बड़ा
g5.
बहुत बहुत बढ़िया आइडिया दिखाऊं एक आपको, मजा आ जाएगा आपको.
हाँ.
नाइट B6.
हाँ.
You'll play rook b4 and queen to h1 by a8 to h1 and queen f1 check is mate. Well, close to mate.
नहीं पता क्या है, आफ्टर लेट्स से rook b6 grabbing the knight, by the way free knight दिया, thank you for that. the the,
Check.
the best
King
move is
h4.
g5 is also possible. check भी है, g5 डायरेक्ट भी पॉसिबल है भाई.
बाप रे g5 क्या है भाई. g5 नहीं
और
भाई,
ये
तब
तो
तो सेम ही आइडिया हुआ ना, क्वीन f1 क्वीन f2 का. तब g5 खेल के भी आप सेम चीज कर सकते हो. बट दिस
हाँ.
इज क्वीन f2 इज लाइक सो गुड.
So basically all of this started because the king went to h3. Let's replay the problem. It
Yeah,
happened
yeah,
when the
this
king
was the
went to h3.
position.
All of this.
King h3. Like bar goes from like completely favorable to black. यहाँ पे सिंडारोव ने एक वो ड्रॉ ऑफर दिया था रुके 7 खेल के, बट अरविंद ने लिया नहीं. एंड नाउ इट्स टू लेट.
Bhai Sindarov is going to be the leader.
Why he
Four
is,
and a
and
half.
he's going to be like a, I think could be a sole leader also by today. क्योंकि नॉर्दिरबेक तो
Yeah,
नहीं जीत रहा, right?
yeah, and 4.5 out of 6. That's a crazy impressive score at in this field. Plus what, 3?
Yeah.
Wow. सिर्फ 4 भाई, इसको सिर्फ 4 पॉइंट चाहिए क्या 8.5 पहुंचने के लिए in the next what 7 rounds. That's not hard at all actually. But anyways, I think Arvind must be regretting not taking that
Oh,
draw. By the
भाई भाई
what
भाई,
just happened? Oh my god, Arjun has
ब्लंडर.
blundered. Can we look at again? Rook g7 खेला उसने. Rook g1,
भाई
but then oh
चैट को
no.
अगर अगर क्लाउड चाहिए तो बता देना भाई, ठीक है? मेरे को दिख रहा है यहाँ पे, अगर आपको, अगर इफ यू वांट मी टू रिवील इट देन लेट मी नो. अगर नहीं चाहिए तो आई आई अंडरस्टैंड, एक्चुअली मत ही करो तो बेटर है भाई.
साज भाई धरती है कह रही है, क्लाउड का तो सुन लिया बहुत. आई वांट डाउन टू अर्थ ओपिनियंस कि भाई कोई उम्मीद है कि भाई रो दूं मैं,
नहीं नहीं भाई, मतलब
तो रो दूं.
या रो दो भाई. ओह यस रिवील भाई, सब लोग यस कह रहे हैं भाई. ओके भाई, तो आई वांट यू. द पोजीशन इज +4 बाय द वे, for blue bomb right now. If he goes pawn takes pawn, it is +4, +4.5 now.
पॉन टेक्स
मत
पॉन.
इसका, like
अच्छा,
in human terms it means white is dead winning. It's 4.5 का मतलब होता है भाई कि आप बेसिकली एक ऑलमोस्ट एक पूरा रुक अप हो, सूखा रुक.
साज भाई.
नहीं नहीं मत पूछो भाई, मत करो भाई. एक सेकंड अभी, लेकिन डेप्थ 28 पे हूँ मैं चैट, तो डेप्थ 30 पे आने दो मेरे को. वहां पे
हाँ
4.6 दिखा रहा है भाई. दैट्स वेरी बैड.
भाई, साज भाई कितना भी हिला ले अभी कान अपने, कुछ नहीं होगा इसका, बिकॉज दिस इज ओवर. इसमें तो and the problem is there is no like no counter attack, because what do you play? For example, bishop h6 खेला right ने, you have to take on g6, right?
या बिशप
Bishop
h6
h6
पे,
अगर,
या रुक j6 बिशप j6 क्वीन e3 इज विनिंग, +4 वो भी.
of course, because play ही नहीं है, like there is no play, like black के pieces should be hanging around the white king. कोई है ही नहीं, वो तो डिफेंसिव बैठे हुए हैं भाई.
या 5+5 हो गया भाई अब तो, डेप्थ 30 पे, और बोलो.
भाई सेकंड कंसेक्यूटिव लॉस भाई. दिस इज,
वो भी ब्लू
या
बॉम्ब
अर्जुन
के
आई थिंक.
अगेंस्ट भाई, सेकंड लॉस आल्सो, लाइक वो ग्रैंड स्विस पे भी हारा था ब्लू बॉम्ब से, अर्जुन, इफ यू रिमेंबर दैट.
एंड ही लॉस्ट टू फेदोसीव लास्ट टाटा स्टील. भाई ये तो थोड़ा सा, and this is gonna hurt because he was moving towards 20 at 100, and suddenly he's back to, Vincent is gonna cross him again, and he's gonna be world
भाई
number
मैं बंद कर रहा
5.
हूँ क्लाउड, मेरे को नहीं देखना.
यार अगर यही भगवान ने कहा होता है बंद कर रहा हूँ क्लाउड, तो हम कैसे पानी पीते साज भाई, ऐसे नहीं बोलते यार. क्लाउड होना
फोटोसिंथेसिस.
चाहिए. I have no words because Arjun has no moves. अर्जुन तो वॉशरूम से आ रहा है बस बार बार, भाई गेम.
But like in like actual terms, like if you consider the fact that Arjun has gone bishop h5, which is retreating a bishop, it is him admitting that he missed something. And अब it is goner.
यार
Pawn takes
तो
pawn is
साज
the
भाई,
best move. कर रहे हो
आप
डिनर आप?
सूखा रूख खेलो, मैं आया भाई खाना खा के जल्दी से, हाँ.
ओके भाई, ओके, एंजॉय भाई. सॉरी भाई, किशोरी सर, सॉरी सर, बहुत घटिया जोक था. But after this is the move, pawn takes pawn, and black goes pawn takes pawn. I'm guessing. What else are you supposed to do here? Knight b5. अब रुक c1 जो 15 साल पहले खेला था, उसका आइडिया समझ आ रहा है. तो you are accessing the c line, and very important, you cannot go bishop g6 in this position because white has this very let's say an intermezzo in the move, which is bishop h6, and g7 का रुक और g6 का bishop, इनमें से एक मरेगा पक्का. तो you cannot capture bishop g6, you cannot capture rook g6. Actually, if I think about it, like in this position, I cannot capture bishop g6 because I have bishop h6 always. So bishop h5 का point क्या है फिर? Is it just Arjun like sort of panicking? Is that possible? Probably, yeah. Because अगर आप bishop g6 नहीं मार सकते तो point ही आई खेलने का bishop h5. Bishop तो बढ़िया था ना f3 पे. Stockfish says Bluebaum should blunder rook. हाँ भाई बिल्कुल. हाँ भाई देखो आ गया कमेंट भाई जो जिसका मुझे बहुत टाइम से इंतजार था. नहीं भाई, he's played some good chess. I think कभी कभी it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think today he took a much bigger risk than necessary. Yeah, I think he has to find that balance of what type of risk to take against what type of players. I think maybe the opening that he played, maybe it would have worked against someone who was lower than 26 or 2650. Maybe not against Bluebaum, but I think he has to find that balance, where to take what type of risk, essentially. I think it's bad luck, yeah. It happens. But हाँ भाई, ये 2600 के अगेंस्ट ही काम करता है वो सब. दैट आई डोंट थिंक दैट्स फेयर टू से. He did defeat Pragg. He was better in almost all of the games out of the opening. I think he's playing really well. हैज भाई गुकेश का क्लाउड में क्या वैल्यूएशन है भाई? वो भी इक्वल ही है भाई. Nothing too crazy there. Let's switch to Gukesh to see how Nodirbek is going to fare up. But 0.5 का एडवांटेज दिख रहा है. आपको अगर एग्जैक्ट चाहिए तो मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ. One sec. Nodirbek versus Gukesh incoming chat. Hold on. तो ये वाला तो बंद कर देते हैं एंड देन लेट्स ब्रिंग आउट Nodirbek Gukesh. I would say यहाँ पे क्लाउड इवैल्यूएशन उतना मैटर नहीं करता बिकॉज लाइक पोजीशन उतनी डायनामिक नहीं है, सो take it with a grain of salt there. Basically on depth 30, black has maybe 0.3 advantage, 0.34, and that is with queen h4 on the board. अगर आप queen h4 नहीं खेलते हो तो white is a lot worse. In specific 0.5 का advantage. Actually queen h4 के बाद अब equal हो गई position. So if Abdusattorov finds like the next few moves correctly, the position is more or less equal. Maybe slight pressure for Gukesh, but nothing too crazy. But इसका एक silver lining भी है. Silver lining ये कि यहाँ पे अब Nodirbek is not playing for, I think, a win. That's a silver lining for Gukesh because आप white से जीतने के लिए नहीं खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे, which okay, psychological edge, yeah, more or less. So that's very good. And by the way, Bluebaum abhi bhi sochte hue 23 minutes he has on the clock and no increment. Nodirbek just made a mistake, queen h2. That's a big one. Queen h4 was the best move. I don't know why you would go queen h2 here. Trying to make sense of the difference. भाई क्या difference है इन दोनों में? Gukesh also made a mistake. भाई queen d4 खेलना था यहाँ पे. That was the chance. Basically queen h4 खेलता ना मैं यहाँ पे तो ब्लैक यहाँ पे भी रुक g6 खेल सकता है एंड क्वीन टेक्स h5 के बाद इट्स द सेम पोजीशन. लाइक आप h2 से h5 मारो या h4 से h5 मारो, बात तो एक ही है ना. तो ही गोज क्वीन h2 एंड यहाँ पे मतलब गुकेश के पास एक गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी थी विद क्वीन d4. डजंट मेक मच सेंस. आई एम गेसिंग क्वीन h4 पे होती तो यू आर आल्सो थ्रेटनिंग क्वीन f6. तो you तब रुक g6 फोर्स्ड है आपके लिए. अब रुक g6 फोर्स्ड नहीं था बट ही डिड प्ले इट इंस्टेंटली. एंड नाउ क्वीन टेक्स h5 ओनली मूव बाय द वे फॉर Nodirbek, अदरवाइज ही इज इन डीप ट्रबल. Pragg's बोर्ड भाई लगाते हैं भाई. Pragg का मैच नहीं देखा बहुत टाइम से. 34 मिनट्स फॉर Fedoseev, 27 फॉर Pragg. चैट अगेन मैं आई नो मैं ये चीज बार बार रिपीट कर रहा हूँ बट ये गेम आई थिंक Pragg के लिए थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होगा. आई एम नॉट सेइंग ही इज लूजिंग बट आई एम सेइंग दैट सच पोजीशंस आर ऑलवेज डिफिकल्ट टू होल्ड बिकॉज यू आर प्लेइंग फॉर 2 रिजल्ट्स एज ब्लैक. जब जीतना आपके मतलब पॉसिबल नहीं है यहाँ पे. एंड Fedoseev यहाँ पे थोड़ा पुश करेगा लाइक he'll go h4 g3. okay, he goes rook b8 gaining access to the 8th rank. एंड यहाँ पे भाई वो रशियन एंड गेम टेक्निक will be tough. I think his plan is to go rook g8 and I think वो जो प्रेशर एंड गेम में दिख रहा है आपको that is there because this a7 pawn and a6 pawn for white. ये pawn कभी अगर मर गया तो black is in deep trouble. And also something like rook b8 rook a8 and you can play d5 and then take the pawn on a7 like कुछ sack करके d4 से. So Pragg has to be super careful. White freely खेल सकता है but Pragg से एक गलती and it could be lost, dead lost. तो ये लंबा चलेगा गेम भाई. By the way, Bluebaum with 21 minutes has played the best move in the position. Pawn takes d6. This is the one we were worried about. And Arjun is now in deep trouble. By the way, if you're thinking that Bluebaum has less time, well, he only has to make 10 moves. This was move number 30. And he has 21 minutes on the clock. I mean that's more than enough time if he has calculated all of this. And remember chat, bishop takes g6 is not possible because of bishop h6. and you lose the rook. Rook takes g6 doesn't make any sense because this rook it must be used for the attack of the king. I think Arjun has completely messed this up. He goes pawn takes d6, and now knight b5 was the move we were considering. Knight b5 idea is simple. You want to go rook c6, knight c7, put pressure on the 7th rank. And huge problem for Arjun. Basically dead lost. Knight b5, like अगर मैं a6 खेलता हूँ तो क्या हो रहा है भाई? Knight c7 anyway. अच्छा, knight c7 anyways. यार, rook c7 पे bishop b6 मर रहा है. This is bad. So yeah, maybe it's not the easiest for Bluebaum to see this, but let's see what happens. But by the way, Nodirbek still thinking in that position. He hasn't captured that pawn on h5. Aravindh in deep trouble. Let's take. Oh, by the way, he took rook c4. Bhai. Chat, do you remember this? We were looking at this exact same line before where knight b6 and queen h1 was this beautiful tactic. And I'm sure if I put like this on cloud, this will be like -4 or something for Arvind. I'm just going to do it anyways. क्योंकि अब एक मतलब रूटीन सा बन गया. Just taking a quick look here as well to give you like a proper update. Rook c4 के बाद I think black is completely winning. Yeah, 2 winning moves. Yeah, h6 and knight b6 in this game. And दोनों मतलब -4 की तरफ बढ़ते हुए. अभी थोड़ा वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं to get a proper evaluation here. Yeah, depth जितना ऊपर जा रहे हो उतना like it's -4 right now. It's very bad for Arvind. So basically Arvind -4, Arjun -4. भाई अगर Sindarov ने इस पोजीशन में h6 निकाल दिया तो this is gone, like immediately it's gone. Knight b6 पे थोड़ा hope है आपके पास, but okay, not so much there also. But yeah, it's dead lost. So huge slip up there by Arvind as well. क्या ही करें भाई. सहज भाई नहीं, ओपनिंग में अर्जुन बेटर था. His intuition, his power has decreased these days. I mean, he wasn't really better, bhai. I would say like he took a huge risk, like maybe a bigger risk than it was necessary, and it didn't pay off as well. वो जो बेटर आपको एक दो चाल के लिए दिख रहा था भाई, वो बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड था. लाइक वो बहुत डायनामिक था, बहुत बहुत सारे पीसेस थे बोर्ड पे, बहुत सारी चीजें आप मिस कर सकते हो. दैट्स नॉट अ कंफर्टेबल एज फॉर एनीवन. सो वुडंट रियली से ही वाज बेटर भाई आउट ऑफ द ओपनिंग.
तो भाई रुक c4 आ गया.
ओहो हाँ भाई, रुक c4 वही जो हम सोच रहे थे भाई. h6 के बाद ही इज डेड लॉस भाई, -4.
h6 या knight b6 both are losing, no?
h6 is the cleanest win here. h6 g5 g4 का प्लान cleanest win.
मतलब I think although in this case I think it's Arvind has himself to blame. I think वो objective analysis, he was playing on emotions more than the objective assessment, and he should have taken that draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Hindsight में तो ये सब चीजें बोलनी आसान रहती हैं, but you know on the
Yeah,
board
but we knew it. Yeah, we knew it. I think वो king h3, it felt a bit awkward, like the king on h3
maybe,
and
but
so
for
on.
Arvind
And
it was like I'm playing for a win. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like it's, well, you know, like I think Arun mentioned this once. Like to play very good chess, I think you have to detach your emotions. It's very hard to do so. But I think that's where he went wrong. I think he should have accepted the draw. That would have not been not so bad. Yeah. Because he had lost the last 2 games. To get a draw there against the World Cup winner would not be so bad. But now I think it's not going to go well, and he's going to lose his 3rd game in a row. That's going to hurt a lot. Because ज़्यादा यही हुआ था Uzbekistan chess में साज भाई. That's exactly what happened. He lost a game, he lost another, and suddenly he kept losing. Like वही
भाई
जो
अर्जुन के साथ
flow
भी
है ना.
सेम हो रहा है, लेकिन ये तो दूसरा लॉस हो जाएगा ये.
हाँ, exactly. Even Arjun, to be honest. But I think Arjun ka maybe it's a bit of miscalculation. Yeah, he missed something.
I think it was
It's a bit
I think
different.
too big of a risk in the opening. Like it
That's
was way
also a
too
fair
big of a risk.
assessment, I think. Yeah.
But yeah, okay, let's switch to Gukesh because Nodirbek has taken on h5. By the way, Gukesh had a golden opportunity one move ago. He played rook queen h2 instead of queen h4. And here queen d4 would have given him a very, very big advantage for some reason. And queen b2, targeting these 2 pawns. Okay, not an easy move though. He goes rook g6, queen h5 provoked. And now, okay, Gukesh still can push here, but looks equalish.
I think knight f4 is nice, maybe. ऐसा देखने में अच्छा लग रहा है because
Takes,
then I have the
takes.
g3 square for my rook.
भाई पता है
maybe.
बेस्ट मूव क्या यहाँ पे व्हाइट की?
I
पता है
mean,
ओनली
that's
मूव
not
क्या है
gonna
यहाँ पे वाइट
happen.
के?
That's not gonna happen. Maybe then
भाई
that
एक अगर
strengthens
ये
my.
हुआ बोर्ड पे तो एक एक मैं 10-10 मैगी के लिए रेडी हूँ कि मतलब अब्दुल फाइंड्स दिस मूव।
नहीं नहीं, I'm not gonna bet on that one, भाई. There's no
भाई
way.
पांच, पांच भाई, पांच
नहीं,
चलो
I know he'll
सिंपल।
find it. Why? I know he'll find it. I know.
भाई he's gonna find this with his eyes closed भाई।
G4, भाई. What a
He is
move.
just so good। G4, FG3, King G2, typical idea but hard to execute over the board, but I think he will find it। I think this is why he was calculating for so long, because अगर यहाँ पे after knight f4 you have to capture on f4, and after ef4 g4 is the only move। if you don't play g4 here you're lost।
So let's do it then. Knight f4. I'm okay with that risk. Let him find g4, and even then I'm better after fg3.
भाई एक ही प्लेयर की बेटर है पांच में से। ध्यान से हाँ,
भाई
ये
तो
भी ड्रॉ
तो,
ना
तो
हो जाए।
सेम केस एज लास्ट टाइम हो गया ना यार.
हाँ भाई, रेस्ट डे से
ऑल्दो
पहले वाला जो सीन था बाय द वे, बट वेदांत पाने सर इज ड्राइंग और होल्डिंग हिज ओन
हाँ,
अगेंस्ट आइडन। भाई लेट्स टेक
easy.
अ क्विक लुक देयर एज वेल, क्योंकि ही इज डूइंग रियली वेल अगेंस्ट अ टूर्नामेंट लीडर। ही हैज 13 मिनट्स ऑन द क्लॉक। दिस इज द पोजीशन चैट। ही हैज एन एक्स्ट्रा पॉन, एक्स्ट्रा ए पॉन, बट व्हाइट के पास एक क्वीन और रुक पड़े हैं जो थोड़े ज्यादा एक्टिव है। बट व्हाइट को कुछ कुछ ना कुछ करके रिपीट कर रहे हैं। दैट्स माय टेक ऑन दिस, बट इट्स ग्रेट दैट ही इज होल्डिंग हिज ओन।
Yeah, and apparently black has to find queen b4 on the next move just to exchange queens and just head off in your equal endgame. That's the easiest way. Not easy to do, honestly. Um, but yeah, he's holding his own and he's a pawn up. So good chances here. That's amazing. So एक player equal है, एक Gukesh slightly better, एक is slightly worse, that is Pragg, maybe more than slightly worse actually, and two are
या
completely lost.
Yeah, I think Pragg ka bhi bachana, I think is, I'm not so sure by if he is gonna save this or not. Like this is difficult।
भाई डरा रहे हो यार.
I don't know. Like I think Fedoseev is one of the worst guys to play this line against by camera।
हाँ वो तो कर रहा हूँ मैं. How is Tanmay Bhatt playing Tata Steel? Where is Tanmay Bhatt?
भाई कहाँ से दिख गया आपको तन्मय भट्ट? कौन सा? कोई पहले वाला होगा, पहले वाला कैमरा देखें। आई थिंक वी वर लुकिंग एट, अच्छा maybe he was talking about Aydin, yeah? I think that's what it was। By the way, Bluebaum plays knight b5। Arjun about to be handed his second consecutive loss in a row।
अच्छा आपने लो. पॉज थोड़ा गलत लिया आपने साज भाई. ठीक है, आपका ओपिनियन इफ अर्जुन विल एवर विन एन elite tournament? I think of course. That's not a that's not even a question. The problem is, will he win the correct ones? I think Gukesh, what he did spectacularly well in 2024 is he won the correct events. Like he won the candidates and he won the world championship. That is the maximum ROI. Now, Arjun, he needs to win few of these events. I think दो player है जो बहुत disappointed है candidates में ना जाके. I think they're Arjun and Keval. And both of them couldn't win the right events. Like Keval won so much in 2025, but didn't qualify to the candidates. So he missed out on those important events. I think that's what Arjun and Keval have to solve. For example, ये है important event है. हाँ, Arjun collapses. So वो problem है यहाँ पे. So I think they have to win the right ones. In terms of rating, for example, Arjun is number one, yeah, in India. So he has done well. Like there's no doubt. It's just he didn't win the right ones. What do you think, Sajbhai?
Yeah, I think also like kabhi bhi nahi hoga is like, I mean, that's impossible for anyone of his rating. It's impossible. So it will happen at the right moment. But yeah, I think it will happen for sure।
I think
Mukesh
Pooja
played
Yamit can't
King
stop
G4।
this.
भाई King G4, I think you mean Knight G4 भाई। ओ भाई ले देख लो।
Oh, ho, ho!
I said this भाई।
Why this happened? And he
I told
played
you
still
यार कि
8 seconds, by the way, he took for this G4 move.
10
Eight
मैगीज बच गई
seconds.
आपकी।
भाई मुझे पता था वो खेलेगा, but 8 seconds नहीं पता था. I thought he'll think for longer, but wow.
कैलकुलेट कर लिया ना उसने ऑलरेडी इसलिए।
I mean, but still, I mean, black should be okay, right? I mean, black is not risking anything, I feel.
I don't know भाई, you go suddenly you take FG3, I pick bring my king to G2, like imagine, just imagine queen straight हो गई है इस पोजीशन में। Who is playing for a win?
Okay, fair, but maybe I will not trade queens, yeah?
I mean, I don't think you can avoid it for that long. Like rook h1 पे मेरा रहेगा. I mean, you'll on percent, of course. I'll go king g2. I don't know. This looks scary, bhai.
Hmm. देखो, queen, looking at the pawn on g3, I have to put the queen on d4. That's the first instinct. If you go further one move, let's say king g2 के आसपास, I have to put. अच्छा, सहज भाई गायब ही
Yeah,
हो
I
गए भाई.
know.
सहज भाई
Am I
आ गए, आ गए, आ
back?
गए. हाँ भाई, you're back.
भाई वो 2 सेकंड के लिए पता नहीं मेरा इंटरनेट क्यों जाता है. I'll actually like raise a complaint here. देखता हूँ भाई कुछ होता है कि नहीं. I don't know why it's happening so often.
टिकू आ गया एंजॉय करके. भाई डिनर भी ना खाऊं क्या? भूखा मर जाऊं भाई. क्या चाहते हो तुम? भाई 1 बजे तक चलती है स्ट्रीम. It's because of me weak mitochondria when the stakes are high. I'm sorry, what?
बाय द वे वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम में एक बार चेक कर लो समय भाई कि वो बोर्ड दिख रहा है कि नहीं. अच्छा. Checking that chart will I think it will be up
Is
soon.
Arjun completely lost? Yes, I think Arjun is basically lost, chat. I don't think there's any chance of salvaging that game.
गयो.
So, yeah, I think Gayo is the correct way to summarize it. Arvind ka bhi Gayo, to be honest. I don't see any difference there. By the way, he has taken on g3 and king g2 played.
बेस्ट मूव्स आफ्टर बेस्ट मूव्स. रुक h1. भाई ये मैं आपको कह रहा था कि क्वीन ट्रेड कैसे नहीं करोगे. मेरी क्वीन कितनी ज्यादा पावरफुल है आपकी क्वीन से.
पावरफुल नहीं है, बट ब्लैक की क्वीन के पास जज्बा है भाई.
रुक h1 खेल के भाई मेट हो रही है. जज्बे का क्या करोगे. मेट मेट इन वन है मेरे पास.
तो लेट्स से मैं क्वीन d4 खेलता हूँ. आई स्टे रेडी फॉर क्वीन f2 चेक. खेलो क्वीन किंग h1. रुक
अब
h1
तो नहीं
सॉरी.
खेलूंगा ना भाई. अब तो रुक मेरे लिए रुकी वन भाई ओनली मूव.
तो वही ना, लाइक क्वीन d4 इज थ्रेटनिंग बिकॉज नाउ योर रुक हैज कैनॉट मूव टू h1 ओनली.
भाई लेकिन यहाँ पे गुकेश को भी रिस्क है बिकॉज हम e5 रुक e4 रुक h4. आई डोंट नो. यू हैव टू बी केयरफुल
ओके,
हियर.
e5 तो रुकी है, रोक दिया भाई.
You can like easily rook e2 now, and with that if rook h1, so you'll get it eventually.
एंड रुकी 1 पे, रुकी 5 पे सॉरी.
Queen somewhere h3 perhaps. h4 पे क्यों नहीं आ रही वैसे वैसे by the way. h4 भी ठीक ही है actually. Queen h3 लेकिन is better. I don't know. I
हाँ
like
क्वीन.
optically I like white's position more here. Queen trade करके I mean I
फेयर.
think rook ending is gonna favor me.
Fair enough. I think rook end game I would have to agree actually. G3 pawn तो free का मर ही जाएगा. You can't save it. And then the pawn structure favors white a bit, I think. White 7 pawn, f6 pawn isolated है. And also the queen side structure is doubled as well. So doesn't seem great for Gukesh. And Nodirbek confident लग रहा है. Bottle खत्म कर दी उन्होंने कोक की. But Gukesh should also be okay. I wouldn't really. But you're right. I think जीतना यहाँ से मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे बहुत.
Yeah, almost like I don't know. Maybe I see some crazy ideas like f5. अगर कुछ है तो अभी है. Like एक बार वो rook h1 वगैरह आ गया तो उसके बाद कुछ नहीं है आपके पास. But yeah, difficult.
नाइस कोट है तो अभी है. नाइस.
Exactly, भाई.
नाइस. So chat update. Gukesh likely a draw. Pragg, I'm praying for a draw. Arjun lost.
पे तो
Vedant
प्रे भी नहीं
still
बनती भाई.
holding on. Huh?
वहां पे तो प्रे भी नहीं बनती भाई अर्जुन के लिए. मतलब
Actually,
लुकिंग सो
and
बैड एक्चुअली नो.
and Arvind का भी भाई. I think यहाँ पे प्ले कुछ होगा नहीं. He's
Actually,
just so
I,
bad.
I don't even know who's looking more lost, but I think for me Arjun is looking more lost, especially with his last bishop h5 move.
But okay, I mean, Sindarov has to find 14 moves in 16 minutes against Arvind. Don't think that offers any hope though.
Yeah.
Tough. Saj bhai, like, not the ideal. Oh, by the way, wait a second, sir. Can we check the finish of Ivanchuk versus Aline? Wait, what? Oh, that's so nice.
No ways, bhai. Okay, that's nice of her to allow this, yeah? That's very nice of her to allow this. Beautiful. Smothered checkmate
Wow.
on the board.
Wow. Knight f7 checkmate. Queen sack karke wo bhi. Beautiful ending.
Hmm. By the way, Gukesh, I think played Queen D7. No, yeah, I think he's still
No, no,
thinking.
not yet.
कितनी चालें बची हैं उधर? There's only 8 moves left for Gukesh for 15 minutes. So we're getting that tough phase. Chad, I think even like with top 10, it's like delivering a smothered mate is like top 10 feelings in chess. Would you agree with that?
I think
Silent?
top three. Top three maybe.
For me, I think the best feeling was like एक बार opponent के king को center में pawn से mate किया था मैंने. Not on purpose. Like it just happened by accident. He didn't see it. He genuinely didn't see it.
Ah.
And एक 2300 का opponent था. That was like a top, like number one feeling for me.
By the way, Queen d4 played by Gukesh. He does it. So he's fighting for the advantage still. Now rook
Okay, but now
e1,
rook
only
e1,
move.
only move, and then rook e2 we were looking at here.
Saj bhai, look at this. After rook e1, look at this black's move. King to g7.
Rook e1, king g7, yeah? And now
And
rook
now
e2, not.
only
Oh,
move for
rook
white is
h6.
e5. Ikloti move. Otherwise you're lost after rook h6.
Not easy. Because rook h6 में queen g4 check है. Smart.
So it's
But okay,
still a bit...
I think he solves it. I think he finds all of this.
Okay, but this is tricky. Yeah? For example, look at this. So rook e1, e5, if we can go further, king g7 ke baad. This is all forced, by the way. e5, queen f4 is one of the moves. ef6, check, and king takes f6 now. Important for some reason. And now rook
Rook
e4
e4,
only move and queen d2 check. And
only
then
move.
queen h2 check. भाई ये क्या है तो draw ही है.
Yeah, queen h2 check के बाद तो भाई draw ही पूछ लोगे आप, but
But the point is, after e5 Saj, white's pawn structure is not favorable in the rook endgame. So you can trade queens. So if you force e5, I think you're basically guaranteeing yourself a draw.
yeah, but black ka king bhi bar. I mean, yeah, but I think in hindsight you're correct. Correct though. But
So
let's see.
maybe I think rook e1 forced. You force rook e1, you force e5, and if white finds it, it's a draw. Otherwise, you win. So I think practically maybe good try by Gukesh, but let's see what Nodirbek does.
But rook e1, difficult move, by tough move. But also he has a lot of time on the clock. I think he will take his time. Oh, by the way, a good update for Pragg here, yeah, because that Russian endgame technique no longer incoming. Because after rook 8 c7, he offered this repetition here. And I think he had to bring the rook back to b1, which might not have been the easiest move. He plays d5, allowing him to take and simplify the position. So Pragg will draw this.
Oh, very comfortable actually. Rook takes a7 ke baad, though, there's a crucial move, chat. Wait, what did he play? He took on e6 first.
Yeah, king takes e6, yeah, simple.
Yeah. Okay, Pragg
Rook
will draw.
a7.
Thank God. Okay. Yeah.
Rook a7
Bishop
pe you
B.
can just go f6 or something, and it's eventually you'll just go bishop b8 and take the pawn on b7. So yeah, good update there. I think Pragg will draw very quickly now.
That's amazing, actually. So great news of Pragg. Yeah, he will draw that game. Although there was a moment when we were scared, but he's going to hold fort. And so that's one draw, Sahaj. Half a point aa gaya.
Yeah,
बाकी कहाँ से आ
half a
रहे हैं?
point. And then Arjun के game में काफी लोग लिख रहे हैं, तो I'll just take a quick look there. It was knight b5, queen d7, rook c6, so the best moves. And now he took the rook pawn on g6, and now white has to take on g6 and play f3 basically, and then it's GG. In this position, by the way, actually no, he's playing all the top moves, by the way. So yeah, take
By the
on
way,
g6 and play f3. That's it.
as Arjun has taken g6, he's lost. But Aravindh के opponent Sindarov ने h6 निकाल दिया है भाई.
Wow.
He found h6. भाई क्या बंदा है यार. And look at Arvind's eyes. He's like in shock.
Yeah, he cannot believe, because once you see the idea of g5 h5, you start to you start to panic here. Okay, am I just getting checkmated? And yes, you are. That's the sad thing.
Oh, he's saying something. Yeah, he's mumbling. He's talking to himself. I think he's like mad at himself. I think that's my
भाई
guess.
पता है, but the beauty of this is after g5 you can't even take the pawn because rook h7 will pin your king. This is the problem. This king, it's the biggest problem. King g1 पे होता तो better होती अर्जुन की.
And he was talking to himself. I think he was very mad at himself. I think he didn't see at 6, but okay, there was knight b6 as well winning, so it was not just a one move miss. And now I think he's just completely lost. g5 aa raha hai as chat, and can we look at the most obvious moves? Like what can white do? Can he play f4? I don't know. Is there something he can do?
f4 में knight e3 भाई, game over. Queen
Arey
g2
baap re.
shachmat, and knight takes c4 also hanging.
Maybe f3 then, controlling the g4 square.
भाई f3 पे तो queen f3 मर रही है ना.
I mean, like before f4, just
f3 with the pawn, you mean? Oh bhai, g6.
Wait, what?
This is so good. This is so good because queen h6 पे there's rook h7, right? That's pin.
Haan, and
You
queen
have to go
g6.
queen g6. Bhai. Knight f4 check. gf4, queen f3 check.
Queen g3, queen h5, king g2, rook g8. Yeah, khatam. Wow. साहज भाई इतना हाइप होके गायब हो गए भाई. ओके, चल कुछ गॉसिप करनी है साहज के बारे में क्या?
आ गए भाई.
भाई, Bluebaum Arjun is
queen
equal.
f3 check.
Oh my god.
I hope you saw.
Jump to Arjun. He's back. What?
How?
What? How is that even possible? He had to find rook g6. He blundered rook d6. Arjun is absolutely back. Queen f7, queen g7 के बाद. That's insane.
Wait, but how?
Let's figure it out, Sajbhai. Queen f7, best move. Let's figure it out.
So queen h6 पे, queen h7 पे there's rook f6. That's winning for some reason. Even though you have bishop f3 check, and I'm so scared of this position, but okay. Queen f7, bishop to g5, and queen h7 now. भाई थोड़ा ज्यादा हो रहा है.
Okay.
Takes, rook takes, bishop f6 check पे bishop g4 check, and king queen h3 is mate. Okay, like very, very hard for Arjun to play this. But let's see. Golden opportunity, bhai.
Okay. So queen f7, let's play queen g7. That to me looks more human. And apparently in that position, the only move for white is bishop h6.
Okay. Rook h6 पे queen h6 मर रहा है सीधा. Queen h6 पे queen h6. Queen f7 जाओगे तो rook g3 just, okay.
Okay, but then you won't play queen g7, right? Because of bishop h6. It feels like a free tempo, to be honest.
But bishop on h6 is like worse than the bishop on e3, no? Probably. Like it's not in the ideal
hard to say, Saj, by free ka tempo lag raha hai. And also like the one thing is true कि queen f7 is natural because bishop hanging hai. So logically you would play queen f7. So that feels natural. But bishop g5 के बाद queen h7 देखना भाई suddenly is very tough.
या भाई मैं एक सेकंड जरा कॉफी बना के आ रहा हूँ. बी राइट बैक. इस गेम पे छोड़ दूं, चलेगा?
हाँ भाई, इस पे छोड़ दो भाई. चैट बाय द वे, गुकेश की गेम डेड इक्वल हो चुकी है. प्रग की गेम डेड इक्वल हो चुकी है. अर्जुन की गेम डेड इक्वल हो चुकी है. वेदांत की गेम डेड इक्वल हो चुकी है. Only Arvind is losing. So now suddenly all the games have opened up and could go either way. Arjun not winning but closer to a, I mean, I'm not sure if it's closer to a draw. I think it still depends. And he has played something. He played queen f7. Beautiful move. Chat by Arjun. And now it can go either way. Let's figure it out, chat. So first of all, agar rook g6. I don't have the board right now in my hand, but I'll show you rook g6 se mara. So you give a check. Queen se marna zaruri hai. And the idea is bishop f3 and queen g2 mate. So rook f6 only move for white. Queen f6 and ye endgame I think is a draw. In fact, black is the one who's pushing because rook aega game mein to it can be deadly. So I don't think white should take the rook on g6. Wahan pe Arjun ko winning chances milenge. He has to find bishop g5. And then Arjun has to find queen h7. Both are very difficult moves. But he's about to play it, I think. But which move is he considering? Is he going to take on g6? Is he going to play bishop g5? Gukesh, There are always chances, but looks equal, chat. He finds bishop g5, the tough move. And look at the blue arrow, chat. Only move. इकलौती चाल जिससे game बचेगी. That is queen h7. Or Arjun is again busted. He has to find it. Because if you take on g5, basically you can take with the rook. White pieces come in. The black king is all alone. वो rook on 8 दिख रहा है वो कोने में. That is, अगर वो g7 पे यहां होता, black would be winning. तो black is essentially rook down. एक rook down खेल रहा है black. White के सारे pieces game में है. Black का rook नहीं है. So that's why queen h7 is the only tactical resource that saves the game. He has to find it. He has time on the clock. 14 minutes hai, but he only has to play. No, Arjun! No! He plays bishop g7. He had to think for longer. He had to think for longer. I think now it's again lost, chat. It's the same
भाई
position
जैसे ही
that we
मेरी
had
कॉफी
earlier.
बनी ना, मेरे को वहां से सुनाई दिया नो।
भाई वो कॉफी के लिए था यार, इतनी इतनी गर्म नहीं करनी थी, अब पी नहीं जाएगी आज भाई। अर्जुन
अरे
तो ठीक कर
यार,
रहा है।
ठीक तो नहीं कर
भाई
रहा
he
भाई, दिख
missed
तो
queen
मुझे भी रहा है
h7
भाई।
यार। He missed
और
queen
दिस इज
h7.
सो बैड नाउ, रुक जी सिक्स जस्ट। भाई एक मूव रुक जी, ये रुक मार के जस्ट एक मूव रुक जी थ्री खेल दो, सारे थ्रेड्स गए वाइट के। दिस इज गॉन भाई। एंड मे बी ही इज प्लेइंग ऑन द 40 मूव्स, या दैट्स व्हाई ही इज प्लेइंग क्विकली।
अरे बट ही हैड टाइम, सात मूव चलने थे इन व्हाट 14 minutes, like he had enough time. And bishop g, I mean, at least, yeah,
बाय द वे,
he didn't
आपने गुकेश का
हाँ।
कवर किया?
हाँ भाई, इक्वल हो गई वो।
देखा आपने वो पोजीशन, जो एग्जैक्टली वही कहा था जो हुआ।
हाँ,
ये ड्रॉ भाई, ये
e5.
तो अभी ड्रॉ पूछ लेंगे यहाँ पे।
Yeah, this is gonna end in a draw as well. Let's go to occasion, just verify that. So
तो भाई
e,
ड्रॉ पूछ, यही जो हम देख रहे थे भाई, किंग जी सेवन एंड ही फाउंड डी
हाँ,
फाइव द बेस्ट मूव।
yeah, but that was the best try Ukesh had, so he tried his best. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Now we can take on g4. um
ही प्लेज रुक जी सिक्स।
Rook h to check, by the way, is a mistake. You don't want to take on, give that check apparently.
भाई प्लेज रुक जी सिक्स।
Ooh, interesting. Okay, ef6 check. Queen से
भाई
मारेगा वो
क्वीन
तो।
डी फोर सीधा मार दो ना, हो गई ड्रॉ। क्वींस क्यों
I mean,
रखनी है यहाँ
you.
पे? क्वीन रखोगे तो वाइट ब्लैक का फायदा है ना अब तो, क्योंकि अब ई5 हो गया, आपने मेंशन किया था
That's
पॉइंट।
true. That's true. That's true.
क्वीन डी फोर मार दो बस, रुक एच वन, ठीक है, ये पॉइंट तो मर ही जाएगा जी थ्री पे, तो हो गई ड्रॉ। दिस इज ड्रॉ। तो गुकेश ड्रॉ, प्रग ऑल्सो ड्रॉ,
Arjun losing.
अर्जुन या कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट, एंड
Arvind
अरविंद
losing.
ऑल्सो कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट।
Vedant still holding, but nobody has played a move since then, so not really sure. By the way, look
किस
at
गेम पे
Arvind.
जाए?
Arvind's game. We have to go there, Saj, because h6, Queen e2, best move, and now g5 was the only move. He found it, f3, and now the only move is h5. That is pretty. That is beautiful. You
Okay,
have to
there's also
admire
भाई,
it,
there's
yeah?
also f4 भाई, which is also winning।
f4 is winning. Are you sure?
या भाई, आई
Oof.
थिंक पता है हुआ क्या, आई थिंक सीन ये है कि बिकॉज अरविंद वेंट फॉर दिस पॉन ऑन सी फोर ना, विद दिस रुक बी सेवन, रुक सी सेवन, रुक सी फोर, अभी रुक ना एकदम आउट ऑफ प्लेस हो गया है। Like, to in order to get this rook active, it wants to be on the back rank somewhere where it can defend the king. You cannot play rook b4 right now, so you have to go rook c5, rook b5, rook b1, and ये rook एकदम मतलब खाली हो गया, और उस टाइम पे the king side attack is going to be too quick। आपने एक बहुत बढ़िया चीज बताई थी एक बार, अभी इसी इसी टूर्नामेंट में, कि यू शुड लुक एट इट एज अ रेक्टेंगल, एंड आई एम थिंकिंग अबाउट इट अलॉट नाउ। इफ you consider this, look at white's pieces, white के सारे जो pieces हैं, दोनों rooks और knight queen side पे हैं, and black के pieces king side पे हैं, because this queen is just one move away from getting on this diagonal। The knight on d5 of course is jumping on f4, the rook on a7 can go to h7 at any point, और white का एक भी piece king side पे एक चाल में नहीं आ रहा है।
But do you think Sindarov finds h5 though? Like, it's not the easiest move because h5 can lag raha hai ki white is escaping, yeah, with king g2. It feels like that. But apparently
But if
just
you see this
f4.
idea of f4 g4, then okay, I think that's over।
Yeah. But okay, Arvind at least fighting on. He's not giving up just yet. जब तक game चल रही है, तब तक there's always hope. Pragg, by the way, I think, this is an interesting endgame, but I think it's a draw, but I think he's going to push for a while, is my guess.
No. This is like the best structure you can hope for, by the way, in 3 versus 2 in rook end games. So this, I mean, I wouldn't be
Hmm.
surprised if they take a draw. But okay, like top players हमेशा खेलते हैं end game, but कुछ होगा नहीं यहाँ पे.
Hmm.
Pragg is
Hmm.
completely
Hmm.
safe.
Hmm. So Pragg should hold this in the next 10 minutes. I think this will end in a draw. Next 10 minutes, I think Gukesh's game will end in a draw. Maybe slightly longer there. Arjun's game also, by the way. I think this is falling apart, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, he goes bishop h4. But the bishop h4 maybe wasn't. I'll go rook g3 or something. But अब ये pawn मर रहा है e4 पे. I'm not sure if this is any good. He's what, 2 pawns down, yeah, right now.
If you take on e4, apparently there's knight c7, which is insane. Which is insane.
And knight e6 का plan, yeah. And if you take on c7, then bishop f6 is winning. Rook g7.
क्या
So good.
crazy है यार. इंडिया विल स्कोर 0.0 पॉइंट्स और नहीं भाई ऐसे मत बोलो यार. प्रग का आधा पॉइंट तो आ रहा है.
Vedant also looking good, yeah.
Hey, if you go to Gukesh's game, it's Nodirbek who said no to the queen trade. He plays queen f5. Let's continue.
Okay. तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि अब like if I go pawn takes pawn, are you capturing back with your rook or are you capturing back with your queen?
I think rook takes, yeah?
Then it makes sense.
Otherwise this wouldn't make sense, queen f5. So he will take with the rook and he will try to checkmate the black king essentially. This move does have a psychological impact because it kind of puts the pressure on Gukesh because, okay, I am the one who's not trading queens. Suddenly you psychologically you're the one defending, yeah, and you also have less time. 6 minutes, by the way, to play 5. I think that's the reason why he continued because he knows Gukesh is in time pressure, so he wants to continue the game for a few more moves.
Also, like galat jana kitna easier. Like if you go rook h6 or something to try rook h2, I think rook e4 is very good there for white.
Ooh, wow.
Didn't verify it with an engine, but I think this rook e4 ka idea is looking very, very juicy.
It is juicy, Sahaj bhai. It is very juicy.
By the way, Arjun takes the pawn on e4. Moment of truth. Is Bluebaum going to play knight c7?
Is it the only move?
No. There are many others. Like queen e3 is also winning. Knight d6 is also winning. बहुत सारी
knight
moves
d6 is simple, no?
Yeah, but knight d6 पे उतना बड़ा advantage नहीं है. Knight c7, the move you mentioned is the one that proves to be the most dangerous.
Can't believe it, Sahaj bhai. What a day, huh? And
Bad day, bhai.
we still don't have a single result, by the way. I think in the Masters, or I think only one Ivanchuk winning in the Challengers.
Bhai,
we don't.
Gukesh has blundered.
What? What?
What?
No! What? What? Can we remove? What just happened? Oh my God! What? I cannot believe it. What?
Oh my God.
He just blundered a rook.
Oh my God, I cannot believe that Gukesh blundered a whole rook.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And Nodirbek's gamble just worked. I mean, what was rook g5, Sahaj? I don't believe it.
Just like, I think we didn't catch the exact moment, and you can see Gukesh not feeling the best there. Very hard to digest this. But he blundered a whole rook by queen g5 check. What happened?
There is no explanation for this. I mean, it's just complete collapse. And I mean, this was shaping up to be a great tournament, and somehow this blunder just completely spoils it. Like, I mean, wow. He's in utter shock. He can't believe what he just did. Look at him. He's like, what did I just play?
Yeah, he's still on the board. Cannot buy. How can you believe this? Like this is. I don't think I've ever seen Gukesh make a one move blunder like this. If we can have a board in front of us, would love to show the chart what was happening here, because here we were saying queen takes d4 is a draw, which it is, but Nodirbek goes queen f5, no trade, and Gukesh just plays rook g5 and queen takes f6 check and queen takes g5 check, and you can just resign.
Bhai, it's a psychological impact.
I have never seen Gukesh do something like this before. Never in my life.
I'm telling you, in all his calculations, he did not see queen f5 in the previous move. He expected queen to hone hi wala hai. Suddenly, Nodirbek continues and it forces you to think. Now you're thinking, how do I force the queen trade? And rook g5 kind of felt like a forced trade because ef6, queen f6. He completely thought queen se maar sakte hain.
That is unbelievable from the world champion. But okay, happens to, I think, everyone. These one move blunders, but never in my life have I seen Gukesh make a one move blunder like this before. भाई एक वो मैग्नस गुकेश किया था, but वो मैग्नस ने किया था.
Wow. Look at his hands. Look at his hands. It's just, he cannot believe what he just did.
So sets the pieces up.
Yeah, I just think oh wow, it's paining like hell, and to be honest, it should. Yeah, I mean, he had a draw in his hand. In fact, he was the one pushing throughout the entire game.
Exactly. In the few moves ago, only Gukesh was pushing there, and like suddenly, it's just lost. The game is over.
Wow.
I am, yeah, you can feel it for Gukesh there. By
That's
the way,
gonna
with
be a
that,
long...
Nodirbek becomes one of the leaders. He's the sole leader currently with 4.5 points.
Wow, there we see him go. Gukesh. That's gonna be a long walk back to his hotel, Sahaj. I mean, it's none of us shocked. You know, he's like, okay, ये तो draw हो गया था भाई. ये जीत कैसे गया Gukesh? See?
Crazy, man.
He's looking at I think there's a position there in front of the board, so he's shocked. He जीत कैसे गया? He cannot believe it.
Wow.
Something
crazy happened. By the way, speaking of crazy comebacks, Arjun is now no longer losing.
भाई यार क्या चल रहा है चेस
भाई क्या हो रहा है मेरे को खुद
नहीं पता। भाई मैं रिटायर हो रहा हूँ भाई मेरे
यहाँ पे queen e3 was winning, knight d6 was winning, knight c7 was winning, but he plays queen g5, which is an inaccuracy, and it allows Arjun to bounce back with rook f8, which he plays, and now he's no longer lost.
भाई वो था ना, God closes one door and he opens one. वही चल रहा है भाई यहाँ पे. I don't know what to expect. I am just on an emotional roller coaster. And to be honest, Bluebaum has to play 3 more moves in 4 minutes. There's a good chance he just goes wrong and loses. Like, I would not be shocked now at this point. At this point, anything can happen.
Shocking नहीं लगेगा भाई अब तो.
Chat, would you agree that Christopher Nolan would be impressed by these plot twists? Like, I think this is like Inception level stuff, yeah? Inception level shit. Like, crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy.
But the only thing that can surprise me now is Arvind winning. If that happens today, I am gonna literally lose my mind. That's the only thing that's remaining. बाकी सब कुछ मैं देख लिया है जिंदगी में.
भाई उसने लेकिन F4 फेंक दिया भाई उस पोजीशन में यार. Sindarov
मैं बता रहा हूँ कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. आज कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. आज you should have no expectations. Like anything can happen today.
Okay, we know Pragg ka match is a draw. We know that. Arjun, okay, I think not losing anymore, but still good chances for Bluebaum. Next 3 moves are very critical. And then Arvind is dead lost right now.
Bhai, I wouldn't say dead lost. Anything can happen Friday, bhai. Anything can happen Friday, and literally anything can happen. So I'm gonna say कि let's just look at the results. अगर रूक ब्लंडर हो रहे हैं तो भाई then क्या ही prediction करें. I mean, अर्जुन की game is a good example. Literally -5 से उठा के बंदा वापस ले आया भाई almost equality पे.
By the way, 2 minutes ही पड़े Bluebaum के पास. Yes, 3 minutes. So let's stay here and see at least until move 40 is done. One thing Arjun does really well is he keeps his time more than his opponent always, especially in crunch situations. And maybe that can work in this match.
By the way,
question is, what did he miss?
3 moves in 2.5 minutes for Bluebaum, and he looked at the clock just now. And you know the thing is, if he realizes he was winning and he's not winning anymore, that's when you blunder actually. So he has to be careful.
I'm thinking queen takes e5, but कुछ है उधर. I just can't prove क्या है, but कुछ है उधर. तो क्वीन टेक्स e5 में क्या हो रहा है भाई? पोजीशन इतनी खराब क्यों है इधर? This is what he missed. क्वीन f4 check. Takes rook takes. Maybe this is what he missed, Sahil bhai. He underestimated this move queen f4 check here, I think. And takes, and if you go bishop g3 or something, then rook f5 के बाद Arjun can push. ये pawn तो मर ही रहा है, and he has double bishops, and okay, rook h5 is a bit dangerous. So I think that's what he missed. And question is, can he bounce back though? Can he get his thoughts together again? He has 1 minute and 30 seconds. Sahil bhai, this is unbelievable. 1 minute and 30 seconds, and he has to find knight d6 he
Okay,
plays.
he
Goes for the
finds
safe
it, and
option.
queen f4 should be like a instant move. Yeah, it's not even a discussion.
Played.
Okay, Arjun is not losing this anymore, I think.
Yeah, but draw हो जाएगा यहाँ पे भी, I think.
Draw is okay. Yeah, we take the draw. I think -5 से draw is a big plus. Especially after what happened with Gukesh, I think this is a welcome gift for us, to be honest.
That was Gukesh's first loss of the entire year.
I mean, that's a bit exaggerated. No, Sach. पहला ही event है तो.
हाँ, but still, like he was
like
so
saying,
solid,
you know,
putting the pressure in each game. जहाँ पे draw भी हो रहा था, वहाँ पे गुकेश ही push कर रहा था. And now, like
तो
blundering like that, I mean, that can really mess with you, yeah.
हाँ तो वही बोलूंगा December 31st को. That was Gukesh's last loss of the year. Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy, huge after.
Okay, now bishop g3. Wait, how do you defend the? Okay, rook g4 है हमारे पास. Thank God for that. Wait, कोई बंदा लिखा है Arvind back. I'm gonna really cry if Arvind, like, in happiness if Arvind is back. Actually, there's a mistake, bhai. Slight error. Why? What? Okay, there is no way. I mean, there is no way. There is literally no way in this
He
tournament,
plays
Shahid bhai.
c4,
What is
bhai. Best
happening?
move in the position.
Bhai,
No, bhai.
chal kya raha hai, bhai? Okay, by the way, let's move back to Arjun because he has no time on the clock. 8 seconds. He has to play now. He has to play now. 4 seconds
Bishop
पे खेला
g3.
भाई ने.
And rook g4 immediately answered, and takes के बाद we see a draw. Basically, दो players जो +5 position पे थे, दोनों के दोनों, both of them could potentially save it, and Gukesh is losing.
हाँ, something happened. Yeah, he was very mad. हाँ, Bluebaum का crazy reaction, by the way, on missing the win.
Yeah, it was in the bag. But yeah,
Wow.
Bluebaum will try to play, but okay, not much left in the position. Let's switch to Arvind bhai because वहाँ पे crazy scenes. We can see from the blue arrow, black should play queen b8. That's not the best move, by the way. Rook g7 is correct, and now Arvind has to play d5, only move to block the queen's angle, the queen's view. You could see potentially a mistake from Arvind's side as well here. Very, very likely.
नहीं भाई, यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है साज भाई. I think
By h5
today is
g4
the.
is mate.
नहीं, I agree, but पता है today the day is chat. कई बार हम लाइफ में, it's a lesson for all of us. कई बार लाइफ में स्ट्रेस होता है यार, मुझे फुल नंबर आएंगे पेपर में, क्या वो लड़की हाँ बोलेगी मेरी डेट को, वैलेंटाइंस डे आ रहा है, क्या मुझे नौकरी मिलेगी, क्या मैं लाइफ में आगे बढ़ूंगा, शादी होगी, व्हाटएवर. कई बार बस इंजॉय करो लाइफ. लाइफ में कभी भी कुछ भी पॉलिटिक्स चलता रहता है भाई. जस्ट सिट बैक एंड रिलैक्स is the lesson I've learned from today, Sahaj. What have you learned?
I've learned that कि भाई everybody is human.
Everybody's human. Wow. तो डाउट था पहले मतलब.
हाँ भाई, थोड़ा सा AI हो सकता था ना भाई.
That is true, bhai. That is true. AI could be anybody. क्या दिन है भाई. Pragg is going to draw chat. Pragg में कोई changes नहीं है. Let's just stick to this position, I think, for now. How much time does Arvind have? He has 9
खेलेगा बट
moves,
लेकिन डेड ड्रॉ है.
9 minutes. साहिल भाई, आपके कोलेट्रल पे लोन मिलेगा भाई. मैं खुद लोन की जिंदगी जी रहा हूँ यार. तुम्हें क्या कोलेट्रल दूं मैं? जावोकीर मस्त फिडल कर रहा था पीस अपनी उंगलियों में. हाँ भाई, ही इज नोन फॉर दैट.
Look at, by the way, Arvind, super focused. He knows one wrong move could just be a checkmate.
ट्रू.
अब तो अर्जुन भी आ गया. तू अच्छा, मैंने तो बचा ली, तूने बचा ली. क्रेजी.
ए हाई फाइव. भाई मस्त होगा एक्चुअली अगर दोनों ने बचा ली तो. Come on, Arvind, you can hold this, man. You know how much confidence it will give him if he holds this? Like it could be exactly what he needs.
Yeah, but holding this against him is like very, very difficult, I feel.
गुकेश का ब्लंडर एक्सप्लेन करो. यार पता है बेसिकली क्या हुआ. In all the variations, I think he saw the queen trade happening. Like there was objectively no way to avoid the queen trade, so he was expecting a draw. By the way, d5 played, best move by Arvind. Oh,
Queen
oh wait,
A7
what
भाई.
blunder?
नहीं नहीं
Oh my
भाई, किसका?
god, he's
किसने?
back.
क्यों? Who blundered भाई?
Bhai, Sindarov blundered 94.
भाई, that was the
Arvind is
best move in
back.
the position भाई.
भाई क्या बात, क्वीन से मिस्टेक दिखा रहा है भाई मुझे.
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो गलत है उधर. सही है भाई. 94 पे H5, it's still, he's still fine.
भाई फाइन मतलब इज अरविंद लूजिंग या.
Yeah, should be. I
अरे
think
यार
94
साज
forced move
भाई.
H5. This was the best move there भाई.
साज भाई ऑब्जेक्टिव रियलिटी से हिट कर दिया है. दैट्स नॉट फेयर. अरे यार चलो स्टिल उम्मीद तो दुनिया कायम है भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है. कम ऑन कम ऑन
अभी
कम
तो
ऑन.
रुका टैग्ड है, तो 94 वगैरह कुछ खेलना पड़ेगा वाइट को.
हाँ बाय द
You
वे
can
रुक
see
बी
from the blue
फाइव
arrow.
देयर बी क्वीन डी फोर एंड क्वीन गेम में घुस जाएगी एंड देन इट्स कर्टन्स. सो ही हैज टू प्ले 94. क्वीन को अंदर नहीं घुसने देना.
Yeah, exactly. Rook B5 पे queen D4, exactly. So 94
एक
only
बंदा
move, and then
कहता है,
H5 G4 is good.
एक बंदा कहता है आप दोनों रजाई में लेटे हो क्या, नो कैम्स.
भाई आप, अगर आपको कैम्स देखने हैं, आप वो वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम पे देख सकते हो, वहां पे हमेशा
एक
विजिबल है
सीन के लिए लगा
बस.
दो कैम्स यार. लेट मी एटलीस्ट प्रूव कि रजाई में नहीं लेटे हुए. ऑल्सो दैट्स नॉट अ बैड आइडिया. वी कुड जस्ट स्टे इन द, I don't know why you're sitting like this, Sasha. That's a good idea. We could just be in our, quilts, relaxing on the bed and stream. इतना
तभी तो
मेहनत काहे कर
वर्टिकल
रहे हैं
स्ट्रीम
हम
है
इस.
भाई, ताकि लोग देखते रहे कि
तो वर्टिकल बंद
हो
कर
नहीं
देंगे,
रहा.
हमें क्या है भाई. एक्सपेरिमेंट ही तो है भाई, चिल करते हैं कंबल में. दैट्स अ गुड पॉइंट. थैंक यू फॉर द आइडिया भाई, रियली लाइक इट. ओके लेट्स गो बैक फुल स्क्रीन भाई. By the way, 94 best move played.
And now H5. That's the key. Does he play H4? H5. भाई 6 मिनट है दोनों के पास, 7 moves to play.
Still not easy, I think. वो H5 पहले भी नहीं खेला था साज भाई, so maybe he won't find it even now. What a day. By the way, Hans Niemann is losing to Vincent Keymer. Minor update. Uh, so he will lose his lead. Anish is slightly better against Thai Dai Van still. Gukesh, of course, lost. Pragg is drawing. So I think this is the game. Yeah, these two games. It's Arvind and Arjun.
By Bluebaum भी, I think he's just trying to accept that reality कि he's not winning anymore.
Yeah, reality is always
Can't
hard.
believe अगर अरविंद ने भी बचा लिया भाई, that would be like such an like unbelievable day, yeah. Like one move blunder from Gukesh, and two players Arjun and Arvind both were plus and -5 respectively. दोनों की dead lost and both are able to save it. That is such a huge day.
Yeah, that would be crazy. And Pragg now walking in the distance saying, चलो it's good for once कि मेरी गेम में कुछ crazy नहीं हो रहा है. It's good to have a chill end game जहाँ पे chill कर सकता हूँ मैं. साज भाई, you defeated Hikaru in Title Tuesday. Do you want to comment anything? कह रहे हैं मिस्टर राइजन जी.
हाँ भाई, एक बार हुआ था. It was a nice game.
सब
I was streaming. I think he was also streaming. So, but it was a nice game. But okay, like he blundered. Like okay, in time pressure or something, and he missed one tactic, and that's why how I was able to win. Nothing too crazy though. पर उस टाइम पे मजा आया था भाई बहुत.
राइजन ने नाम में ही जी लगा रखा है भाई, ये तो मतलब अलग ही लेवल हैक्स हो गए, इज्जत देनी पड़ेगी. We can switch back to the other view also. That's not a problem. I think usually ऐसे tense moments में players की expressions देखने को मिलते हैं full screen में. That's the main advantage of this view. Um, like Gukesh ka reaction, for example, like it would not be the same if it was zoomed out. So we get to see players nervous. We get to see players, excited when they are winning, and of course bored when they are drawing a rook endgame like Pragg. So it depends.
भाई उस टाइम पे गुगेश कह रहा तो मैं आपका रिएक्शन देख रहा था.
भाई वो भी रिकॉर्ड करना चाहिए honestly actually when you think about it, because I'm sure I lost my mind then. हाँ, that's a good point, that's a good point. वर्टिकल में ऑफ कोर्स वो हेड वो आएगा हमारे मुंह के ऊपर टाइटल वीडियो का, बट बाय द वे सिंदारोव हैज 3 minutes टू
हाँ
प्ले
तभी तो बैठा हूँ
8
भाई, तेरे
moves.
7 चालें चलनी है.
8
तभी तो
भाई.
बैठा. हाँ 8 एग्जैक्टली.
भाई दिस इज गेटिंग अ बिट इंटरेस्टिंग. ओह
प्लेज
ही
H5 भाई.
फाइंड्स इट, वाओ. ग्रिस्टू का गेम उतना स्ट्रांग नहीं है भाई. आई मीन करंटली तो नहीं है, पहले था मे बी. नाउअडेज ही इज नॉट एज स्ट्रांग. साहिल भाई, व्हाट इज द ग्रिस्टू's गेम इन जनरल?
इज वर्ल्ड नंबर 2 भाई.
इन व्हाट?
भाई इन चेस was world number 2.
वाज, अच्छा ओके, एक करंट गेम की बात करें लाइक इन
No, no.
जनरल.
I don't know by current game कैसी है उसकी, but haven't seen him be active for a long time.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Have you seen him anywhere be active or?
Not really, not really.
Okay.
But I have when you don't see a player, you realize somebody has stolen their rating. Like matlab, the rating has fallen down. They don't get invites. Like that's the sign. Like
रेटिंग नहीं हो मतलब स्टील करनी चाहिए किसी का. It's bad.
सही में यार, पता है, मेरी बीवी ने 3 बार छीन लिया, तो आई ऑलवेज टेल हर कि क्यों लिया यार, ये 2250 से ऊपर होता मैं.
By the way, 2 minutes for Sindarov. Now G4 check is the key. GF4 mistake
Wait,
by Rook
what?
E3 is in his back.
भाई ये जीत भी सकता है मुझे लग रहा है. He can genuinely
नहीं नहीं
win this.
नहीं भाई, नहीं नहीं भाई ज्यादा हो गया.
भाई I'm
अभी
telling
भी
you the
मिस्टेक नहीं
night.
है बाय द वे GF4, अभी भी ठीक है वो.
But I'm telling you the time, 2 minutes 6 moves. एक बंदा कह रहा है कुकेश इज विनिंग. अरे यार भाई, ये तो दुखती रख पे हाथ रख दिया है तुमने.
हाँ भाई, रिवर्स विनिंग. Vedant by the way still better, equalish position.
Come on, you have to grab that knight.
Arjun can save this chat. Yes, he can save it. Yes, the chances have increased dramatically in the past few moves. He has to take on E3 though. Remember, 5 minutes है, well 4 minutes है Arvind के पास, and he has 2 minutes his opponent, and they have to play 6 moves.
चेस भी देखो मुदित भाई, चेस भी देखो थोड़ा सा. अभी देखो यहाँ पे क्या
भाई
मस्त
आपको ही देखने
ब्रिलियंसी
आए
मारेगा.
लोग भाई, क्रेजी.
नहीं नहीं भाई,
क्यों
वो
शिफ्ट करूं?
मस्त ब्रिलियंसी मारेगा अभी. रुक टेक C3 ऐसे मारेगा ना, वो नाइट के होश उड़ जाएंगे. ऐसे हो जाएगा नाइट को, देखना अभी. भाई एक बंदा कहता है साहिल भाई लुकिंग वेरी हॉट टुडे, वो यूट्यूब ने फ्लैग कर दिया भाई. दैट कैन नॉट बी ट्रू. यूट्यूब ने फ्लैग कर दिया भाई. थैंक्स भाई, थैंक्स, अप्रिशिएट इट. कम ऑन अरविंद, टेक दैट नाइट.
भाई पता है ब्लैक का प्लान इज क्वीन F7 to play queen F5 and then queen G8 and then some rook G3 or rook G2 idea. That is so crazy. He has to take on E3 by the way, otherwise he is dead lost. Chat, does he find rook E3? Yes or no? Yes or no?
किसी ने नो लिखा तो बैन. थैंक यू
ये मेरे
ये
को
क्या है वो 10 के
सुपर
6?
चैट अभी एक आया, बट मेरे को समझ नहीं आया कि मैं क्या बोलूँ इधर।
मुझे भी समझ नहीं आया भाई, ये क्या सुपर चैट थी भाई?
पीकी
यार कोई
ब्लाइंडर्स।
नो लिख रहा है भाई, ये क्या है?
सबको नो लिख रहा है, वाओ भाई। सब भाई एक जगह एक यस नहीं दिख रहा भाई, एक ने यस लिखा बट उसने यन कर दिया।
भाई लोगों को बैन चाहिए एक्चुअली, पीपल वांट द
भाई लोग सच लिख रहे हैं, उनको जो लगेगा ऑब्वियसली। आई थिंक ही विल टेक दो, आई थिंक उसकी नजर वहीं पे ही
नहीं
है।
नहीं, ही विल टेक इट, ही विल टेक इट भाई, 100% मार देगा वो नाइट।
बाय द वे ब्लू
कम
बॉम्ब
ऑन,
नाउ completely equal. Can't believe Arjun saved that, bhai. Crazy.
कम ऑन, डू इट अरविंद, rook takes e3 is the move. It's
Thing
difficult
is, Rookie 3
because
के
you
बाद ना, like this pawn on a4 also becomes active. So that's maybe why he's
exactly,
hesitating.
exactly. Also, your rook on c5 is then pinned, so it looks like it cannot be the move, but it is. मुझे लग रहा है तू नहीं है, बट तू है भाई, तू है। रुक ऑन a3 मार दे।
Or even in the vertical stream, people are saying he won't, I guess. 2 minutes, by the way.
How?
6 moves they have to play. Bhai, this will be crazy. Both players having 2 minutes with no increment, and they have to make 6 moves. Mistakes are inevitable now.
I think he's gonna play. I agree with you. I think he's gonna play that. I don't see anything else.
By rook e3, queen f7 में I have knight f6 chat. Oh, he plays rook e3.
Hey, let's go, brother. What a move. खेल दिया भाई ने।
Taken. Oh,
Oh,
mistake.
एक और mistake. Queen f7 was the only move, Sahaj.
Wow.
भाई
He
चल
stops
क्या
queen
रहा है यार?
h6. भाई अब अरविंद जीत सकता है, बट ही 1.5 मिनट ही है यार। नहीं नहीं, मतलब
भाई
मिस्टेक्स
मैंने
होंगी भाई
कहा
यहाँ
था
पे।
जीत सकता है। I told
ब्लंडर
you he
होंगे
will
लेकिन भाई
win.
यहाँ पे। ओ
भाई
वाओ, दैट
plays
इज
it.
प्लेड। अरविंद ऑन अनदर लेवल। ए3 भाई। भाई अगर कोई
भाई जब
रेपिटेशन यहाँ मिलता है तो आप एक्सेप्ट करोगे?
of course as white I would, yeah.
अगर
I
एज
mean
वाइट एज ब्लैक से भी कर लोगे?
as black करना बहुत difficult है। I think I mean psychologically it feels so ridiculous. Yeah, I was completely winning. Why am I taking a draw? As white you would take it because it's a
आई थिंक एज वाइट यू वुड थिंक, ओके आई हैव मे बी अ चांस टू विन नाउ।
हाँ, but there's still no clear check, no, and at the end the a pawn is running, so you need a clear plan and time ही नहीं है।
वाओ।
गाना गाने का मन कर रहा है यार। दुनिया ने, लोगों ने फिर
नहीं
अपने दिल
प्लीज नहीं,
थामे, चलो
प्लीज
लेट्स
नहीं
गो।
भाई, प्लीज नहीं भाई। भाई एक
हाँ,
मिनट
copy
पड़ा है
it.
दोनों के पास।
Come on. By the way, it's still 4 moves to play for Sindarov in just over a minute.
कहाँ ब्लैक का नाइट e3 बैठा था, व्हाइट का नाइट f6 पे बैठा भाई। दैट इज चेस फॉर यू।
Okay.
ई
And
डी
now
फाइव
F4. भाई F4 के निकालना कितना मुश्किल है यार।
would say borderline impossible, but Arvind has been playing impossible moves so far.
And idea पता है क्या है? F4 and then F5 just to move the rook and queen h6 mate. That's the plan. F4
Ah,
F5. सब भूल जा बाकी।
okay, under a minute, bhai, under a minute. Oh,
Oh no, Arvind, no. Oh
and a3
no.
played, bhai. He is gonna be lost now.
अरे
a3,
यार,
a2 incoming.
अब पता है क्या है? If you play F4 F5, I will give up the rook. I will basically make a new queen, give up the rook. You can
Hmm.
take that rook and my two queens will handle the rest. अरे यार वो एक टेम्पो चाहिए था। अरे यार, he's lost now.
भाई दो चालें अभी और चलनी है 30 सेकंड। वो क्वीन भी रख ली उसने अपने पास। ओ
अरे ओ
ब्लंडर भाई,
शिट,
ह्यूज
ओ
ब्लंडर।
ओ
Another
रुक जी
rook
F6।
gf6 is lost now.
इट्स अ ब्लंडर, नो सिंपल ब्लंडर है तो
Yeah, rook
खत्म गेम।
gf6, and you
या
lose the queen on the rook on c5.
बेसिकली चैट द रुक, यार द रुक ऑन c5 इज गॉन, नाइट गया खत्म। या ही नाउ रियलाइजेस की ब्लंडर है भाई। या ही नोज नाउ, ही नोज नाउ, नाक पे हाथ गया, ही इज ट्राइंग टू हाइड इट बट ही नोज इट्स ओवर। So Arvind will lose Chad, and that means he loses his third game in a row, Sahaj, and that's going to have a huge psychological impact.
Yeah, for sure. Especially after having that chance, why to come back? Oh, he takes why, and queen takes c5. That's just a
ये
full rook.
ये कौन लिख रहा है गुकेश वन ब्रो? भाई गुकेश लॉस्ट इन अ वन मूव ब्लंडर भाई, ट्रॉमा। Dead drawn position में. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What? I cannot believe this. I am sorry. What? कोई बोलेगा ना साल भाई चिल्ला के रहे हो भाई तुम लोग भाई बैन हो जाओगे भाई. What just happened?
Why
I am
did he
sorry.
not just
What?
capture the free rook? I don't
I
understand.
am sorry. What? Can we go back a move? I am sorry. What?
Why would you play a2 here and not queen? What?
Am I losing my? Was it for queen e7? Like queen e7, queen takes, f
No,
takes,
queen
and
e7
d6.
just takes. Queen
Like he
e5
thought rook
maybe?
e8. Like queen e7, queen takes, pawn takes, rook e8, d6. Maybe he was scared of that.
एक second, क्या?
Queen e7, queen takes, f takes, rook e8, d6.
Rook g8 ना and a2 a1 मेरी भी तो queen हो रही है.
Bhai, I am sorry. What? Can
Why
we go
would
to
you
live
not?
position?
भाई free rook था ये तो.
Bhai, he could win this. I think.
How? Why you have to go for a draw? You have to go for a repetition.
भाई 40 में अच्छा 40 में हो गए ओ 40
तो ये
हो गए
करेक्ट टाइम पे 40 में हुई है भाई. क्या
भाई
सीन हो रहा है भाई आज? क्या
भाई
हो क्या है
क्या
आज?
किस्मत है 40th move पे ब्लंडर की क्या किस भाई that was just a bit of luck and bit of adventure and a bit of courage but he saved it yeah wow
Apparently queen f4 is just a draw now.
let's go to the variation so queen f4 that is queen h6 queen g7 if you can't take the rook on c5
Queen g6 भाई queen a7 पे. Yeah, like
so,
if you make another queen, just a
हाँ,
check and queen g6 check and you take the draw भाई.
wow
So Arvind just saves it on the last second भाई.
okay that was insane that, आज का दिन कुछ भी हो रहा है
I don't understand how why he didn't take the rook free rook on c5. मेरे को समझ नहीं आया अभी भी.
I think he didn't have time and he saw that some variation like जहाँ पे pawn
I don't
queen हो
know.
रहे थे
एक second, queen c5 के बाद was he afraid of queen g6 perhaps? Queen g6 पे there's only queen c8 check that's winning. King h4, queen c4 check only winning. King h3, queen f1 check only move. King h4, queen f2 check only move. Like this.
Wait, why is queen c7 not working instead of queen c8?
Because by queen h6 check में ये मर रहा है ना.
हाँ, it's a draw. Right.
But like you are getting the exact same position with queen with like one white के पास रुक ज़्यादा है. So it makes no sense.
भाई साहब, chess is funny man. Chess is funny. Something is wrong with the air लोग कह रहे हैं.
अब दिल्ली में नहीं हो रहा भाई ये टूर्नामेंट.
भाई वो कुछ हो रहा होगा ना कुछ प्रोटेस्ट तो हुआ था कुछ तो होगा वहां में
भाई
तभी
अर्जुन also has equalized completely. Let's take a quick look here. यहाँ पे 43 moves हो गई हैं by the way. And yeah, he's gonna win this pawn rook c7 rook a7 करके. And yeah, just gonna be a draw. King f7 check, king g6, rook a7 and okay, eventually you'll win this pawn on d5 basically and just offer a draw.
भाई दो लोग लिख रहे हैं everybody is playing like टिक्कू मैं hey I don't play like this yeah no offense but I don't play like this yeah actually
I'll refrain from commenting.
Bad bugs. Okay, I'll refrain from commenting there. Wow, what a day. So now I think Bluebaum, of course, is going to try for a while, but I don't see how he can win. I mean, King f7, just simple chess. 3 pawns each, same colored bishop. D5 pawn is also weak. So there should be no way, and he knows it. Yeah, I think he was winning at some point. He messed it up, and Arjun will take home half a point. Arjun, on the other hand, can't win also. I don't think there's a chance for Arjun to win. So it should be a comfortable draw. D pawn is strong enough.
I think he'll play a
is...
couple of moves really quickly and yeah, like he'll basically like you lose the a7 pawn, like maybe you'll go king f7 check, king g6 rook a7 and then uske baad you cannot play rook d4 immediately because rook takes g7 check ke baad bishop e5 is lost. So you have to go bishop f6 first and then go for this pawn and Yeah, that's simple enough to.
Yeah, and Erdogmus is beating Jordan. Yes, that is true. And
And
Vincent is
also,
beating.
Hans is losing to Vincent.
Yeah. So lots of results at the end, but not the Indian ones. Completely opposite to what we expected, actually. So insane.
भाई तीनों ड्रॉ. एक बार अरविंद का चेक कर लेते हैं यार. इजी गोना फाइंड क्वीन जी6 और नॉट बिकॉज.
वो कैसे बैठा है अरविंद यार? इज लाइक
खुश है आई थिंक. अपनी खुशी बर्दाश्त नहीं
इज
हो रही
लाइक
भाई.
एक्चुअली इज लाइक भाई, मैं अब तक बैठा हूँ वही बड़ी बात है एक्चुअली।
इतनी खुशी. अब सोच रहा होगा, देख देख क्वीन जी6 भी ड्रॉ है, क्वीन F4 भी ड्रॉ है, क्वीन E3 भी ड्रॉ है. कौन सी ड्रॉ लूं मैं?
क्या ही है भाई चेस। I saw one interesting detail. So you can play rook a5 here.
कहाँ पे? यहाँ पे?
And you can play rook a5, and the only winning move is queens. You can't take the
That's
because
so
queen is still a
stupid.
draw.
क्वीन F5 पे क्वीन जी6. Yeah, so stupid.
भाई क्या ही है भाई चेस लिटरली।
Hoping he doesn't play rook A5 भाई.
हाँ नहीं, वो तो नहीं खेलेगा भाई, दैट नॉट गोना हैपन।
अब किंग H3 पे बढ़िया है, कोई वो बैक रैंक में चेक नहीं आ रही है.
भाई दैट वाज द प्लान, ही सॉ ऑल ऑफ दिस एक्चुअली। Okay, still no moves, but I mean, I think great comeback from Arvind. Of course, he found all those moves. It's not easy. It's not just luck. I think the time pressure phase of the game, that's where he played better chess. But it was an insane risk, of course. He should have taken the draw. He would have had it hours earlier. But yeah.
By the way, Arjun has made his move and Bluebaum now thinking how to capture that pawn back in that endgame. And Pragg
I
still
think rook
defending by the way
c7.
that position. कोई chance ही नहीं है इधर Fedoseev के पास.
Sajma, usually I would agree, yeah, but in today's circumstances, like I have seen some crazy stuff.
Arvind looks a bit like disappointed. I don't think he realizes that he was lost in that previous move. Yeah, Queen C5 के बाद. I
Hmm.
cannot explain to myself why you wouldn't take on C5 here, bhai.
By the way, Gukesh has lost. जिसको भी सदमा लग रहा है, he has lost the game.
Actually दोनों ने ब्लंडर किया बट सिंडारोव ने जस्ट मारा ही नहीं वो.
Queen g6, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, played.
played.
Finds the draw and Sindarov is really mad. He can't believe it didn't take the rook. Yeah, because he must have realized by now that that simple capturing the rook would have been a draw, would have been a win. He would have realized by now for sure. So he knows he missed a win there, and now there is no way he can make a new queen. But there's no point. Extra queen का फायदा क्या है भाई अगर कभी मिल नहीं पाए IRL.
Yeah,
Oh, look at him!
look at
Yeah,
it.
he's in complete shock. He cannot believe he missed that.
That's what I don't understand. Like you could just take the pawn. He's okay. He's promoting to a new queen.
He's calculating, yeah, once more.
Yeah. And
Okay.
now there is just a repetition. Queen H6, Queen G6. So this match about to finish. I would love to see his reaction afterwards. Like, does he? I mean, I'm sure someone will mention, "भाई वो free का रुक मर रहा था, आपने मारा क्यों नहीं भाई?"
By the way, just to point out some stupid stuff, but Rook C7 here, the only way to win would have been Queen F1 check, not Queen takes
हाँ
C7,
हाँ.
because even then it's a draw. Imagine being two queens and
They just agreed to a draw, by the way. He didn't
wow.
give a check, but yeah, they just agreed to a draw. Yeah, Queen takes C5. They're talking about it now.
Yeah, he can't believe it. Arvind's like, भाई अब रहने दो, मुझे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. I survived, and I think this is going to give
Yeah,
Arvind some confidence for sure to survive that game somehow.
yeah. So props to him for surviving this. Sindarov not happy, but it happens. And I think वो अर्जुन था जो अभी निकला यहाँ से. Pragg, by the way, still in a dead drawn position. And let's move on to Bluebaum versus Arjun to see what's the update there. Bluebaum having 15 minutes here. And Arjun board पे ही नहीं है.
He knows the hardest part of the game is over. He's chilling now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think also Bluebaum is not accepting कि position of winning नहीं है मेरी, basically.
बट पता ही है उसको, आई थिंक दिस इज नॉट इवन लाइक अ पोजीशन जहां पे यू कैन कॉम्प्लिकेट मैटर्स, लाइक इट्स नॉट इवन पॉसिबल. Like कई बार if you had queens on board, some attack, you would go for some ridiculous attack, yeah, just to prove
Hmm.
your point. But यहाँ वो भी possible नहीं है, क्या ही कर लोगे भाई as white. Like the best you can do is go crazy on a deep pawn and push d6 and say कि भाई मैं queen करूंगा. But at bishop f6, I mean, you're just clutching at straws. And those straws are plastic ones. It's just stupid. Like, there's no thing to do. So I think William knows. He understands कि draw है. He's going to grab on a7. He's going to see your draw quickly. And Saj भाई इसका मतलब आज के results में Gukesh losing, Pragg drawing, Arjun drawing, Erwin drawing, and Vedant has drawn, by the way. It's already over. Can we look at that
Who?
game? Vedant.
Oh, Vedant has drawn. Okay.
Just to see the
Okay. So
final
यहाँ पे ये
moves.
position थी Rook F7. I was looking at this actually, and okay, repetition here. Nice draw for Vedant, bhai. Congrats.
Yeah.
Aydin was a tournament leader, going into the sixth round, and Vedant, stops the bleeding finally. After 4 losses, he draws to a 2600 opponent with the black pieces. So kudos to him. Great game.
Yeah, a great game, good result, and never was under trouble in that game. So, Aj, I think we're going to have 4 draws and 1 loss. So, I think that was a heartbreaking loss. Look, by the way, he's taken on a7.
Yeah. And Arjun now going to come back. Bishop f6 perhaps is the move. You remember that rook d4 is a blunder here, chat, because of rook takes g7 check. And I have blundered this exact same thing before in a dead drawn position.
Also, Anish versus Thai Dai Van is about to end in a draw as well. So, lots of draws today, chat, after the rest day.
भाई एक ही गेम जो शुरुआत से ही मतलब इक्वलिश लग रहा था, वही वहीं पे रिजल्ट आया बस.
वो भी किस तरीके से, आई मीन इट्स
वही तो सबसे क्रेजी हो गया भाई.
इस साइलेंस क्या है भाई. नहीं, उसका नाम होगा हिलाज. आई थिंक कल होता तो रिएक्शन
क्या
बढ़िया
बोल रहे
मिलता.
हो भाई? क्या बोल
अगर
रहे हो भाई?
अरे नाम कंबाइन करेंगे तो वही बनेगा ना
वापस
भाई.
लो इसको. वापस लो.
अरे नाम तो
टेक
वही
इट
बनेगा ना
बैक.
भाई.
टेक इट बैक
I'll
राइट नाउ.
take it back.
ये क्या सुन लिया मैंने आज यार ये.
Top 3 current
माय
ratings
ईयर्स
in
भाई,
this
माय ईयर्स. अब तो ईयर
contest.
गैम्बिट भी नहीं होगी भाई मेरे से. पकड़ लिया चैट ने भाई.
By the way,
गए
Vishal is
अब.
played.
हाँ हाँ, तो अब अर्जुन ही बचाएगा अब तो अब.
अर्जुन ने क्या क्या बचा लिया भाई, हमारी भी इज्जत बचा लेगा भाई. डोंट वरी साज भाई.
आज बचाया है अर्जुन ने. क्रेजी भाई.
Come on. नाइस मूव. बिशप f6 हटाते हुए टैक्टिक्स. अब आराम से रुक d4 एंड वो
आराम
d5
से.
पॉन मस्त गजब खा लेंगे.
हम्म.
आज से जब भी चैट कमेंट्री में नहीं होंगे, हम लोग कमेंट्री थे नहीं कर रहे होंगे, दे कैन थिंक व्हाट वुड हिलाज से.
बस करो भाई. बस
But
करो,
anyways,
नहीं
going back
सुनना
to the
मुझे.
group. नहीं, हिकारू होता तो रिएक्शन, हिकारू की रिएक्शंस
क्या
आर
सुन
अमेजिंग
लिया
एंड
भाई
we'll get to
मैंने.
see them in the candidate, by the way. Candidates में whosoever will be the VD of this candidates, उसकी वजह से काफी क्रेजी रिएक्शन देखने को मिलेंगे हमें.
ये प्रॉब्लम है ना, अभी ब्लू बॉम अगर ड्रॉ भी पूछेगा तो अर्जुन है ही नहीं बोर्ड पे.
Why he's just shaking his head, but okay,
हाँ, बिकॉज
I
ही
mean
सीज इट्स अ ड्रॉ. दैट्स व्हाई.
uh,
ऐसे थोड़े ओहो मेरी विनिंग है. कांट बिलीव इट.
by the way, Pragg उस गेम में भी they're just moving rooks, yeah. They,
या ऑफ कोर्स. कोई
Fedoseev is not even pushing the pawns, so
एक बार उसकी
I
बॉडी
think
लैंग्वेज चेक करे क्या फेडोसेव की, कि वो क्या कर रहा है उधर.
yeah, I don't think he's
भाई
trying
मूव
to win too.
78 हो गई है यहाँ पे.
भाई वो 50 मूव खेल के पॉन पुश करेगा क्या? बिकॉज लास्ट कैप्चर कब था? मूव नंबर 37 पे।
बाप रे।
तो भाई मूव नंबर 37 से बंदा सिर्फ रुक घुमा रहा है।
और ही
ओ
जस्ट
माय
मेकिंग
गॉड।
मूव। भाई ड्रॉ क्यों नहीं मान रहे ये लोग?
भाई अब वो मूव 37 मतलब मूव 87 तक, इज ही गोना प्ले 49 मूव्स एंड देन मूव F3 एंड देन प्ले 48 मूव्स देन प्ले H4, लाइक ऐसा करने वाला है क्या?
आई डोंट नो भाई। टेक्निकली आई थिंक यू शुड टेक द ड्रॉ। ही प्लेज
He
F4
did that, भाई.
आते
He
ही भाई
plays
खेल दिया।
F4 now. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
भाई जस्ट रुक बी टू सिंपल।
भाई ये गेम अभी 2 घंटा चलेगी यार, आई थिंक
80 मूव नहीं नहीं
लगभग.
भाई, 80 मूव्स हो गई हैं।
अरे हाँ, पर पॉन पुश कर दिया ना उसने,
अब फिर क्या, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है भाई?
तो 50 मूव तो आएगा नहीं कभी.
नहीं बट
ये
ओके।
गेम 240 चलेगी भाई, कम से कम 250. आई थिंक आज रिकॉर्ड सेट करने वाला है वेदोसीव, लॉन्गेस्ट गेम ऑफ ऑल टाइम का.
बाय द वे अर्जुन हैज प्लेड बिशप F6, ये देख लिया था ना हमने।
हाँ वो देख
या
लिया था, हाँ यस.
11 मिनट्स फॉर ब्लू बॉम। पूछ लो भाई ड्रॉ।
See, if Arjun's game ends, I mean, we can, and if Fazul continues, we can even end the stream earlier. I don't think 2 बजे तक stream करने वाले हैं हम भाई.
हाँ
Because
आई थिंक आई वुड एग्री विद यू, प्रग का मैच आई थिंक
फेदोसीव
इज अ डेड ड्रॉ, बट ही विल जस्ट प्ले
फेदोसीव
आई
अब
थिंक।
चैट, आई एम टेलिंग यू, कल की सफाई कर्मचारी आ जाएंगे, गेम चल रही होगी. आई एम टेलिंग यू, जो सबसे खेला ना 40 प्लस मूव, 42 3 मूव्स के 42 मूव्स ही टुक, राइट? एंड देन ही
या
प्लेड F4. दिस इज लाइक अ लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान टू मेक श्योर प्रग का टाइम 5 मिनट तक आए, 0 मिनट तक आए.
हम्म।
ब्लू बाम, आई थिंक लेट्स गो टू ब्लू बाम. आई थिंक दिस वन इज जस्ट, आई मीन इसको देख के लग रहा है कि भाई क्या देख रहे हैं, आई थिंक ये तो.
लो भाई।
एटलीस्ट ब्लॉन्ग
ब्लू
के
बॉम को देख के क्या
10
लग
मिनट
रहा है
है
भाई?
कि स्ट्रेस में बंदा, एटलीस्ट 10 मिनट है उसके पास, तो ही हैज टू प्ले क्विकली, लाइक इट्स.
उन दोनों के पास तो मतलब पौना घंटा है भाई।
हाँ ये मैंने बोला ना, 12 बजे चलेगा ये वो, सॉरी 2 बजे चलेगा वो, मुझे लग रहा है. आराम से करेगा वो. का मेंटल इफेक्ट कितना होगा? आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स, बट ही हैड 2 अपॉर्चुनिटीज, सो इट्स लाइक ही मिस देम बोथ. सो ऑफ कोर्स इट विल इफेक्ट, बट इट आल्सो इफेक्ट अर्जुन, या लाइक अर्जुन का पूरा जो सीक्वेंस था, इट वाज जस्ट नॉट करेक्ट. So it will affect
या
both. None of the players will be very happy from this game.
ब्लू बॉम को तो एकदम शक्ल से लग रहा है ही इज सो अनहैप्पी। Hikaru lost to me today in Khali Friday. What is that भाई?
अरे फ्री स्टाइल है ना भाई, तो शायद वो फ्री, आई डोंट नो, कुछ कर रहे होंगे ट्रांसलेशन, गॉड नोस. ये क्या है भाई? स्टाइल फ्राइडे था, वही 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 चल रहा है. वो आधे घंटे से सेल्फ ब्लेम कर रहा है भाई. इट्स प्रीटी नॉर्मल फॉर चेस प्लेयर्स एक्चुअली. ओके नाउ A4 played, but again rook D4 is the simplest way to end matters, because you can't play rook D7 because A4 जाएगा, then black starts playing. So I think rook D4 A5, oh A5 maybe, yeah, is the way.
हाँ पर उससे क्या हो रहा है भाई? टेक इवन इफ यू डिफर किंग विल कम लाइक दिस एंड यू विल टेक इट।
हाँ king F5, yeah, very
अबलाश।
safe actually. तबलाश तो एक जमाने में मैग्नस ने तोड़े थे, बट यस ट्रू.
यार क्लैप तो कर दो ताकि पता चले कि चैट पढ़ रहा है। लो भाई, वी आर रीडिंग भाई। दोनों दोनों स्ट्रीम्स वी आर रीडिंग।
3 है भाई स्ट्रीम्स एक्चुअली.
नहीं मैं दो कर रहा हूँ भाई।
अच्छा,
मैं दो पढ़ रहा हूँ भाई, बैक टू बैक।
कौन सी स्ट्रीम है इसके अगेंस्ट साहज भाई? नहीं पढ़ रहे, हम भी पढ़ के आएंगे वो वाली, एक सेकंड के लिए. उस स्ट्रीम में किसी ने लिखा है Everyone makes mistakes, but that doesn't change that he's a world champion. Bhai, true, bhai, true. I mean,
ह्यूज भी है और ट्रू भी है.
hmm. I think only Bloom can strike against Hikaru and candidates like VD. I mean, I think multiple people can. I don't think Bluam is the only one. That's a bit. Why are you making one move mistakes? I don't know. आज के दिन में ही कुछ है. आज कुछ हवा में है कुछ. I think वहाँ पे.
कुछ तो है भाई. हैज ही प्लेड? या ही प्लेस किंग F5 भाई. नो थॉट. भाई अब तो कुछ खेलने को बचा ही नहीं है इसमें. किस मैच में ज्यादा आपको लग रहा है वो, प्रग वाले गेम
इस
में या इस वाले
मैच.
मैच में?
भाई मैच क्या था भाई?
मैच में भाई, मैच में. स्लिप ऑफ द टंग.
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा तो मैच ही रहेगा भाई.
चलो मैच ही बोल दो.
अच्छा था यार.
कौन से मैच में ज्यादा मीट है?
मैच में मीट है. व्हाट? आई डोंट नो भाई एक्चुअली. आई थिंक किसी भी मैच में मीट नहीं है भाई. दोनों में.
दोनों में नहीं है.
किसी भी मैच में मीट नहीं भाई. दोनों मैच में दोनों हाथ शेक करके ड्रॉ करके जाने वाले.
भाई चैट में तो मैच मतलब हो रहा है. स्पैम. इनसेन.
मैच साउंड्स बेटर. आई अग्री.
मैच.
इट साउंड्स हिलेरियस. मेची मेची या मैं था ना कुछ वो डायलॉग उसमें. कौन सी मूवी थी यार वो? अपनी फेमस ZNMD. यस. साज भाई ह्यूज एफ 2 का पेटेंट करवा लो भाई. उससे पहले वो एयर गैम्बिट का तो करवा दें. दैट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट.
हाँ भाई डन. टोवर भाई डे 5 ऑफ डिस्टर्बिंग चेस रिव्यूइंग समय रायना गेम्स. समय को बोलो कमेंट्री करने. हाँ भाई मैं अभी बोलता हूँ उसको भाई. डन भाई.
बाय द वे डॉगमस हैज वन अनदर रिजल्ट.
ओ नाइस. मेट करिए भाई उसने भी.
वाओ.
उसके मैच में मेट हो गई. क्रेजी.
एक बंदा कह रहा है कैसे कर लेते हो गुकेश भाई. भाई ये आई थिंक वंस इन अ
आज नहीं पूछना था
डेक.
भाई ये.
ये तो
आज.
वंस इन अ डेकेड डेकेड काइंड ऑफ ब्लंडर है आई थिंक. वेरी हार्ड टू understand why it happened actually. Yep, Keymer is winning. Yes, we saw that earlier. So that is uh, expected. Now Rook D4, yeah? I think that's the simplest.
Oh yes. King G2. Rook D4. I offer the draw.
Yeah, और इसी मैच के साथ I think we'll have information on all the results. I think the last crucial match. And yeah.
Matthias Bluebaum is not happy because वो पिछले अभी 2 घंटे पहले मैच में वो विनिंग था. बट अब ड्रॉ हो गई. सो ऐसे और ऐसी भी ड्रॉ कि लाइक देयर इज नॉट मच लेफ्ट इन द गेम. एक पॉन
Yeah,
D5 का
Sajavi,
जैसे ही मरेगा मैच एकदम से ड्रॉ होगा उधर.
it always hurts अगर आप winning match में blender कर दो तो.
लेकिन आज मैचेस बहुत मतलब टॉपसी टर्वी रहे हैं नहीं. लाइक जिनकी विनिंग मतलब वो तो बाय द वे रुक D4 प्लेड. जो मैच में मतलब विनिंग थे उनकी वो मतलब एक मूव का ब्लंडर कर दिया.
ब्लेंडर तो तभी ठीक था साज भाई. ब्लेंडर कर दिया भाई.
बाय द वे लुक एट दैट रिएक्शन बाय ब्लू बॉल. तो रुक D4 भी मिस किया लग रहा है.
नहीं यार मिस नहीं
भाई
क्या उसने यार.
एट दिस पॉइंट तो भाई A5 खेल के बिशप E5 मारो और रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक बचाओ.
ए भाई ऐसे मैच नहीं देखना मैं. वो क्रेजी रुक बिशा रुक 1 2 घंटा
भाई
चलेगा भाई फिर वो
ह्यूज हो.
हार जाए.
भाई मजा आएगा भाई रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक. क्या
ह्यूज
मैच होगा
होगा
वो.
वो. नहीं भाई नो चांस.
भाई फिर बोलेंगे ना क्या मैच है.
नहीं वो मैं पहले ही बोल सकता हूँ भाई. मेरे मैच को गंदा मत करो. Is Arjun trolling or strolling? Why he's why what is Bluebaum? Why he's like shocked, yeah?
तुम
Shagged
प्रॉपर
each
एकदम
other.
सब हुआ उससे जी सैड लग रहा है मेरे को उसके लिए।
Shit, yeah.
और हम तुमसे मैच मैच कर रहे हैं।
I was talking about the match. क्या ही टफ दिन था यार।
Yes, match really. My mom is in the chat as well. Chat behave now. Oh, A5 played भाई. Pawn takes pawn.
ब्लू बाम का बॉडी लैंग्वेज रिजेंबल्स माय बॉडी
भाई
लैंग्वेज
कल
अगर यहाँ रुक बिशप
while they are
रुक
thinking
बिशप
भाई
वर्सेस
ज़्यादा
रुक
तो है
आया।
नहीं मैच में, तो अब कल के मैचेस ही बता दो थोड़े, क्या चल रहा है कल।
कल के बताऊं क्या?
हाँ
हाँ,
मैचेस। हाँ
आई डोंट थिंक तुम कल के मैच डाइजेस्ट कर सकते हो भाई। कल के मैच तो मतलब क्रेजी है।
क्रेजी।
कल के मैचेस में आते हैं
हाँ तो
अर्जुन वर्सेस यागिस भाई।
ओह
भाई वो द
क्रेजी।
क्रेजी मैच। भाई अर्जुन वर्सेस एर्डोगमस, लेट्स गो।
बट यागिस के तो नाम में ही कान है, तो लाइक फिर तो एयर गैम्बिट किसके नाम पे होगी फिर।
किसको हिलाओगे अब साज भाई, ये तो गलती हो गया।
तो भाई कल चैट फिर एयर गैम्बिट का जिक्र नहीं करना कल, उसके तो नाम में ही
हाँ
कान है।
कल, तो कल तो नहीं चलेगा वो। तो इसका
एग्जैक्टली exactly.
मतलब तो अर्जुन
कल के
वर्सेस
मैच में वी आर ऑन आवर ओन।
तो एर्डोगमस, देन प्राग वर्सेस ब्लूबाम। भाई दैट्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट मैच एक्चुअली, है ना?
हम्म।
दो कैंडिडेट्स, एंड गुकेश वर्सेस अनीश एंड अरविंद कैसे।
ह्यूज
भाई जॉर्डन में अरविंद, अरविंद का कल गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है भाई।
गोल्डन मैच।
या भाई मैच कितना डिफिकल्ट है, गोल्ड का प्राइस कहाँ जा रहा है, सोचो गोल्डन मैच कितना इंपॉर्टेंट होगा भाई, दैट्स क्रेजी। कम ऑन लेट्स गो, किंग ई4, लेट्स
भाई
गो।
उधर तो लोग मैंडरिन में लिखने लग गए भाई वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम में। भाई मैंडरिन में मत लिखो भाई, मेरे को आती नहीं है।
सही में?
हाँ नहीं भाई, हाँ ह्यूज
हमारा
भाई।
मैच चाइना में रिकमेंड हो रहा है क्या?
हाँ भाई चाहे मतलब मैंडरिन में, आई थिंक मैंडरिन, आई एम नॉट श्योर।
भाई ये कौन सी लैंग्वेज है भाई? वो एक ही बंदा है भाई, एक ही बंदा है वो, उसका नाम भी आदित्य है।
हाँ अरे भाई क्या करें अब। ये मेरे को ये नहीं समझ आ रहा है, ड्रॉ क्यों नहीं पूछ रहा। लाइक
भाई वो
क्लियरली ही हैज
तक
एक्सेप्टेड।
नहीं नहीं, वो ट्रैप का वेट कर रहा है। टेल यू कैसे मैच जीतते हैं। सो इस मैच को
हाँ
जीतने का एक लौता खतरनाक तरीका है, वो है पहले आप खेलोगे ई4।
क्रेजी।
ई4 का आइडिया है कि भाई मेरे को डी पॉन तक पहुंचना है, ठीक है। नाउ वाइट इंतजार करेगा with ठीक है, वो कुछ नहीं करेगा, वो कहेगा इंतजार। अब ब्लैक
हम्म,
खेलेगा भाई, किंग ई5 स्क्वायर चाहिए, बिशप ई5,
हाँ।
एक्सचेंज ई पेन जी, एंड वाइट सेज खत्म डी6 एंड मैच ओवर भाई, वाइट विंस।
आपको किताब लिखनी चाहिए, हाउ टू लूज एट एनी हाउ टू लूज एनी गेम एट इन टू मूव्स।
हाउ, साज भाई नहीं, हाउ टू लूज एनी मैच।
हाउ टू लूज एनी मैच
यस।
फ्रॉम स्क्रैच।
Oh, nice. This is easier actually. Now that I
वेरी
think
क्लीन।
about it.
किस मुंह से पूछे भाई, किस भाई एक ही मुंह है भाई, उसी से ही शर्म वाली बात थोड़ी ना है, तो मतलब देयर इज नथिंग टू प्ले हियर भाई।
I think अब
बिशप टेक्स बिशप। वो ना एक
हाथ।
ऑकवर्ड सी साइलेंस है आई थिंक, जो भी बोर्ड पे बैठ रहा है ना, दो इस मैच में आई मीन, लाइक दोनों प्लेयर्स को पता है कि ये ड्रॉ है पर कोई पूछ नहीं रहा है, तो एक वो ऑकवर्ड सी साइलेंस आ गई है मेरे हिसाब से।
I think it's about to shaky hands. I don't see, yeah, Bluebaum accept कर रहे हैं draw. अगर वो 5.5 मिनट ले लेंगे एक्सेप्ट करने में तो थोड़ा अच्छा रहेगा, बट अभी भी ले सकते हैं.
देखो, वो ड्रॉ पूछेगा ही सीधा और वो एक्सेप्ट कर लेगा.
या वो
मेरे को समझ आ गया कि हमें यूजुअली ना, लाइक एकदम एलीट लेवल पे अगर आपको ड्रॉ पूछना होता है ना, तो आप अपनी चाल पे ही पूछ लेते हो. Like usually you make the move and then you press the clock and then you offer the draw, right? But I think
हम्म
top level पे ऐसा नहीं नोट कर रहा मैं. Like they are just offering the draw as it is. जिसकी भी बेटर होती है, जो पुश करता है वो अपनी चाल पे ड्रॉ पूछ लेता है सीधा.
आई लाइक दैट साज भाई, अच्छी बात है.
बाय द वे, फेडोसीव अभी भी वही भाई. फेडोसीव ने सोचा नहीं है तब से, देखो भाई. 103 चालें हो गई हैं यहाँ पे.
आई एम टेलिंग यू,
Why, look at this.
सफाई.
After F4, look at all the progress that Fedosiv made in his match. Look there, look at this भाई. Look at this भाई. Great. वाह वाह वाह, क्या बात है भाई. वो 42 मिनट से 47 मिनट्स हो गए हैं. ये पोजीशन है भाई. मेरे को लग रहा है वो फिर से 50 साल खेल के जीत खेलेगा.
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूं भाई. भाई की स्ट्रैटेजी मस्त है भाई. या तो बोर्ड से उठ के चले जाओ, या तो वो सारा कॉम्पोजिट करा है,
या
कहाँ
फिर
कहाँ उठ
बोर्ड
के
पे
गया,
बैठ जाओ.
आज उठ के नहीं जाऊंगा.
ओ बाय द वे, 3-4 रेपिटेशन था ये. वो क्लेम कर
क्या
सकता
बात
था
कर रहे
अभी.
हो?
हाँ. चेसकॉम पे दिख रहा है. 3-4 रेपिटेशन इस
मुझे नहीं
पोजीशन
दिख
था,
रहा
बट
यार.
प्रग ने क्लेम नहीं किया. हाँ.
आई डोंट सी इट.
हाँ है भाई. मूव नंबर 104, मूव नंबर 96 एंड मूव नंबर 92. 92, 96 एंड 104 सेम पोजीशन. वो चेक लो भाई,
मुझे
एक
नहीं
एक
दिख
फिर
रहा
से आ
यार.
रहा रेपिटेशन. तो किंग जी 3. चेंजिंग द स्ट्रैटेजी.
ये गेम तुम लोग एंजॉय करना चैट. अलग अलग से
हाँ.
प्राइवेटली.
हाँ भाई, अलग से भाई. ये मैच बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है भाई. 106 चाले हो गए यहाँ पे बाय द वे चैट.
मैंने बोला ना, व्हाट इज
कैसे
द
होते हैं
रिकॉर्ड
भाई
फॉर
चेस
द.
प्लेयर्स भाई. ये वो तो अकड़ की बात है, राइट? दैट्स व्हाई दे आर नॉट ऑफरिंग द ड्रॉ.
See, longest chess game of all time was 269 moves. There's a 10% chance they beat it today. I think.
नहीं 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 नहीं, इतना तो नहीं
Bhai,
होगा.
I I'm telling you, he's gonna keep playing King G4. He's gonna keep playing Charlie move, and then he's gonna push one pawn. Then G3, then Charlie move, then H4, then Charlie move, then something. Like he's not gonna agree to a draw. I'm telling you.
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो कर लेगा. कितना खेलेगा भाई. अरे अब तो फायर आर्म भी आ गया भाई, जल्दी चलो. बाय द वे
Come on,
अर्जुन के
let's
बोर्ड पे
go.
जाते हैं. ओ बाय द वे लुक, बिशप्स भी ट्रेड हो गए भाई अब तो. अर्जुन के मैच पे.
Yeah.
वो अभी भी सैड है भाई.
I think E4 is the simplest, no? E4, King E5, and you just go home.
यस.
Yeah, chat, this will end in the next 2 minutes. I don't see. I mean,
यार वो आदित्य
I,
वो वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम में हिंदी में लिखने लग गया भाई. आई थिंक हिंदी है.
I know
नहीं
Blueum
भाई,
has his own.
हिंदी नहीं लग रही भाई, कुछ और लग रहा है.
ऐसे कैमरा में ऐसे स्टेयर कर रहे हैं Blueum जी. ऐसे भाई, we are with you Blueum भाई, we love you. ऐसे घूर क्यों रहे Blueum? ऐसे लगा मुझे घूर रहे.
एक बार उनके बोर्ड पे जाके देखो ना, वो रुक एंड गेम मतलब 50 साल से खेल रहे हैं तब से, प्रग और फेडोसीव.
ये गेम मतलब फिर वहीं जाके देखते हैं भाई. फिर तो आई थिंक वही 2 मिनट बैठेंगे एंड देन वील कंक्लूड कि दिस इज अ ड्रॉ एंड दिस स्ट्रीम भाई. Is there any winning chance for Arjun? Yes. If Bluebaum, you know, goes to the washroom and doesn't come back for 5 minutes,
4
तो ये
मिनट्स एंड 9
मैच अर्जुन जीत
सेकेंड्स.
जाएंगे. हाँ, तो ये मैच अर्जुन जीत जाएंगे.
तो यहाँ पे भी कोई ड्रॉ नहीं पूछ रहा.
यहाँ चलो, दे नो इट्स गोना एंड क्विकली. लाइक आई मीन इट्स अंडरस्टैंडेबल. वहां पे क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये तो कौन ही जानता है भाई. कल की पिक बता दी भाई.
भाई
I think
दोनों के
tomorrow
50 मिनट हो गए हैं उधर उस मैच में 42 मिनट से।
he's trying to tire Pragg भाई, उसको पता नहीं है कि भाई प्रग की रेजिस्टेंस के बारे में, कितनी लंबी गेम में खेलता है प्रग। भाई सोचो अगर आज का दिन ना होता तो कितना मजा आता। आई डोंट नो भाई, आज के दिन में मजा तो आया। आई डोंट थिंक इट वाज लाइक अ, इट वाज अ हैपनिंग डे, लेट्स पुट इट दैट वे।
क्रेजी मैचेस।
हाँ, आई मीन ऐसी ऐसी क्रिकेट भी स्ट्रांग हुआ, लाइक क्रेजी कैचेस, तो वैसी चेस भी स्ट्रांग हुआ, क्रेजी मैचेस। सो ऐसी स्पोर्ट आगे बढ़ता है भाई।
आई थिंक सबसे ज्यादा मेरे को उदास ब्लू बॉम दिख रहा है, गुकेश से भी ज्यादा उदास लग रहा है मुझे ब्लू बॉम यहाँ पे, पता नहीं क्यों।
नहीं, मुकेश का तो एक मोमेंट में हो गया ना, तो उसका सारा गुस्सा एक ही मोमेंट में देखा हमने, तो वी डिडंट सी इनफ ऑफ
गुकेश
इट।
लाइक आई थिंक ब्लू बॉम लाइक वाज विनिंग फ्रॉम अ लॉन्ग टाइम।
हाँ, तो इसका ज्यादा दिख रहा है बिकॉज इट्स हैपनिंग फॉर सो मेनी मूव्स, सो दैट्स व्हाई वी सी मोर ऑफ इट, बट मुकेश मस्ट बी इवन मोर एंग्री नो। डस वी नो दैट दिस इज अ ड्रॉ? हाँ भाई, पिछले 2 घंटे से।
भाई आपका जो ये जो समय रैना वाला कमेंट है हुसैन भाई, ये मैंने पढ़ा है भाई ऑलरेडी, बट आप जब मैंने पढ़ा तब आपने सुना नहीं वो।
According to you, who should ask for a draw between Bluebaum and Arjun? I think it should be Bluebaum
ब्लू बॉम।
because he's a pawn up. So Arjun का पूछना, I mean, it's not
या
cool. Like
क्योंकि
we,
अर्जुन के पर्सपेक्टिव से अगर आप ड्रॉप पूछते हो तो अपोनेंट एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन पे है, तो लाइक व्हाइट इज टेक्निकली द वन हुज पुशिंग, इवन दो तो पॉन मरने वाला है, बट स्टिल लाइक एटिकेट के हिसाब से मतलब ब्लू बॉम को पूछना चाहिए आई थिंक एटलीस्ट।
agreed.
Like I understand Arjun ke why he is not offering that. Okay, now he's playing quickly, yeah.
चलो भाई, रुक D6, किंग D6, किंग F4, किंग D5, F3, टेक टेक, एंड लास्ट में दो दो किंग बचेंगे।
चलो चैट से बढ़िया सवाल करते हैं, ठीक है, ये आपने बढ़िया जो लाइन बताई। चैट, इमेजिन इन दिस पोजिशन यू कैन नॉट टच द ई पॉन, ठीक है, वेयर शुड द ब्लैक किंग गो, देयर इज ओनली वन स्क्वायर बाय द वे वेयर इट्स अ ड्रॉ, ब्लैक टू प्ले। पॉन को आप टच नहीं कर सकते हो, ठीक है, आप इमेजिन करो आपने किंग को टच कर दिया ऑलरेडी, वेयर शुड द किंग गो वेयर इट्स अ ड्रॉ।
गुड क्वेश्चन या।
दिस इज
नाइस।
एंड गेम्स 101। किंग E5 तो पॉसिबल नहीं है भाई, E6 actually would be a blunder, chat. King F1 is not
भाई,
possible.
व्हाइट मजबूर नहीं है पॉन से मारने के लिए, व्हाइट किंग से ही मार सकता है पॉन।
Exactly. King should go to D6. Because if you take on E4, then King E6 के बाद black gains opposition. If you had gone King E6 immediately, then King takes E4 के बाद white is the one who wins opposition because black को move कर रहा है. This is a theoretical run. ये इससे पहले ये
एंड
हुआ,
देयर
ये
इट इज
same line
चैट,
हुई board पे, but Arjun could take the pawn and it's a draw.
एंड इट्स अ ड्रॉ, एंड इसके साथ ही अर्जुन होल्ड्स ऑन अ गेम वेयर ही वाज डेड लॉस्ट, -5 था। So I think a draw is a pretty good result for the India number one. He maintains his rating, maintains his rank, gains half a point, a crucial half a point in the standings.
And
Saj bhai, I
Fedoseev
think
also
all.
draws भाई,
Oh wow, Fedoseev bhai ne draw कर लिया.
huge
That's
भाई।
amazing.
भाई रेपिटेशन
This
हो,
is
वो खेल
huge.
रहे हैं, एक बार चेक करना। अच्छा हाँ, खत्म हो गया, ओके ओके।
Repetition हुआ है, repetition हुआ है.
हाँ
I don't
ओके,
know if
थ्री फोल्डर।
Pragg claimed
हाँ
it या फिर he agreed, but
भाई,
it was a repetition.
122, 102 and 82, the
Yeah, yeah,
repetition
yeah,
was
yeah.
10 moves apart।
भाई exactly 20 moves apart भाई, 82
हाँ
102 ये क्या
हाँ,
मतलब, AI
20
कर रहा है
moves
क्या ये
apart,
चाले?
सॉरी। हाँ
ये
क्रेजी
कैसे?
ना।
सेम पैटर्न रिपीट किया क्या?
या कुड बी।
So chat, सारी games are over and surprisingly like we ended half an hour early as than expected. So इसके साथ ही can we have the standings ones, because I think आज कुछ crazy results that Gukesh blunder was insane to be honest. I still can't believe Sahaj bhai he played that, but इसका मतलब कि Gukesh lead में नहीं होंगे. In fact, we are nowhere close to the leaders now. You look at the wait, where is Gukesh?
भाई गुकेश है किधर इधर?
भाई दो गेमर दिख रहे हैं वहां पे। भाई, Gukesh
भाई ये तो प्रोड्यूसर
भाई
साहब ने ब्लंडर
टूर्नामेंट
कर
छोड़
दिया।
के चला गया बंदा यार। मैं क्या गुकेश दिख ही रहा है यार, गुकेश है कहाँ?
मुकेश के 3 पॉइंट है, लेकिन एक बार दिखा दो ना, हम लोग खुद हम लोग मैन्युअली फिक्स कर सकते हैं उसको।
हाँ।
हमें तो पता है ना कितने कितने पॉइंट है उसके पास।
हाँ, स्टैट इसका मतलब कि आई थिंक लीडर्स में तो कोई इंडियन नहीं है, बट आई स्टिल फील कि लाइक देर इज चांस फॉर द इंडियन प्लेयर्स टू कैच अप टुमारो, सो बिकॉज टूर्नामेंट
बाय द
लंबा है,
वे,
अगर 9 राउंड का 11 का तो दैट वुड बी डिफिकल्ट या।
correct, correct. Also, Vincent defeating Hans is going to be huge for the standings because Hans is on 3.5. Fedoseev के का draw हुआ. Nodirbek is the only one who's leading the event right now with 4.5. And look at that, Sindarov के भी 4.5 होते हैं भाई. If he had
भाई
converted the match, so the
या, एंड
Uzbeki
बोथ
players
उज़्बेकिस एट द
win it.
टॉप या, एंड लेट्स कीप इन माइंड कि अब 1.5 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है between Indians and the leaders. So that's going to be tough to catch up. The only way you catch up is if you beat them. Otherwise, I think one
Hmm.
of the Uzbeks is going to win the Tata Steel event. And yeah, right now the rankings don't look great. But the good part is at least it could have been much worse. It could have been much, much worse, to be honest.
Correct, bhai, correct. So I think, yeah, we definitely need to start winning some games to be in the contention. 1.5 points is too many points, bhai. And कल नौदरबेग का किससे है भाई? Let's actually take a look at that as well. नौदरबेग कल किससे खेल रहा है? He is playing Vincent tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a tough one actually. And I think more importantly, Arjun and Gukesh, the leaders for India, Arjun plays at Dogmas. I'm really excited about that game. And Gukesh plays Anish, also very important. So, and of course, Arvind ka match kal hai against Jordan, and Pragg plays Bluebaum, two candidates. So super crucial games tomorrow. No India vs India match again. तो चारों में जीतने का मौका है. Let's hope so tomorrow the tide turns and we can finally win some games. Saj bhai, thank you for joining. Saj bhai, thank you for the broadcast. And आज के मैचेस कुछ अलग ही थे. तो मिलते हैं भाई कल. चैट. टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट.
Good night.